fight after fight. They did survive longer than I expected them to, but not a great game for anybody who gets stuck on the beach, and it was just a disaster for anybody stuck outside of Sev.
I mean, if it was anybody that took a little bit of a risk, it was G2 with a long rotation.
Sure.
They basically did the Faze rotation.
Let's take a look. Starting things off spicy. We got quite the circle once again, and already a few kills early on.
Infantry set a trap and got him easily there. We see Moody try to take a man out of a car, but the rest of his team was nearby, and it just was not meant to be.
It was a rough time. Templeton, though, actually showing up for once. They got themselves 8 kills, and we saw some of them popping off here.
Yeah, I mean, you say for once, they had a rough start. They made up on this one. It wasn't a good circle for them, and they still managed to get themselves into this. They picked up 8 kills in that game and got 4th place, so they're back above the cut line, as you heard them talk about earlier.
I want to say, though, Infantry, Navi, these guys, we've had an eastern circle, we've had a northern circle, we've had a northeastern circle as well. It's all away from their home turf. They have long rotations. They're going to come effectively in the last time. They're going to come in second circle. They're going to be on the edge, so they're forced to play like this. Nice to see, though, from Tempo being able to come from the west again and come in here with some kills. 8 kills, I believe, in total. Managed to get some placement points as well.
You are one of the best teams, so if you're playing here, you should be able to adapt to that. Even if you're not getting circles, you need to be able to prevail.
Absolutely. Now, I want to give shout-outs. I think Ghost did very well. They came in second with that 7th place finish. Hey, you see right here, pinned behind the crate. There's not much you can do at this point. T1 did a good job of spreading out and just sort of locking them up. But there was no utility left for Ghost. We saw them spend a lot to make sure that Entis Ace wasn't able to push them, even to the point where McCoy was taking risks. They got that double knock on him.
Of course, this tournament is in part brought to you by HyperX, one of our SSD providers, which is one of the correct sponsors for this tournament. But we get into things. And overall, very fast and furious to start off things.
This is a moment where we see the biggest nope, I think, in PUBG history here. We get the burn down on the bike, and then the rest of the team just says, nope, not crossing that bridge.
Well, that happens, and that's why we saw some of the teams actually avoiding the bridge. Ghost Gaming, for example, even though they were really late, they went on the south side, and they went south of the bridge instead.
Got PO with a nice burn down. We saw G2 in that chat. Chris did last late into the game, but G2 just seems to be off. And it seems like every rotation is just not Chris. They have one guy surviving, and Chris is good, but Chris is not going to win these games in a 1v4 scenario.
I mean, to that point, though, they're going to be a little bit concerned about their road currently here at PGC, surely.
They have 2 new guys on the roster. Those 2 new guys doesn't have as much experience, and that's hitting them right now.
Sure, especially on the international stage, I suppose, when it comes to all of this.
There was 5 teams left, and Fuzz still had no optics, by the way. Just to throw that out there.
Yeah, he had no sides. It was Iron Sides M4 spraying down, still killing a lot of people, but with this, with Faze getting 3rd, looks like they're already...
As a whole, very southern circle, which did limit some of the play area when it came to how much water was visible here, and already Infantry starting off early with some kills.
Yeah, Paper called this a PKL circle that's sort of dealing with the south rotations, and we talked about the hardest rotations on this map at the start are north to south, and everybody had to make that move. And some teams made it early. Envy had a good compound, but ultimately it did not work out for them because with so little space, with such easy pushes, it can cost you big time.
Sure, Navi might have won the game, but at the same time, I feel like this is not the Navi we know. They're not explosive, they're not aggressive, they're not getting the kills. That's the Navi we usually see in PL.
One thing that I liked about Navi, though, or felt like Navi at least, was their kind of southern position to then push up towards the north.
Overall, their positioning is actually really great, but they had 4 guys alive in kind of the center position, lost 2 players. I feel like they could have had a lot more kills. They could have maybe even won the game if they pushed back and made sure that Tempo Storm stayed outside on the northern side. But here, Pokemon are making the right choice. He had to take him out, try to push in. They still get 3rd with some kills. So with a decent, like a top
only 2 kills.
Only 2.
With a top 5 in the last game.
The entire team. They can't deal with Loki, but they got Esther now down to 2. Nice shots on the table. And the nade to follow from Senya. The win to close off the first day of PGC.
Loki needs to look back down towards the left, see if he sees anybody that's weakened. Gonna instead takes the shots back over, back down to a 2v1. It's back into a 1v1. Loki's looking around. It's a peak battle back and forth. Instead, gonna go out for the Molotov's. Gonna go a little bit far. He just wants to get the kills that he can get. Poke him all the way. Loki playing around this hillside. The blue is coming in. We're in the last circle right now. Loki patiently patiently waiting to see how's this peak going to go through. This is so nerve-wracking for both players. Loki's wanting to play it aggressive, while Pokemon is just trying to play off the smokes. Kill the player, so that way he can't feed information based off of his positioning. So now the reposition does pay off. Going out for another flashbang, just trying to get a little bit more space off of this thing if he can get it. That is a ton of flashbangs out, but it's back behind the rock for Pokemon. Loki's just going to flush out another one. So Pokemon, Loki still playing around this hillside.
Still a lot of time here with the blue. Pokemon doesn't have to rush this. He's still got the rock, but Loki ever closer, creeping towards the center. Headshot in range here for Loki, now at the tree. Pokemon and Loki both out of utility. They've used everything they've got here. Only the 2 times on the F416 for Loki. Lands the headshot. Does he have the heals though? Loki's pushing out. Loki picks up the headshot win. 3v1 in the end against RV. And what a way for Gen.G to close out day number 1. 12 kill win into the top 8.
Be a legend.
It's always great to see the eye tracking software giving us a bit of extra detail as to what's going on.
When you kiss me, when I
try and get themselves into those semi-finals. No, the Bloodhound died first. It's unfortunate.
It's very unfortunate, but he was also extremely overextended. Also, Lazarus, they have to be happy for them getting this amount of points because they lost 2 players extremely early by being in a greedy 2-2 split. Nice try from Uncivil, though. Got 1 player down, but didn't manage to connect the next one.
I mean, it was a good attempt at defense. They ended up getting very deep, like you said, considering their losses. They fell into a good Lazarus defensive style of play. And then we sort of saw the fights going out from here. Rumblers, a team that managed to pick up 5 kills in a very Rumbler-esque style. They either get 5 kills in 12 or, you know, 3rd and 12. Like, that's just the way they play. They're looking for fights, and they did that in this match.
I mean, you can look back on Rumblers at the GLL Grand Slam and how they did there. They had 2 terrible games to start with, but they came back strong and got themselves 2 wins. Same here. It could happen later
They're a team with a high upside in a 6-game series, in my opinion. Genesis, you saw, they started in PUBG, they rotated away. They had to fight their way back. They ended up finishing, I think, okay. They got themselves into a decent spot with an okay kill count, but ultimately getting back into PUBG hurts you.
To round things out, TSM even getting themselves the strength of the position here and eventually finishing off the remaining members of Lazarus and Africa Freaks Fatal.
I do want to give a shout out. I feel like we haven't given enough love to Freaks on this game.
Now let Frost talk. Frost, take it away. Tell me about this game.
4 a.m. I mean, we saw him do a lot of greedy splits even early on in the game. They had a 2-2 towards the shelter and towards the south in the flat top. But this is what it came down to. Liquid versus Lazarus in that drive-by. And one of the key things was that I think Luke, he stopped early on, making sure he could take another angle on Liquid when they took that fight.
Are you okay, Toppies?
I mean, that was fun. that was my highlight for the entire game. It was awesome to watch. They took the fight. Both teams just committed, and it was too much fun. So much fun.
There you go. Too much fun, Avenger.
It was.
Too much fun.
It was not too much fun. It was the appropriate amount of fun, in my opinion.
Welcome to Denmark, where everything is sensible. It was the appropriate amount of fun.
No, overall, what I really liked was Sun Sister third party on TSM after they were done with cleaning up. Honestly, it was the perfect timing for them. It was nice to see, and it's nice to see this from Sun Sister. I not expect this kind of play style from them and aggression, so it's nice to see that they also managed to get some points.
But also finding Whalers straight away after that as well. That was an important thing for them.
Into everything. So here we go. And obviously a lot of teams have a little bit of a harder time trying to get over to that position. But for Sun Sister at the start of the fight, it was all right.
I mean, they shot out the tire here. Lazarus did the best with what they could in that situation. They didn't expect to get caught on this road. Remember, it was a military shift, so they didn't expect 4 people to be sort of waiting for this late rotation in the Jeep. Fortunately, they had some players already in boats, and they ended up getting taken down.
Boys, thoughts?
Overall, yeah, as you said, unfortunate for Lazarus. Also unfortunate for Liquid. They got taken out here. Very nice shots here from Lugon. Nice reactions time. But overall, we saw the center compound on the top hill being very open for a long time. Again, Atletico was on the western side for a very, very long time, just chilling out there, passive. They should have prepped with third party this fight. This fight here, DTN against the Africa Freaks, they should have third party. They try to get some points from that as well.
They were on their way to actually third party that, but they decided, let's fall back. It's not worth it. We see the new circle, want to make ourselves get into a good, better position first.
As that flank we were talking about, as Yanli comes around and finds them in an offside, they make it a 3v2, and there's just no cover left once he takes that solo tree that was so important. But you're right, they had the push potentially. They could have third partied, but I think it was
for the day. And of course, you were mentioning someone like Team Liquid down towards the bottom. I think they significantly increased their points coming in, but to start things off, Gustav with the Vector. Pop, pity, pop, pop, pop.
TSM playing the SMG fight, taking out Detonator straight away. Detonator not looking too hot right now.
Very unfortunate for them, but nice pull-up from TSM, making sure and basically denying them to get onto this point here. And then overall holding that. They got 15 kills. This is a new record, guys.
Oof. I mean, that's what it comes down to. Once they were able to defuse that team, they could move into a better position, start to lock up good area control, and then TSM just becomes unstoppable at that point.
A lot of the Chinese teams are playing the edge. QM, we saw them playing the edge once again. One thing they did do was holding the other teams out, but it did hurt them in the long run, though.
And now we do see some of this edge play right now is sort of Force and QM and HQ. All these teams have made these pushes from the outside of the circle. They're usually comfortable playing in blue. This feels a bit passive out of some of these teams. They're looking for kills more than looking for strictly wins.
I kind of like it, though. You're playing Sanhok only one time here during the group stage. You want to just rack up kills. You don't know what your opponents are going to do, and you can't look back at it and go for the next game.
Man, that was not the window to jump through.
unfortunate, to say the least.
And
Team Liquid.
Even more unfortunate for Samti. He actually got two of the knocks. Nerf and K-Mine went down. Got knocked out, but then Iroh and Roy here. Roy getting one down, but Iroh with a massive Kobe here. Stealing basically and denying the kills from Samti.
I mean, Samti had a shot right there to basically...
Boom! Got you. So I guess it's not Halloween anymore. Let's take a look at everything going down here. Avenger, what did you make?
The beginning here for TSM, they managed to get 2 kills in the beginning. Lost a player though, but overall, bit of a... The whole area in general, it's very open. It's very flat territory once you get into the area. Rumbles was sitting very comfortable in the middle. That's why they didn't get that many kills before until the end. But there was a lot of fights, and especially in the eastern side, a lot of big tension fights. 4 AM here pulling up on the TSM compound because they knew there was a party going on.
A party, yeah. That's true.
Wow. Wow. Nice. Great pickup for us.
Well, we had TSM and 4 AM fighting here. One thing was that we saw Molotovs being used. We did not see a Molotov coming in from, was it Evie that went for the bike?
We see QM and OGN starting it off, and really going into this game, it was certainly all about the teams that were around the middle point of the rankings and how they were going to play out. And look, I don't think it probably lived up to the expectations I had for this game, but in the end, Genesis were, I guess, the team to come from the bottom 8 to the top 8 in that final match.
They left it to the very bitter end to actually qualify, but they've qualified nonetheless. They are going to be in semi-finals. The one thing we can take away from this, for the last 2 days, in fact, you know what, for this entire competition, is that for these 3 weeks, including yesterday and today, it's going to be a Shark Tank. Tomorrow will be just phenomenal, and unfortunately, we're on the road to what is a $3 million prize pool, and we have to lose 8 teams. We start to lose team now, and it really will become a reality to others that this could be very short-lived competition.
Well, I mean, as the teams decrease, the prize pool actually is slowly increasing as well, so it makes it hurts even more. And you don't want to be going home early. There's going to be, I think, quite a few players that will be sleepless tonight, going into tomorrow, nervous. They've got to now watch the VODs. They've got to look at the... And not only that, but they've been scrimming against their respective groups all week. And now you've got 8 new teams.
Through the elimination day and already starting things off, some running and gunning, cherry popping, getting the poppins.
Overall, some different drops. I'm happy to see how it evolved. Also, some crazy circles. I like to see this urban circle, but it wasn't really an urban circle. A lot of teams, they decided to go in there anyway, and it ended up costing them a lot.
Let's be honest, the 2 big winners were the 2 that took a lot of gamble, VC and QM. QM, they went for Yasnaya. They thought Circle were going to go in there.
Yeah.
VC thought the other thing. They said, hey, let's not go in there because everybody else is going to be there.
A misplay from Samti here. Staying silent until he knows that there's some space to come out. And with the cover from the guys on the south side of Yasnaya, then they made sure that they could vibe up Atletico. And this is not good for Atletico. This start is not what they needed to get started off.
Oh, absolutely not. As this was going down, though, you already mentioned QM making a little bit of a gamble. They had an insane 2-2 split throughout some of those mid-circles, and then they opted to go into Yasnaya, which I was like, whoa, why are you going there? But they really did make it work with 13 kills at the end, Froz.
They were even more greedy than a 2-2 split. They started off with a 2-1-1 split.
Right, yeah.
Actually taking a lot of ground, but they did swap that up a little bit. It turned into another 2-1-1 split. But the whole thing was that they wanted to control. Nobody was punishing them for it.
I mean, the reality is, had they stayed there, they would have had
As we have everything starting off. This shit.
Their first place curse.
This shit.
Well, so, okay, VC had this shed first. Then W-Click, they came in, they cleared it out, they took over it, but VC wanted revenge. It didn't work out, though.
It looked like Christmas there when they finally cleaned them out. There were so many boxes of just gifts laying around. They were fully geared and got to come out from that point. Let's jump over to Team Liquid as they get into a fight, and another disappointing game for a team that we thought was in the top 3 to win this entire thing.
I have no words for what Liquid is doing right now. It's not working out for them.
Ooh. 3 kills first games, 3 kills this game as well. But overall, nice to see from Envy. They managed to play really well here. They could have won it all, but Dogman's just too strong.
Armory creates a veritable red zone as Envy comes sliding into this spot. Caps has a good idea with the flash, didn't get executed right as you brought up earlier, Martin, and it just didn't work for him.
Actually, before that, we saw Pat Caps actually throwing smokes towards the yellow house, trying to smoke away the vision from Armory Gaming so he could push up as well. That was really nicely done. But Skeet, he was on the rooftop, so it didn't really matter.
Very much so. The final moments there as Armory Gaming finishes off for day number 3 of PGC. And we started things off with a Duckman's play, as always. Unfortunately for him, though, it didn't end great.
It didn't end great, but one of the best highlights in this game probably is this one that is coming up after this, with Duckman actually just turns.
This turn here, with 10 HP, just turned.
Absolutely insane. Of that distance.
Any amount of respect that Sun Sister gave him on this like super long, like nobody peeked until both sides were covered. Nobody messes with Duckman.
QM and VC going head-to-head here in the beginning. Turned out very wrong for QM, very unfortunate for them, but that started the snowball for VC. They managed to get so many kills in this game, guys.
Oh, yeah.
12, not bad.
Big 12 kills, and then they got themselves a good spot towards the end. Nicely done against QM. Moving on here, coming in from the south side of this circle, can be a little bit treacherous. We saw them have to go down that kind of big slope for us, which really did, you know, work in the end, I suppose.
I mean, they played so well on the edge, make sure that this is what we were talking about, right? Picking the right fights. They were picking the right fights all the time, make sure we can win this one and then go on to the next one straight away. Then this move here.
Well, for me, this is where VC shines. VC is their best when they're chasing the spot, right? When they're like, man, we're forced to pick fights. They pick good times to do it. And then when they get the circle, like we see here, I think they tend to let off the gas a little bit, and that lets people sort of move around them and catch them off guard.
That was basically the only misplay VC did throughout the whole game.
It was beautiful.
They still got
it actually, as we get into the proceedings of things and running and gunning and running and gunning, W-Click getting some points early.
Atletico did not expect anybody to be in this position this late. The circle was already moving in, and it cost them basically the game. They lost 3 players in that rotation. Infantry, though, they managed to stay on the edge, bridge camp or gatekeep a lot of people, and get so many kills throughout this. Same did GEX, well, actually.
G2 goes out there as well. I mean, we probably won't see them again, but W-Click did manage to get 6 kills with that late rotation, so at least they put a couple extra points on the board. Infantry, you mentioned them, 11 kills, big game for them in this lobby, putting up some huge numbers as we watch them pushing out of the blue. They played right on the edge. That's what you have to do. If you don't get the circle, play on the edge and look for those kills, and Lin nailed that fight.
Ultimately,
definitely.
Them getting that many kills here, Froz, and the position of the 5th place, that means huge moves for them potentially here in this lobby.
Yeah, coming into this game, I mean, Infantry, they were on 12th place, so they were still behind there, but after this one, I'm pretty sure we're going to see them towards the top now.
Also, Red Canids managed to get some kills and a good placement. In the end, though, VC again, guys, with a win, massive kill here, and Tide is going to close it out.
The world's widest peak.
This is a wide peak, but
without a helmet, guys, without a helmet.
It was a nice transition over to the left side afterwards, though.
Yeah.
This is an I've already qualified peak.
Yeah, I'd go with that. Yeah,
but it was smart too because it was such a wide peak when that first, you know,
one more to come here. Team MV. Ooh-wee. Careful, careful. Calm down. Okay.
An early fight is gonna cost Liquid one player early here, and also ended up costing them one more unfortunate. And Envy, it's looking very, very rough for them. They need to have a massive game going into the last game. It was some early rotations for them, but yeah, Infantry Clan is just too strong in this position here.
At the same time, you gotta respect what they did. They tried to go for the points early on because they know that they need it. And it was a chance, but it didn't work out this time. One more game, one more chance for them.
I mean, it's one of those things where they've been playing not for the early points for so long in this tournament so far that I think it might be too little too late. And obviously that crash didn't go well with 2 knock before they even left their cars, puts in a really tough situation.
An unfortunate position for Crow Crowd having to traverse this area, it feels like, for us.
Yeah, this is not what they wanted to see. Nuki in the back there as well. In the blue, he couldn't do anything about it because he was healing up. Else he could have covered the others, but because it was a little bit too late, it didn't work out at all.
That's accepting your death.
He flinched like a spider briefly. And like, well, you know.
There's the sword
you could hear him. He heard the dink and was like, all right.
Yeah, I'll take it. That's fine. We have Zoe, unfortunately for him, eventually going down. But as you already mentioned, very important for him to try and make something happen there.
Yeah, that was...
On something like this, on an elimination stage, it's the hardest thing in the world that we have to let 8 teams go.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at a few highlights from this final game. We could see WClick losing one early to Envy. Unfortunately, Envy was not able to pull much out together after that fact. Detonator, again, running into Rumblers, our one Korean squad that didn't make that the top teams here. A really, really rough day for them, unfortunately, because it's such a good squad. And that's something that you hate to say because so many of these teams are so deserving of being in this tournament, and it just happened to be we had to send 8 home, and that's how it is.
It's probably going to be the same scenario as yesterday where we saw Genesis win the final game. We confirmed their position. Credit where credit's due. I'm taking absolutely nothing away from Andy, Rusty Zero, Raspu, and Psycho. They bided their time and they moved and they approached the final fights perfectly. You could see what they were doing while other teams were shooting. They back-built a system together to essentially form a line and move as a unit, clear out all the enemies, get the win under the belt, get the frags that they needed.
This is the second chance that the teams are going to get here, and this will be the last chance if they don't make it. So they got to step up right now.
I mean, every chip that they have left is on the table, and these teams have to go all in. And for some of them, like Liquid, the deck is stacked against them, where they've got to really, really push out of the gate hard to sort of get that momentum to catch up to the top teams.
I think it's going as expected, except for Team Liquid. That's the only, Team Liquid and Detonator. I'm surprised they're in this lobby.
See Detonator's in a little bit of trouble here. Yep, okay, a lot bit of trouble as they go out in 12th place. That is bad news for that squad. As you can see, they were sitting in 13th going into this.
One team for sure that's going home. Maybe G2.
Definitely G2, I think.
Like G2 and Liquid don't look like they're in a good spot.
Yeah, I feel like G2, they've been doing so bad for like 2 days now. They're not showing any sign of coming back.
G2 is falling apart here as GYY coming up clutch.
Nelo's left in a very, very difficult situation, to say the least.
Nelo's doing everything he can to keep G2 in this.
That would suggest that he doesn't have bandages, he doesn't have stims, and he also no longer has a place on this server because G2 are dead.
There are teams that, they're so powerful that they can just come back with back-to-back wins or, even insane games.
4 versus 2, Team Liquid are returning. Do not count out Team Liquid! 11 kill win. They have returned.
Made some good zones for us. Yeah, good zones. Yeah. About time. We've had only hardships from us, so it's been really rough. But at the same time, we've been playing like shit.
방금 뒤에 리퀴드가 1등 했던 것처럼 저희도 1등해서 세미파이널까지 노력해봐야죠.
Looking risky.
Oh, detonator.
Oh no.
Right now, the last remaining player up for the squad from Korea.
And
That's going to do it.
It detonator. 16th place in this one.
舒压一点，一点点，一点点，这是我唯一的。comfortable。我们就比较舒服一点。那是你，那是他。可是那是他。
Teams like this, to the Latin America teams, I feel like they're gonna go home today.
They want to play a spoiler to this. QM. One more player, 2 individuals. That's 2 points, 2 potential frags. Juicy, QM, they're both there.
Yiz is going to go down, and yes, that's going to be Red Cannons with a 5-kill win. We don't know how the placements are. We gotta give respect and props to Red Cannons, the Latin American team coming out of nowhere here in the final game.
Eu acho que os últimos jogos, querendo ou não, a gente teve pouco de ajuda da Safe, mas a gente conseguiu fechar esse último jogo bem. E a gente conseguiu pontuar bem também no São Roque e foi o que ajudou a gente a classificar.
There are 3 PEL teams in this elimination group, and 3 PEL teams did not make it. The next 8 teams that are going to be following them are to your left-hand side of your screen right there.
I forgot who is in the group. I just know it's the hardest group. I think there's 2 OGN.
It's Gen.G, both OGN.
Yeah, both OGN.
And then there's
I think
Navi is in there.
And they like
Genesis is in there. Ifty is in there as well. NBC. Oh yeah.
BC's nuts. Yeah, I think BC is really good also.
We won't have such a hard time in the group because of the teams that are in the group. They're good teams, but they don't play the same playstyle as us. So I think we won't be running into them too much.
We have really good teams, but we also have like the 2 weakest teams in my opinion, so that helps as well.
Who are the 2 weak?
I'm not gonna say.
Who are the strongest?
4 AM and Faze and the Freak of Freaks, so that's gonna be difficult.
We're just happy that there's not teams like hard contesting us in our group, you know what I mean? Like none of the teams that are dropping super close to us ended up in our group, so that's always good.
So you're pretty confident?
I mean, you never know, but obviously we're happy with our group, so.
Fortune favors the bold, and yesterday we saw that exemplified as TSM, the Rumblers, and OGN Enters Force were able to step up to the plate and take the points. However, today the frontier of groups B and C is now under siege here, especially for B. It is do or die in our second day here of the semifinals of the PGC. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the analysis desk. My name is Kyle Loris, and to my left-hand side I have Toffees, I have Froz, and I have Avenger. Gentlemen, yesterday was great. We saw some bold, we saw some strong, aggressive plays coming out from some of the teams, and it definitely favored them when it came to getting those top positions.
It absolutely did. I mean, we saw big plays. We know that sort of Group B wants to start with a big stage setter because they don't get to play on the last day. We saw surprises. We saw teams that didn't even show up till the end. Force, I mean, there's a team that we watched almost the entire day of play and thought, where are they? And then in the last 2 games, they stood up and said, recognize me, and got all the way up into the top 3.
Well, it seems like 2 games was all they needed because they top 3 after that. But same time, Rumblers, they didn't get any wins yesterday. Neither did TSM, and they both trumped the lobby.
Winnings for Punks.
Avenger? That is true. Winnings for Punks. No, but I'm excited to see the teams that are coming. They watched the games yesterday. They're going to come in here at 0 points, so a slight disadvantage to them, but I'm excited to see what they're going to start with. They have to start big, otherwise they might be bullied by the teams that managed to pick up a lot of points yesterday.
Definitely so. We have a great day ahead of us as well here, as we will have that B and C going up against one another. For B, it is very much so their last-ditch effort to try and accrue those points. Tomorrow, they find themselves in a strange position where their fate is potentially not in their own hands, and that's why, Froz, they need to come out big today against teams that they didn't get to play against yesterday, and this Group C is arguably very strong.
I mean, still in their hands right now, and they just need to do good today, and that's what it's all about. You got to set yourself up. You want to do this not just now, but you got to prepare yourself. If you want to go to the finals, that's how you're going to need to play on the first day in the finals as well. So this is it.
I mean, the Group C is the only one that has 2 elimination day teams instead of 3. So it is a little bit of a stronger in terms of most of the other teams qualified on their first day of play. Also, the 2 teams that did make it in through there, W-Click and Red Canids from the same region.
Yes.
They both pretty much got the same points earned on elimination day, but both got significant increases on their second day of play over their first. So I think that having both of them from the same region, they were able to sort of maybe discuss. I saw them hanging out yesterday in the lobby. They were able to maybe use some information to make both of the teams stronger.
I mean, they come out from elimination group as well. And it's not a bad thing. You get to play more games. You get to get more comfortable here before you need to step it up for today.
For me, though, this group here we see today, I think we're going to see 12, 13 teams from this group in the grand finals. I think it's a very strong group.
Okay.
So we'll see how it's gonna end up. I did manage to talk a little bit with Larsen from Faze, and he said they're kind of worried because Rumblers, they were dropping Mil to Power yesterday. We have 3 Wrangle games. If they're dropping to contest to make sure that Rumblers has Mil to Power for themselves, then Faze could be going to have a rough time today.
Boys, let's take a look back at what we had yesterday. We have our top 5 coming at you here from day number 1 of the semi-finals. Moment number 5 as we descend on to our game here, and it was Tempo Storm going up against the Rumblers. This is a great 4v4.
FaZe is worried about Rumblers. I would be. They clearly don't care much. Like, I mean, they care, but it's like they're throwing caution to the wind. They're pushing fights, and in this particular one, Tempo wins, but in other games throughout the day,
the game before that, we saw Rumblers take down Tempo 3 versus 4. It shows how strong and how good these guys are at rumbling.
But in the end, it was Tempo Storm who brought it all the way home with a little cheeky nader from Sampa, baiting out Waldo to stand up and reveal his position.
Excellent play. I mean, you got to remember, Rumblers named themselves after an app where you basically look for people to fight, and they said that's the mentality we want to bring to this. Is we're always looking to fight people.
That's a thing. Anyway, 4th moment here. Lazarus going up against Vendetta, and unfortunately for the Aussies, it wasn't the greatest day for the Vendetta.
They had a lot of struggles in the first 5 games. I talked with them a little bit yesterday. They said, hey, our communication was really bad and it just didn't work out, whatever we did. Now, in the last game, they did step it up, though.
But for Lazarus, though, I think they've been playing extremely well. I'm happy to see them that they're sitting at 40 points currently. They're going to be looking very strong coming into the last day.
Yeah, I think Lazarus has been showing people that preparation pays. And that's what we saw in that fight for sure.
Moment number 3, GEX, the dark horse of Froz himself. I'm going to give it to you. No more rumblings there for you. You're okay.
Look, GEX have been surprising people. They got themselves a win yesterday with 10 kills, and this was the moment. It was down to the 1v1 there, and it was a freeway battle, but, I mean, Kane, he was really good on clutching this one.
But, I mean, it says a lot that we're watching the 3rd highlight from yesterday is 2 teams that were basically dark horses coming into this event, right? Rumblers and GEX, both teams that nobody really thought, yeah, they're guaranteed to get through the first round.
A lot of people put GEX on first, second place before the tournament started. Yesterday, they ended on the 6th place with 41 points.
Second moment, was this TSM or was this just Gustav? Who knows? Didn't quite win out this fight, but it really does show the power that is available to someone like Gustav Avenger.
I'm extremely surprised to see this amount of... Versus Gen.G, how are you able to take this many players down? We're talking 1 shot on Loki off for taking all the players down. Such an amazing clutch overall. He did get some points with him, but he didn't manage to win the 1 versus 4.
And the final moment, it couldn't be anything else. AK to 3. Big plays by Purdy Curdy.
You gotta risk it for a biscuit. Purdy laying in the open there on the road. I mean, that's so risky, but at the same time, it paid off.
It's a 200 IQ off angle. I love to see stuff like this because you would expect him to stand off with some cover, but laying in the open behind a small bridge opening, that's just the plays that makes this so exciting to see.
And that was what Lazarus does best, right? They could have taken those shots from the high angle the whole time they crossed. Vendetta took forever to get across the bridge. They were checking every spot, moving strategically. They cleared the last car block and they went, oh, we should be fine.
We're fine.
And that's, you literally saw them even crawling in a line because they were so close together. That's how you catch people in a trap.
Hiding in plain sight.
Yes.
This level can work out well. Let's take a look at how things are going to be broken down today. We have groups B and C going to be playing against one another. We have 3 Erangel, 1 Sandhat, 2 Miramar coming your way. The teams that are new here to our semi-finals to get things going are the bottom 8 teams that you see right there, from Ghost all the way through to Red Canids, Kalunga.
Something to take away from B and C group here together is that we're going to have all 5 teams from PKL,
True.
all 4 teams that are still remaining from PCL, and both of the LATAM teams as well.
That's actually a really good point. Do you think it's an advantage or a disadvantage to have that many people from one region? I feel like it's a disadvantage, but I don't know.
I'd say it's an advantage because you know those teams. You're not going to clash. You don't drop on the same spots when you're playing normally. So you know where they're going to rotate. You're going to avoid them.
But I also find like you seem to have similar metas mentally a lot of times. I feel like we see those teams rotating into each other, prioritizing similar compounds and styles of rotations.
I think it's still too mixed and too split out. We don't have enough teams for it to define a meta. It's still the team that are the best at adapting, the best at kind of feeling out what kind of meta we're using. Are we using the very center heavy meta, or are we seeing more teams to edge? And when it kind of shifts into the more heavy favor of a center heavy meta, we see the teams that are playing edge go further and get a lot more points.
Something I really like is we're gonna see Africa Freaks Fatal, for example. They have Lambu that always does this parachute scouting. Literally, he pulls the parachute straight away, looks at where all the other teams are going to be going, and just give that information to his teammates, and they know exactly where and when they can rotate.
They're one of those teams that follow the kill feed closer to make sure they know exactly what teams are left. They count the teams when they drop out, and they know where the preparation of this team. It feels like it's one of the top ones.
Yeah, definitely so. We're even seeing that when we're using the Tobii Eye Tracker through the tournament. People very clearly checking out how that kill feed is going down, and we're going to focus our attention on some of these teams coming into today, as we've had some good performances from our Group B teams. Now, obviously, this is their last opportunity to really get themselves on the board to try and advance into Oakland. We're starting things off with Genesis. Yesterday, 8th place, 36 points. It is kind of at that potential weird cutoff point where you've just got to be a little bit careful, but they've not done too badly here when it came to yesterday.
I mean, I'd like to see Genesis do more than just perform really well in the last game of the day.
Yeah.
You know, it's just one of those things, like they're bringing 36 points in, but they earned them on 1 win and sort of an okay 3rd game. That's not going to cut it as we start to move farther forward in this tournament.
For me, though, it's kind of scary, though, because they are going to be rumbling against Force again. It's look like that they're also going to be contesting them in Picado. So if they're both contesting Pochinki and Picado, it could be rough for them because they're not going to get all the meds. They're not going to get all the cars that they want. So hopefully we'll see some exciting beginnings of the games, especially with these 2 teams.
It's almost like they have mutual agreement there to not fight each other in Pochinki, but at the same time, it's not working out for either of the teams right now. While we did see Force do a little bit better towards the end of the day, but that's not on Erangel.
I will say, though, Genesis is by far the big winner of the Pochinki fight. They have the whole southern side, they have the whole western side, they have the mid stack, they have the big priority buildings, and they get the hard spawn card, the extra spawn cards. Like they are the winners of Pochinki. If I was Force, I would take somewhere else. Like I would try to take some, or I would have tried before this started, try to take another spot away from some of the weaker teams maybe.
Okay.
Remember, they had 5 points Force yesterday compared to Genesis on Erangel. It's not good.
K-Mine putting up 423 on an average damage. His kill counts are good. It's what you expect from K-Mine. He's sort of emerged as a superstar within North America to the point where we know other regions are sniffing around and are interested in this guy. And I want to see them really pull it together as a team. For me, it just seems like their synergy's not syncing up. It seems like, you know, H-Win or even K-Mine or Profi, for instance, has been a step or 2 off of where we need them to be in terms of rotations and speed.
Let's move on to the team that came 2nd place yesterday out of everything, and a little bit of a surprise for a few people out there when it comes to their performance as a whole coming in. They weren't even technically supposed to be here at the beginning of everything, but Rumblers showed up yesterday, and if they continue on with that performance, Avenger, they're going to be going to Oakland.
Any Rumblers? No, for me here, what's going to be exciting to see, are they going to contest Faze and Milta Power and bully them out? Because they are already at 47 points. Technically, you could say they need something like 15, 20 points more to make sure that they qualify after the bottom 8 are going out. So it's exciting to see if they're going to either change their own style up or contest Faze, which is currently sitting on 0 points.
I want to see them win a game. Come on. They got 3 second places yesterday. But still no win. And Sanhok. They promised me 2 points. I never got him. Now I want 4 points.
Rumblers and Sandhawk is like a joke, but everything else was great. Imagine when they start winning some games where the points go. I asked them, what would you want to say to your fans, everybody else who's watching and seeing this big surprising play from you? And their response was, give us your pick 'em. So they want you to go support them badly.
From yesterday, though, what they showed us yesterday, they deserve some more pick'ems.
Yes.
Wow, to be fair, also you can get multiple, so when you get into the final, these guys, for me, they're 90%, 95% chance sure to be there, so they're a great bet.
Yeah, I mean, they're arguably the wildest of the wild cards coming into the tournament. As we previously mentioned, because they weren't even technically supposed to be here. They got on the back of the fact that we had some visa issues for some of the teams. Now Rumblers is proving conclusively that they deserve to be here.
They're the dark horse of the wild cards.
The truest dark horse of dark horses. There you go.
It's true. I mean, I talked to them about their invite, and they were like, they told us we might go, but they said we were so far down the list, don't plan on it.
Right.
And then finally got that call. Another team that I think surprising a lot of people is Ghost. They got here 9th in the NPL. A lot of people were like, do they even deserve to go because they only could perform in the first 2 phases? That said, Vegas joined. It's been a slow run with him, but they are starting to perform, and they feel like they're really clicking into their spot.
Fifth place during Group 1, of course, here to be able to get to this spot. And with that 44 points that they accrued during that group, Froz, they certainly did, once again, earn their spot here very conclusively.
Shows a lot of potential in their play style during the group stage. I feel like that was a little bit different from when they played in MPL overall. And I want to see them continue doing that, being a little bit more aggressive, being a little bit smarter with the plays, making sure what fights are we picking, and make sure that you're the one who's going to win that fight when you pick it.
To be fair, though, these guys haven't been playing here 7 days. They qualified the first day, so that... I hope they've been watching everything. I hope they're fired up. I hope they've been home and practicing and preparing for this because they are the least warmed up of some of the teams here.
You got to remember, though, this is home turf for them.
Oh, yeah.
This is where they play the league, so they are comfortable here.
Well, I think that's the reality of it. They faced the same challenge Faze may be playing of a week of no play, but they got to play at home on their computers to practice and train.
Guys, I feel like the camera isn't close enough to McCoy. If we could just like push that a little bit closer.
A little bit closer,
just a little closer.
He's like, you're going to hit my nose, man.
What was going on over here?
I love, though, that McCoy changed his hair color to look a bit more like Razzle because it's extremely close now. So when he starts to grow a beard, they will be brothers nearly.
Nice.
Yeah.
Brothers in arms, brothers in hair, I guess. But I think that is it, is they've been comfortable. They came out and they stayed here this weekend to watch the other teams play, but they were able to sort of go back home and do their own thing, which I think other teams are not being able to do, and that's going to be a challenge for them if you've had 7 days off.
Well, I talked a little bit with them yesterday as well, and they're going to change the drop zone. I'm not going to say where.
Oh!
But you guys
Why
will
not?
see
Just say it.
No, I don't want to say it.
Why not?
I'm not going to say it.
Are you?
The players can't hear
I'm
it.
not
You're
done with my
spoiling it.
point yet.
Are you teasing
I think you're making it
the
up.
people at home?
Oh, yeah, I am.
That?
He's making it up.
Anyway,
I'm
go
just
on.
kidding.
Keep going.
Anyway, they played really well on Erangel, and that was the strongest map during the group stage. Now, changing up the drop spot on that one might be a bad idea.
All right, let's move on. Of course, second place from Group 2. We had 4 Angry Men. 57 points to their name, 2 fourth places, and 1 second place, with 11 kills, no less. But even in the games that they weren't placing that greatly in, they were still getting a lot of kill points on the board. Very aggressive.
So this is the kind of smash mouth style of play I like to see for him. This is what we also saw kind of succeed for TSM yesterday. Not a lot of placement points, but if they manage to just frag out all the time, average those 4, 5, 6 plus frags, and then also sometimes get those placement points out of the 6 games.
Let's not forget as well, they currently are the people's champion when it comes to the pick'ems.
Yeah, I mean, they are absolutely dominating the pick'ems. They have a lot of fans. We say that can be sort of, you know, good or bad depending on how you perform, but they've been performing very, very well. I was watching ZGG01 warm up earlier today, and he was hitting 1v3s, like knocking down triples and scrims, and it feels like they're... My always worry is, are they on their game on game 1, right? Because they take a little while to warm up. They are warmed up, and they are ready to bring it.
A lot of people look up to God Vito on that team, but at the same time, Don't Sleep on Forever and Xiaolu. Those two did some amazing stuff during the group stage, and I'll be keeping an eye on those two at least.
For me, you said GGO. He is one of the guys that has the most insane Mini 14 spray, because he's spraying with it and he's controlling it. It's insane to see when this guy does with the Mini.
Well, I think that's right, is they have been looking up to God V, but it's been way less lately because the other players on the team have stepped up and I think are shouldering the burden of how they handle that play.
Let's move on as we have FaZe Clan, one of the big names coming from the PEL, who a lot of people from our region at least are looking to try and vie for that championship place, and for all intents and purposes are a very, very accomplished roster.
I mean, okay, 7 days off. Has that affected FaZe in the past? Not really. These guys are consummate professionals. Some of the best LAN experience in the entire world. And I'm excited because I want them to do well today to really set us up for the first FaZe versus TSM conflict that we know is coming tomorrow. Faze, I have no doubts that they are going to come out and absolutely start to smash people.
I'm just going to put it out there. Usually we say that they're bad on Miramar. And whenever we say that they're bad on Miramar, that's when they show up big on Miramar and makes that their best map.
Well, because Avenger teased them all Faze for it. So that might have been a little bit of a reason.
Although they, again, a chance for Rumbles to maybe contest Melter Power. We'll see if it happens.
Yeah.
If it happens, it could be very scary.
And of course, this is Uber, and for a lot of people out there, for pundits out there, he is potentially the best player in the world, especially when it comes to accomplishments in the past couple of tournaments.
By far the best player in the world if you talk accomplishments. There's no doubt.
I mean, I think there's no argument that pound for pound, you know, we talk about that with fighters sort of idea. Pound for pound, he is the best. I would take him in a 1v1 versus anybody else that you would put on the field right now. And that brings just a lot of confidence because Mixie, phenomenal player. Fuzz, phenomenal player. 8C, amazing player. And they don't have to worry because they've got the best guy in the world on their team. So when you've got that kind of synergy where everyone doesn't have to worry about watching their back, anyone on the team can take a 1v3. That gives you a confidence that is hard to tear down.
Still a team game, though, so you got to play as a team to make it work.
100%. And let's move on to another team here. AHQ, a very, very veteran-style organization that I've seen in many, many spots, and they're here once again in Group 2. They got themselves 8th place, so they barely avoided those eliminations. So they're going to have to prove themselves here in a group of big boys when it comes to the field.
They're one of the groups or one of the player and teams that have been looking yesterday and trying to prepare for today because it's going to be hard for them to be a 0-point team going into this because they are potentially going to be bullied on some of the maps depending on how the drops are going to be happening. But 0 points going into today with some of the teams that are not going to be afraid to push because some of our teams that are playing today have a lot of points.
They were actually the team that got out from the group stage with lowest amount of points, which was 34. Now, they also had a window, which is more than half of the teams that have been playing here in the Semifinals so far have gotten. So, I mean, they just got to do it a little bit better than they did in group stage to make it through here.
The important part about that win, that was actually half of their points. That was 17 of their points from that win. The other games, not
questionable.
And I mean, that's my issue with them is that CC and SR have been together for over a year now. And it feels like they're sort of have been trying to find the other two to click in the right way. And they're good on LAN or good off LAN, but when you bring them to LANs, they get inconsistent because I think that stress of finding communication in such a high stress environment weighs on them. And if they can get past that, they can be one of the greatest teams, but I don't know if they will.
And you know what that means. It's time as we get into our first game here of Groups B and C. We're going to Erangel, and we're heading up to the commentary team here for all of the PUBG action.
Thank you, James and the desk. This group, B up against C, you've got some of the heavyweights. You have Faze, you have 4AM, you have the world's greatest facing off here. Who's walking out of this one alive? I don't know.
We can't say group of death because necessarily we're not working off that premise. We've had go into his group stage, moving into the semi-finals. You're not going to go out on the elimination. But when you look towards Group B, for example, for them, their life is in everyone's hands when it comes to tomorrow. If you did want to say a group of death, this would be it. We have all of our big, heavy-hitting teams from around the world. Hell, we have all of the Chinese teams. We have all of the Korean teams, and now we even have the 2 LATAM teams who have been thrown into the mix just to make things even more wilder.
Yeah, for me, Group C isn't the group of death. They're the Reapers. They're coming to take away any of those opportunities from B that they've been trying to grind out from that previous day. If you hadn't performed, you're going to get punished today. That's the simple matter of fact for me. I think this is going to be the day we're going to really see the difference. A couple more seconds, guys, and we get a glimpse of some of the teams that have been quiet. They've been at home. They haven't shown what they've got yet in these semifinals, but it's Day 2, match 1 of the semifinals. Game on, Rich.
More importantly, you might be getting a glimpse of what we are yet to see, and you're possibly going to witness when we move to Oakland. There are teams in here that are absolutely, for sure, going to be in that arena fighting for that share of not only $2, but $3 million. This is the big one, though. When we look towards this now, Lauren, we have a very damn good potential that we get contested hot drops.
Now, instantly, Faze, AFF, for example, these are the teams you have to watch out on. Melter Power. It's been contested, it's been questioned, it's been brought up as a potential as maybe a clash. Now, whether or not that's the case, yet to be seen. Hell, the Rumblers dabbled with it as well. We know teams like that position, but this playing path does not allow for much play there. So where's the adaptation? Where do they move to?
I can see it on the map. You guys can keep watching where people will be dropping, and we'll keep an eye on certain close combat scenarios. But for now, you will get the reposition coming out of both AFF and Faze. Given the fact that the plane was more towards the western side, you can't going for the long drop. Is it doable, grabbing vehicles? Hell yeah, it's doable, but you're going to be there later on. It takes time. Enters Genesis. Here we go, rock and roll. Both teams in Pachinki. Potentially, we might see a fatality or two right off the bat.
We knew this was a potential. We knew there was a chance for these heavily contested areas. You're seeing those SMGs coming out, and they're strong these days. Nerf's got one in hand, and we do see the Force Boys having their own kind of sloppy loot on them, but it looks like a cross might have been spotted there. Who's got the fire? It's Profi catching one on the cross, but how is this being divided? It looks like Genesis mostly has the south, whereas Enter's Force has a little bit further of the north, but they're close. They're fighting each other. We normally see it almost this gentleman's agreement of, well, you take the top, we'll take the bottom, we'll leave it as is. Not today.
All of these individuals that are sat here now, yes, you saw Profi picking up the gear and picking up the helmet to the chest, something that give him a level of defense. You have to be so careful because no matter what happens, when you're dropping down and picking up those weapons straight off the bat, you are completely exposed out in the open with no kind of vest or helmet to defend yourself. If someone hits you in the head, you're going down. Speaking of going down, Doya, the first victim here, he's not dead, but Nerf sits him down with the SKS.
It's incredibly hard to flush in any of these situations because they're mostly in buildings, but to get that first knock gives you a way forward. Profi is chasing it. He wants those points. He wants to stamp their authority on this area. Get out of Pachinki, it's ours. But still, Enter's Force cannot be underestimated. They still have a bit of a surround here. Indigo's spot isn't bad, but I think K-Mind might have a little bit of an idea where he may be. Let's see if they can find an angle or a way through or a way out.
I'm interested to see if Genesis make an advancement here when it comes to the fact that they are actually, they've got one down, they have the man advantage. For Enter's Force, though, Korean teams, they're very much... They'll talk about it, they'll see the scenario. You don't want to go just running in haphazardly and then losing more players for the sake of it and handing over points to more to the... remember, everyone here is against you. We're looking at a leaderboard that we only find 16 teams by we're all said and done. Feeding them points makes your situation in the leaderboard even more harder because you then take, basically, less players to the end circle.
And I want to talk about what happens in a 4v4 or a 4v3. Generally, you've got to be careful if you're the team with 4 players alive, as strange as that sounds, because you know you're kind of hoping the other team will force their way into you and you can maybe exploit that. Now, I like what Genesis is doing, staying as a pack of 3, roaming through, clearing through, staying somewhat safe, trying to elevate their loot currently. They probably need a great deal more. And you can already see, even that Scar there, only 30 bullets, no backup. So again, even for Enter's Force, not ideal, and they're trying to take their time. But Enter's Force aren't pushing this. They're not trying to refrag here. But it does mean they're slowed down and they're locked in.
If we see anything happen in advancement here, we can dive into it. I'll let you take over from that one, Lauren, when we do. I'll give you a brief update to where teams are perpendicular on the map. Faze Clan, it's the backup drop. They're on Sosnovka. Used to see them coming off the back of the bridge and then moving over, but Navi will just be on there. They have to be aware. Navi are not a team we see engage early game. They take the long woods. They go for the loot. They're not too far from the center side of the circle, so they'll be happy for now and leave Faze to it. AFF went all the way down to Novo. Long drop for them. Actually, excuse me, no, they didn't. They went for the 2-2 split. 2 Milta to Novo. They'll be quiet on the way in. No one really should give them any kind of buffering on the entrance side of it. VC, that's going to be above the farmland through the split across from Pleasant to the left-hand side. Ghost, Yaznaya, Red Canids, Rodsock, completely uncontested. Enters Ace all the way up at the top of Severny. That's actually a huge wide split there. Shooting range, Severny, Alpaca's actually all the way towards Zaki as well. And then we come further afield. Georgia Paul will see Gen.G, usual scenario for them. T1, however, they're on the northern side of it. They are moving. They're going to be what we usually call the cross stack, coming across the bridges, moving down towards the mountainside. 4 a.m. The beast of a team that we've seen smash faces time and time again. They're on the rotation. They're heading through Gatka. 4-man stack. AHQ will be in their way, though. Keep an eye on the kill feed.
Yeah, you're looking towards this sort of centralized area just south of the Gatka fields. That's probably your center point that if there is room you want to take. Now you could argue the Rumblers have an incredibly strong spot as well. It's that God compound that they control, and they're not being static in that either. Their stealth spread relatively well around. They're going to be trying to take as much information as they can, ensure no one comes close. And let's not forget Navi in the south. have been very good in these circles in the past. They're very good at taking territory where they find it, slow builders. They often opt for that compound just east of Quarry. So a lot of these teams have their favored positions. And let's not forget, as exciting as that enters against, I guess the Pachinki fight in total, anyone on that area, the problem is now getting out of there. One, their loot's going to be so trash compared to what they'd like it to be. Vehicles, they're going to be moving in hyper late here. So again, for these guys, was it worth it? That's what we need to find out, because we know time and time again, whenever you fight in these towns, it can be a loss down the line. Faze have made it across Sosnovka Island, somewhat safe, heading on the southern coast, could wrap up the side, play wherever they fancy. We don't see too many teams contesting just as of yet.
The lucky thing for Faze is that they play Navi time and time again when it comes to PEL. They know where they like to loot. They know they don't set up any encampments. Even when teams like Liquid, for example, would rush out of Pachinki and going across the bridge on the Sosnovka Island circle, they'd never touch them. So for Faze, this will be an easy rotation. Hell, they might even stop off in Prim to pick up any extra meds, bullets, or bandages if they need them. They've got plenty of room to play. This will be an easy rotate for them. However, more towards the middle side, teams are getting set up central, and this is because there's a hell of a lot of water in play. When we look towards the west and the south, the circles will be slowly but surely coming in. When we get to circle 4, we get the land ratio, we move away from water. To get Quarry, it's difficult and takes quite a few hard shifts, or for the circle at least to stay in that vicinity, and that's why more people are banking on it moving towards that swamp-type area.
Still plenty of time, though. This is the thing. You've got to argue that there is no big necessity in crashing compounds yet. There's so much room for hard shifts for these circles to move pretty much anywhere. We've seen plenty of areas that can be incredibly divisive in this, that can completely make a team, let's say Rumblers, who currently probably have a very strong position, have to move. Now, we are seeing 4AM having a great deal of a look towards that as well. They are not ignoring that presence. Now, Ghost Gaming, similar position to FaZe coming into this, a little colder, coming through, you know, pretty strongly in where they were playing before. This is the first we get to glimpse towards them in those semifinals. AFF, though, Lambu in danger, and he has actually been found there. That's a big loss early on for AFF. Not what I wanted to be seeing for them. Call-off on rotations coming in late. That split in the 2-2 format may have hindered them, slowed them down, when on the others, who knows what the problem was, but it's cost them a player early.
Communication will come through from Entus Ace, probably tell the rest of them, you know what, don't take this bridge, re-rotate and go for the more westernly one out of northern side of George. Avoid these bullet strassels on the far side. Dome goes down. VC, so that's a response, but that's an unfortunate grenade from the opposing teammate.
This is sloppy, it's quick, they just want to get themselves in the circle, get done with this fight, but Summers having a little bit of a double back down. He's coming around for a look at this one, but he's going to be swinging past in the car. And then does definitely get a glimpse on that. You could hear the shots coming through. Shadow has been called to try and supplement support. Summers out on foot. He wants this fight. They're trying to back this up here. VC are down to 3, with Lambu now being flushed, gone down. You could instantly see the eyes check towards it. They know that now AFF are a little bit weaker than they were before.
If Lambu were the one that was knocked by the nade, by the self-team nade, then that point won't go to anybody because the blue will take him. I can't absolutely confirm that because I didn't see exactly who killed him, but I'm sure it was the self-nade. The little jump up, though, to get the peek and the information is responded on. Remember, this is all happening outside of the blue, and while this does, all the teams that can... It's quite a distance, and they'll all be looking onwards to the circle, but they'll understand what's going on.
Style, he wanted that so bad. Gets so badly outdone by Tide, though. You saw Tide almost jump them when the peak first came in, but the instant turnaround, really nice, calm, and collected play from VC, holding the line here. Freaks are not looking so... I guess together, they look a little bit out on their own here. It's down to Shadow and NN to try and pull this one back and maybe make something out of this, but with a new circle, it's centralized towards the mainland. You've got to look at the Rumblers, AHQ, these sort of teams. I guess Gen.G as well, being in a somewhat good position, and already FaZe just suffered a knock against 4AM. The heavyweights could be clashing here, and a flush to follow.
Wow, okay. Wayless, a.k.a. God V, straight onto Mexi. IG, well, not actually the IGL, but certainly the team captain of FaZe Clan goes down. That's from a distance as well. We will be fighting across the quarry.
This position, I don't like that for FaZe at all.
I'm glad we're actually on Navi's POV because the third party could be a real. The fact that 4AM pushes them from the front and basically bottlenecks them. If Navi understands what's going on here and has read that 4AM are pushing in them, they could apply the pressure from behind and completely slap FaZe.
Oh, on VC, it looks like they're being smothered here. AFF, though, I don't know how many meds they have. They've got plenty, but the pressure was just far too heightened at this point. Smoke's going up, giving DJ Boy just a chance to maybe buy a second or two to get a heal off, do something. because NN and the boys are looking to use that utility, put their nades down, hinder any progress, but they're not getting it for free, and they're not getting into the circle anytime soon.
At which point, Lauren, do you have to say that this becomes a bit of an ignorant push to stay here to try and get the kills, because you know you've had, by doing this, you're staying out in the blue and causing yourself so many problems. Everyone else is getting ahead of the game, and you're dying outside of the blue.
We'll come back to that when we see the sort of, I guess, result of the fight. But K-Mine and Genesis have rocked up. They've made their way out of Pachinki. They survived and they moved, and they've managed to roll up towards the Red Cannon. It's the first glimpse I'm getting to see of these guys. Losing out on Rusty Zera again this early? This isn't good for the region. They wanted to see these guys perform. They wanted to see their teams putting up a big performance, and to see Genesis just walk up like that, maybe catching them off guard.
It was either a long-range scout or someone who was just kind of caught back, because the problem is for the Red Canids, directly in front of them, Infantry is in the woods. Those woods provide you a certain amount of leverage over your opponent looking downwards. You can hide between the trees, between the dips and divots. Off the back of the match, you're seeing one of the players, Lin, has a VSS. Please, just after yesterday, release Lin, let him off the leash. If he goes off with that thing, that's going to be fantastic to watch. I mean, generally, we don't see him any VSS in play, but...
It's the best gun in the game, I don't know why.
Well, I'm yet to see the meta change when we're looking towards VSSs, we're looking towards SMGs.
It's a free 4 times and a suppressor. I like it. You know, it tickles them. It's a nice little weapon. And Lin is certainly on duty there, trying to have a look across. Of course, Infantry did have those issues with the player yesterday, Lin himself, so glad to see him back and able to play again. And I think it's going to be always followed with a little bit of an asterisk of, you know what, let's see how far they can take this. And if they do well, brilliant. That's really good news. However, everyone seems to be kind of settled in here.
To be fair, I was in the lift with them this morning. All happy and all smiles, all laughing and giggling, having a joke amongst themselves. So I thought, you know what, that's the best way to take this. It was a little bit unfortunate what happened yesterday. If you didn't know, one of the players was taken down. They run with a 3-man stack. The points certainly were affected by it, but now they're here. They returned to the full 4 men. Yes, they got 2 games in yesterday to finish it off, but the points were hit. It's do or die for them. We'll see how this goes. Again, all the Chinese teams are in play here. And there are some... it has to be said, 4AM does come painted with a target on its back because of how good it's been doing. This is your Phase 3 champions when we look towards their leagues. And they have the structure, the ecosystem that China brings to the table is absolutely fantastic.
If you're going to speak of 4AM, I can't help but think of Faze. If you're looking at the 2 giants in this lobby currently, Faze are in a... I actually don't like their spot. They're going to be funneled towards Navi. I don't see how they're going to make it around this otherwise. It's either that or 4AM. Pick your poison. Everyone on rotation, though. Look at the north. They're all coming down that western side, whether it be behind Faze or early cut above Quarry. That's on the team's decision-making. Ghost on the move as well. Everyone trying to find their next position. Still a little bit of room, but keep in mind those Gatka fields are not that playable in comparison to some of the areas. You still have that southeastern field in play too. So there's a little bit less terrain than maybe some of these teams would like. It looks like VC are finally disengaging from that battle, that scrappy, horrible fight out in the blue. They're going to make it in prior to the other team. And Faze under fire again. It's a doozy. It's a bit of an EU battle, which probably tastes pretty sour to them as Faze making the run. And I hate this position. And they've got to play. They've got teams coming around the back of them too. Faze are about to be pinched, and that's a big headshot coming in. Fuzzface does make it forward, but this is a very poor first showing.
Navi knew they were here, and they've stuck by their guns, which might be the death of Faze rather early. Losing Mexi like that puts them at the predicament that everyone rings the dinner bell and says, you know what, boys? They are weak, and they are in a terrible position. All these teams that will be flooding down from the western coastline, they'll have to come south and then embank from the Longwoods area. Now, don't forget, excuse me, I'll pause for a second. I can see it on the side, AFF. They have turned up to the party, and because they were so damn late, all the teams are ready, waiting, and able to take the free points and free frags.
Good recovery for the Red Canids, definitely needing it after losing the player earlier on towards Genesis. Shadow goes down, and AFF bow out early. A little bit of a surprise to me, but maybe a recovery could be in order. A poor start, maybe a reminder that Pachinki isn't just a free take these days. It is going to be fought, and it will echo throughout the game. Ghosts make it in, but barely. They're up against 4AM. Not a name I'd like to face in this early section of this matchup.
I think Ghost will have to take blue damage, to be honest, because there's nowhere else to go going forward. Puts you at the footholds of 4AM inside the buildings. It's going to be a rough retake, if a retake at all. You can't simply do that. They'll tank the blue, they'll move forward, they'll go all the way around to the south. But again, you're still at this worrying prospect that when you go down south, you have Ace, you have BC, Navi, Faze, they're all down here.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams in the south trying to find maybe a less than ideal position to take. I'm seeing Entus Ace, I think, down there as well, and VC just about making it their way in. So look, southeast here. I see Joy, I see them trying to find maybe a spot in the circle. Moves towards the west. That's going to put a couple of teams on notice here. Genesis, Red Canids, you have Infantry, AHQ. All of these teams now going to have to fight for very limited ground. Profi gets in the battle. The Red Canids are out for blood, though. Avenging their fallen teammate could be a must. Profi gets found, and now it looks like a flush is quick to follow. As Genesis got off to the hot start, they look deadly, but now being slightly muted here.
Red Canids have to get this done, though. They have to get as many down as humanly possible to walk through this because they are being gate-kept. Genesis want to take these 3 points quite easily if they can hold them outside of the blue. It's on their back and it will be moving in 23 seconds. They do have Raspu on the off angle, though, Lauren, that might be able to get something done. If he gets a second knock, then maybe the advancement comes from the 2 that are on the left.
Well, that's why Nerf just repositioned, trying to get an off angle towards him because Raspu was keeping Genesis locked. He couldn't do much. Now he's been spotted. He has to go. It looks like Ghost Gaming are having issues. Entus F have just been called as well. 4 AM showing their worth already. Ghost Gaming, though, straight in towards Faze. Faze already being put on a big amount of pressure. Vegas gets collected by Fuzzface, but that's not going to be the flush. Strimzy straight up in front. And as much as, yes, Fuzzface did some damage, the answer is swift. And Ghost Gaming may be scrappy, but Faze are looking pretty poor here. There's 2 remaining. They're not in good spots. They're now being surrounded. Yes, you might win against Ghost, but then who are you going to be coming up against next? You have the likes of 4 AM waiting on the doorstep, and exactly that. 8C going to get Shrimzy. Vegas gets flushed. Faze are trying to hold on. It's just down to Drassel now for Ghost Gaming.
You would have thought that he had to get in. Oh, I didn't realize where Fuzzface's position was, so he clearly has the footsteps. And the audible cue that is there. K-Mind and Nerf fall down. Red Canids, they're doing damage. We have to go and take a look at that fight. Genesis are on the back foot. They've only got 1 man standing.
Genesis are in all kinds of danger. The Red Canids can keep backing away, peeling away, moving closer and closer to the circle, falling away from these positions. One of their players is a little isolated, but as that blue hits, it's going to hurt. Genesis are in trouble. Those revives now become impossible, and they're down to 1 man. It all looks so good until they just fell a little short there. H-Win on the run. That's a very brave, no, not going to happen. He's going to try and get the revive off, the heal off, but it's not going to work out at this point. I think he's dead in the water here. If Red Canids don't find him, the blue's going to get him, but he's going to try and take one with him. How much damage can this man do from the blue?
Try and get as many. What? H-Win! That is sick to get those points because you'd expect the heal not to be able to get off. So to pick up the points before going down, it's the best of a bad situation. Unfortunately, Genesis falling 14th, but he at least collects them before doing so.
And now the battle in the south. This is a war zone over here. You've got Navi, southeast. You have so many teams. Still have Drassel for Ghost Gaming. Still have FaZe Clan and lingering over the top of them. The gods staring down from the hillside. It's 4 AM. I would not want to step forward. Look at them. Look at Navi, desperate for an angle of anything. Entus Ace trying to find a way forward, and yes, they spot a doozy, but where's that next shot going to come from?
Remember, this is where Navi was, so they give up this position to let teams arrive into it because now they can choke them. They can just throw grenades, a full bombardment, and there's 2! Senya hits both of them. And now Mickey and Joy, well, if Navi doesn't get them, 4 AM will because they are lingering in the distance. There's 2 players upside of the hill. And Gen.G's already got the angle on Navi. The pressure will apply, and these 3 teams will be clashing heads any second.
Senya's overstepped. What? He just turned that on Mickey. That's ridiculous. He is being hyper aggressive. He was out in the open. The blue is going to move him forward. That is ridiculous play from Senya. This looks like Navi almost pissed off, if I'm honest. They look like they want to fight. They need these points, but lingering in the background is so many other teams. Yeah, you can get past Entus Ace, but you still have FaZe looking for a little bit more 4 AM. The circle has moved slightly further north now. So this will force all these teams to move forward. So they need to sweep out the southern side. A doozy collecting the points on Mickey. It's just Joy left alive, and I don't know if he's going to be able to fight his way out of this one. Already FaZe have disengaged. They're looking for those next steps. Drassel's doing the same, and Navi are locking out Entus so handedly. These nades, this is a horrible situation for this man.
Third nade goes up. They're inside the buildings. They're knocking at the door. I don't think Joy can do 2. Okay, I'll hold on for now. Nade should bank off the wall and maybe collect it before he goes down because they'll be on the advancement. The reason they push so hard on this is the fact that the topography actually allows you. You're essentially tucked inside a bowl. The nades will continue forward. They'll try and get it down. What more can he do? I'll hold for a second. Absolutely.
absolutely nothing. Navi get him down. They take out all 4 members, but it's not without punishment. They lose a doozy by doing so.
A doozy, I feel, overstepped that. He went too far ahead, but Faze need to be ready for what's coming their way. You're going to see Navi moving up. You're seeing Drassel lingering in the background. Fuzzface finally finds out, but 80 turns it on a dime. The trade comes back in from Senya, who's having a hot game and a half. That's the flush. There's the nade. Goodbye, Faze. Down in 12th.
This is the Navi that we've been wanting to see, Lauren. They've been a bit quiet going through the group stage. Yesterday in the semis, they started to wake up, but you called it perfectly. This is their territory. This is their lay of the land. They drop around here, and they work perfectly. The problem that's in front of them now is, have they overstepped their boundaries? Have they bought off too much time by handing back and allowed 4AM and Infantry, both the Chinese teams, to get up close and personal?
VC are flying in down here. I'm not sure what their plan is. Infantry are being forced away, and this is where 4AM arrived. They were waiting patiently on the hills behind. They were always going to be the victors of this one. Dance all you want. It doesn't matter. Navi eliminated in 10th, and 4AM hold. Still, so many players stand for them. They're in perfect condition. Infantry tried to fall away, but VC turned up out of nowhere.
Beautiful flank from Gen.G to get that angle with the SKS and get the job done. The grenades will continue forward. 4AM, though, this is VC, Infantry, and 4AM, all potentially going at it. Summer, last man, just lingering in the distance, looking at DJ Boy and saying, I'm sorry, fam, I cannot help you out whatsoever. All 3 players of Infantry are making advancement here. Gen.G reads the information, answers back.
That's a second.
What? How is he doing this? That's 2 back-to-back.
He's pushing it. He's going for the 3rd, and why not? The man is a good! Absolute beast play coming out from 4AM. Huge control in the southern side, and already Forever was looking at the next position to go to. The circle continues to look towards the north. The east is the next battleground as well. That is littered with teams and players, and it's far from resolved. 4AM have a southern approach here. It may not be pretty, but they have something to play with.
You might be able to see Forever's position on the map. This is really smart from 4AM. The 3-1 split gives them a bit more of a foothold in the circle. Yes, you're not in the circle, but he can look forward. He can read it. He can tell his teammates exactly where to go. You see these scouts, you see, it kind of speaks volumes. Hey, up, someone just died to the blue. You got a bit too greedy there, my friend. Unfortunately, Lou does touch the outskirts and goes down. That'll slow them down, but Forever's off on his own. He's finding a good position on this. We'll roll it back to Gen.G at the moment because they're going head-to-head with the Rumblers. And the Rumblers, they're losing people instantaneously, 1 by 1.
This is what I'm going to be worried for the Rumblers. If their aggression and their confidence gets dampened, can they recover from that? They've been playing a careless game. AHQ. Oh no, that's too many in a vehicle. That's too much damage. The car's on fire. They pull up, they stay alive. 3 still stand. 1 nade would do so much. T1, no. There is blood in the water, and they are looking vicious for this. Milk goes down. 1 man alive for now. The nades start to roll in. And Lee, there's nothing to be done here. T1 on the cleanup.
Jeff Locker and Ada, 2 individuals we've seen so far doing work throughout their respective league, and this time stepping it up big, gets the easy free 4 points. Loki goes down in the kill feed. He's over by the one basically lone shack over here, but Forever is in the distance. He's checking what's going down. Gen.G finally. Someone's put a stop to his works that he's been doing. The madness that's been unrolling so far. Esther needs to be extremely careful. Lingering around the vehicle, playing Ring Around the Roses, gets him, but there is Revolver in the back.
Cherry Poppins still trying to do some damage here, and Gen.G get eliminated. A little bit of help coming in from 4AM.
That's 10 kills for them, Lauren. They're absolutely on fire, this one.
Yeah, I felt that maybe Faze would like to make a big impression, but apparently 4AM want to do it all, and they are holding every bit of territory. You could argue Summer's going to maybe be a nuisance, because I think 4AM believe it's clear that could be something that maybe causes an issue down the line. For now, they want to clean up in the east. We are seeing W-Click finding other players, and uh-oh, the nades are so good here.
Let's take a look at the teams that have 4 standing. 4AM, W-Click, and T1 in the north. No one really to give them any kind of pressure whatsoever. Willis will be able to get central point here. A CAD with the 8x scope should be able to read the information. They're going to be downhill. Forever holds them back for now and just gives them a warning shot. They're making an aggressive push. They're going across the road. They say, bollocks to this, want to get involved. They can take that dip, and that's great.
That's just about all they're going to get, though, and I wouldn't want to be that close to any of these players, but they do have the 2 holding the back lines. Really nice read from T1, highly risky. Now, 4 teams stand. Let's look at the overview of what this means. You do have 4AM in the south. They still hold great territory territory, Summer could be a nuisance. W-Click southeast, they're trying to move up on the lower ground. It's kind of a rolling hillside out towards the east, and T1 control the north and the center. T1 might get too much attention here. Everyone might start looking their way. They're the easier target. Because look at W-Click. They can't crest that hillside. So they're almost somewhat safe from each other here in the south.
Academy left in the Wizards Tower just to be a nuisance and maybe apply pressure. Adder also trying to get the off angle. Big shout out both to Forever for taking that shack early, and then Helen and Jeff Locker to make that wild run to the dip and take full control now of the central point of the circle. No one else can get to them. In the north, it's completely locked down by their 2 players. It does become difficult for those 2 players to meet up with them because they're on an open embankment. So they'll be open to both 4AM and W-Click. But the problem is, where does W-Click go? Who do they strike first? Do they go around and maybe tag T1 from the eastern embankment? Or does 4AM have enough grenades in the tank that they just want to throw them over and get involved?
Okay, going past, probably Adder and a Cat dying here. This is going to be a stalemate. And W-Click, the only time they're going to do is trying to catch him off. But look at the way 4AM are positioning. And the way this unfolds poorly for 4AM is that Summer is the dagger in the back, the assassin from the blue, and W-Click try and capitalize on that. That's about it. And then T1 just watch on from the distance because they are holding themselves safe. Summer creeping in, desperately trying to stay alive, hoping someone wipes the other. Look at them. He can see way less in the distance. He can see these players. He knows they're there. He's just desperately holding on for placement. But little does he know, he's waiting on 3 other teams who have all players standing. T1 have made it across. They've just put 2 of their players across the road. I'm amazed they've made it that far. This means that 4AM are adjusting their sights, maybe considering where that next piece of play is going to come from.
They've gone for the highest point on the map here, which gives them a full read and overview, but they've no idea he's behind them. I'm getting flashbacks from Face It here. I remember what happened the last time we were in this kind of... No, never mind. I spoke way too soon. Forever says, nope. Get out of it. Get gone. VC eliminate 4th position.
Now, you can't look past the fact of the amount of territory that T1 currently hold. Let's see. Yes, this is good for them. They hold the complete northern portion. 4AM still in a very good spot just because of the hillside. The way it rolls keeps them safe from W-Click. Now, W-Click needs to decide where they want to go. Do we try and crest the hill to fight 4AM? Probably not, because that exposes us to T1. Then how can we fold towards T1 ourselves?
They are absolutely the bait for both of these teams, regardless of who they engage first. If they go to 4AM, T1 steps up. If they goes towards T1, 4AM says, you know what, it's time for us to bite. They are currently just... I feel so sorry for them. They're the ones that have to make a movement. As soon as you get inside this circle, you are completely exposed. They have no map control whatsoever here.
I wonder how much utility they have to maybe play with. You can see that 4AM are using Zhao Lu here to try and hold off the push on the hill. Basically, if he gets contact, he has a really nice off angle to deny W-Click. I'm liking the spread from T1 as well. They've got the kind of 2, or maybe you could argue maybe a 3-man pack towards the northeast side a little bit more, and you have 1 man isolated, depending on maybe if there's going to be a bit of a split on its own.
Roll the
we'll
car.
have to wait and... Are they doing that?
If they put the car forward, they could roll it and use it for cover as
Maybe.
it's going down. And I wondered, I didn't know how many wheels it had left.
It doesn't sound like
I think
many.
it's gone backwards, to be fair, so that might not be the play. Initial contact might have been seen. If he'd have gone too far and overstepped the boundaries, Zhao Lu might have said, okay.
This could be just a patient game. We might just be playing till the very end here. This could be W-Click trying to just shuffle in even to the most minute of amounts. Because SK, well, T1 aren't going to be looking over that hillside too much because if they overpeak and looking at the guns they have, I'm not seeing minis, I'm not seeing SKSs. It looks like they can't be taking those long-range fights here.
I suppose it's only really a CAD that can see them. I mean, one individual out of all these teams can do enough damage, but smokes are up, movement will be made. They're inside the circle, they don't have to go too far. They can just build themselves a little bit of a barrier as the circle now constricts all of these teams together. The car player would be, it'd be an IQ 9000, to be honest, if you rolled it. And
4AM leading, hold on. 4AM is starting to lead, they might go on this one. If too much contact gets made, 4AM need to push this. They're going to deny the hillside. Look at the line of Molotovs that now light up the top of that hill. Ragnar now has very limited vision. They're being pinned in. T1 now know what's coming their way. Acad certainly should soon, because they are not far from this. Harold makes the run, first to get contact. They see the first man, they can't take him down. Acad holds the line, but now we see 4AM starting to get behind them. They want the points, they want the kills. It's 12 already.
W-Click are being battered from 2 sides, unfortunately. Jeff Locker, Acad and Adder, but 4AM have to move, and they're going with a 4-man stack straight down the middle. Helen is on the left-hand side. Be aware of that. He's watching that line. He is the thorn in the back. Should 4AM overstep the boundaries here?
There's
I
the
think he's
pushing.
spotted.
There's the push. We're down to 2. Is 4AM against T1 already?
got
It's
him.
free. It's
Oh.
good. Gen.G is in danger. 4AM need to still themselves, prepare themselves for what's coming their way. T1 wants to push this though, and they might be right to do so. A huge victory for T1 if they get it right. Never write out 4AM. I certainly will not. They're trying to get a last-minute revive. This is so dangerous. This is so deadly. T1 are on the hunt. They see Forever. They flush him. T1 up to 10 kills, but only 2 stand.
They're giving him the information though, but the smokes will be left. Whaler sees him. One-on-one versus engagement. Can he see him through the smoke? Oh, he's there. He's got him. It's done. 4AM. 4 very angry men. What a game. 15 kills. 25-point match to open up Erangel. That's sick.
I think when we asked the question at the start, are these guys still the world champions? Are these the heavyweights in the lobby? We got the answer on one side of the coin. 4AM still look phenomenal. They played a perfectly paced game. They have stamped their authority on this semi-finals. And well, is anyone else who dares challenge them now?
The Rumblers, the only Western team inside the top 5. 4AM, T1W, Click, and VC take your top 4. Wow. Okay. I think Group C is really starting to... I mean, we're only 1 game in, and we've still got 5 more to go. Good job from Rumblers, though, up in 5th position. After yesterday's 3 second placements back-to-back, that's decent points in the bag, but not many kills to boot.
I would say their positioning, just simply for me, it allowed them to have a very strong game there. I think they started in that sort of area. They had the God compound. They played it out well. No taking it away from them. But I think we've suddenly got a glimpse at the big boy teams, haven't we?
That's sick.
Team, should I say.
I mean, what a way to open it up, right? We always say Erangel's the one where we can probably... Miramar's a bit more of a slow, methodical game.
Aww.
Smile, you're on camera. He's got Doritos. Okay, he's a real gamer.
He's an absolute gamer. But not sponsored. But no, it was an incredibly good game thus far. I think we've got a glimpse of what to expect from these upcoming matchups now.
This is the one thing that this entire tournament does, is the fact that it's going to show us our first true world champion. Now we've got the structure in place. We've had the year's worth of play. When we're all said and done, we will be able to call someone a king under the mountain and a real best in the world.
Well, we'll end it on that note and see what the desk has to say after the glimpse of 4AM.
Thank you very much. Watch out for your job, guys, because that kid had more camera presence than all of us put together. Nice one, lad. But we are here as Group C has shown up in full force already. 4 angry men already getting themselves a big win on the board. T1 in 2nd place. You're going down from there. W-Click getting themselves a 3rd place. Very much so a show of power to start out the day. Scary for Group B.
I mean, Rich said we're going to name the king under the mountain, and that's because 4AM dwarfed all of the competition. These guys were absolutely on fire. 15 kills. That's 25 points. They literally got more points in 1 game than the bottom 3 teams yesterday got all day. They're 10 points from tying the 8th place team. Like, come on. That's how you start.
I mean, if you look at 4AM, how they were playing out throughout the whole game, though. They were early on, they did that 2-1-1 split where they had 2 on the high ground, Forever holding the low ground on the west side, make sure no one could push them. And then you have CGG on the flank there, going in and basically just perfect executions. We also saw that in the end as well, when W-Click started pushing 4AM. 4AM basically herded W-Click and made them fight T1 instead and initiated that fight so they could just take control over everything.
What I like to see from this is also, this is the teams that had 0 points basically going into today that are already starting like this. Kind of unexpected. I expected some of the teams that had gathered a lot of points yesterday to kind of have more explosive playstyle. So it's nice to see that these guys start off strong and basically now have more points than nearly half of the other group.
It was a great first game. Let's take a look at the highlights here for our first Erangel of B and C as we started things off with bangs. And for Africa Freaks Fatal, it was not a good start to the campaign here, Tom.
This was...
Go ahead. No, Ross, you do it. You're Toffee's.
This was a fight that lasted for a long time. They were basically fighting until Circle Free on Potato Hill. Even though that was outside the zone, we did see them move on later on with 2 each alive from each team.
I mean, they had to fight early, and it was sort of just one after the other. They survived a fight and just run to the next one and lose another guy, and it was sort of like a slow bleeding process for them. Jump over to Genesis, another team that we needed to have a good start today because we hoped maybe some momentum from the end of yesterday would carry over. Not meant to be, as they end up going out in 14th place.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Froz. And going Toffee's at the very end there. What do you think about all of this? Oh, I didn't clock it. I can't believe. Oh, what a fail.
Martin just dropped that.
Ah, never mind. Okay, let's on Genesis here. They actually got themselves red cannons, and then AHQ was slowly trying to hold them out, but didn't realize everybody had already died anyway.
Yeah, they didn't see the heal. He actually could have survived that, right?
He could have, yeah, but 4 Angry Men actually took this spot very early, managed to gatekeep all the teams in the south, and they were rotating or micromanaging the zone extremely well there. This push up from AHQ, I was surprised to survive this long. I expected the car to explode a little bit, but T1, they cleaned that up real nice.
It was less a snake and more of an adder. Nice. Catching them off the air as they were trying to come up. Very impressive, though, by Team 1.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, T1 just added 4 more kills to their list. 4 Angry Men comes out on top. I do think the key to that win for them was they found Summer sort of hiding in the grass behind them. He could have cost them everything, but once Summer, they caused him to fall, then I think it was easy for them to spring forward and come out on top.
There's 2 things there. WClick decided to fight T1, Summer got found. If WClick decided to fight 4AM, T1 were the third part of that fight and they would have won. But the better play, in my opinion, would have been for WClick to push over and use the smokes to kind of turn it up, because if they took the high ground and could find the 4AM guys, it would have been a lot better, in my opinion.
I mean, to me, it was about the way WClick felt like they were being herded, right?
Sure.
There was a lot of Molotovs in play there. And for those of you watching at home who normally watch, say, North America or PEL, we're using that green sort of smoke look instead of the fire because of the settings. So, but that was everywhere. They couldn't push over the hill. They kept trying to go left, and it was like, oh, Molotovs, I guess we'll go right. And they forced them into a bad fight.
Here we got the rotations of those 3 teams in the end there. And I mean, all 3 of the teams had all 4 up towards the end of the fight there. So, I mean, it was huge of all of the teams to actually be able to keep everyone alive till the end.
And actually, in those final moments, you gentlemen were having quite the debate as to where WClick should go. Let's kind of break that down a bit again, because you felt that WClick should go up to the high ground. One of you thought that WClick should go down to the low ground. What were your thoughts?
I'll explain my point of view here. So if they force a fight on a high ground position where they can smoke off potentially T1, T1 would have third-partied 4AM as well. They would have swept around that side, and they would have collapsed. They would have potentially gotten more points from kills and potentially getting more points from placement, because they would have guaranteed themselves a second place. But no matter what, when you're in a 4 versus 4 versus 4, whoever starts the fight never wins the game. Like almost never wins the game. Yeah.
And basically, I was saying that WClick would go down towards where T1 was, and basically how the fight ended up. That's what I was explaining before it happened.
I side with Martin.
There you go. Brilliant stuff. Well introduced.
T1 did something very smart. They sent Hella actually on a flank around the side. Had they forced 4AM to sort of look for the fight with T1, it would have jumped off right away because of where Hella was. So I do think that was it, is making sure you're not the first one to fire.
Also, one more thing. WClick was waiting for the circle to push them instead of making a play before they were forced to make the play.
Yeah. Points coming in for this game, all importantly. 25 big points coming in for 4 Angry Men up at the top. 15 kill chicken dinner is massive for them to start the warpath here for day 2 of the semi-finals. So great points for them coming in. SK Telecom getting 16 points. It's a very, very top-heavy for our first lobby of the day.
But I mean, like, these are the 2 guys who they came in cold, man. This is their first game, and they go 1-2. 2 regions that struggled yesterday come out and throw the gauntlet down today and absolutely crush it.
Look, just to give you a little bit of perspective on this, getting 25 points in first game, VC Gaming got 27 in 6 games yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so they
putting in perspective, yeah.
They basically made nearly as many points as 5 teams made in 6 games yesterday. So it's nice to see from 4AM, the fan favorite, showing up in the first game. Unexpected for me. I didn't expect, as I said, I expect the team from yesterday that already was warmed up. They had some points. They had kind of more points to play with to show up bigger.
Well, it's just 1 game so far, so I mean, it's still a lot of games here to go.
Yeah, they were in a rush. They microwaved this chicken dinner. This was quick by 4 Angry Men with those 25 points. And that's how things stand here for today in terms of the points accrued, of course. We already have 8 of those teams. Oh, that looks yummy. We already have 8 of those teams getting themselves points from yesterday, of course, and later on during the day, we will tally up all those points against one another as they do.
We're currently counting them in the back.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to Navi on that game. They went out a little bit early. right? So we didn't get a chance to sort of talk about them during the highlights.
But
they put 6 kills. They were fighting tooth and nail. Their push to sort of dig out that warehouse was absolutely inspired. Unfortunately, Faze sat on it, just waited for them, but they even turned that around.
I would say, though, they forced the fight a little bit harder if they did. If they decided up gatekeeping instead, they could have more guys alive, and I don't think the third party would come through. They potentially could have gotten more kills or even placement points.
Well, gentlemen, let's check in with the People's Champions, 4 AM, as we can have a small listen in for them at the PGC.
往哪跑了？往哪跑了？往下面跑了。他不在圈，他不在圈，他不在圈。等梅花招，等梅花招，左右趴，左手碰点烟吧。我们打过去，我们打过去，他们突然在打。手雷，手雷，我来找左边麻烦了。云海大把头老闪，云海。哎，我操，这个头上打，这边趴了一个，这边趴了一个，趴了个倒，趴了个倒了。车那儿吗？哎，路子，我能拉，我跟你说，你帮我拉了。行，我又可以了。我连扔过去了。在烟里，在烟里，这个地方。我现在应该是1帮我来跑前跑，应该是2打2。太凶了，他没了，在烟里，2个人再往前进，听到了吗？这个人是最前面的。来子，我打了，没事，光标。来！
Well, I don't fully understand what was going on. Quick comms, very decisive, straight to the point.
Very efficient as well, but
so efficient.
What they were in a 2 versus 1 with a knock. I actually expected them to go for the rest. If you're 2 guys alive versus a knock and a live guy, you both push immediately, or you both like one guy make sure that the other guy doesn't push, and then the other live guy takes the other rest, so you potentially could make it to a 3 versus 2 rather than a 2 versus 1.
I just liked how clean the comms were. You saw Forever sort of taking the lead on that one, and you know when there was information to give him, his teammates gave him info, but they stayed quiet and they sort of just followed his calls, and you could see how cleanly and just regimented that whole fight went.
I feel like our producer is testing our bilingual abilities, and let me tell you, as a Brit, I'm ignorant as hell and know no other languages. So just so they know, any team that they throw up, don't worry, because if it's not English, I'm not going to understand. I'm useless, guys.
But I mean, to me,
useless.
To me, that was cool though. In a weird way, we kind of have understood what these teams are saying, right? Like the language of that final 4-on-4 transcends language barriers because we know they're saying, watch your flank, push here, get that down, and it's really clean and fun to sort of watch from a player perspective.
It's association interpretation, right? You can tell to a certain degree how things are going with where they're looking, where they're shooting, how they're reacting to certain things going on in the game. Froz, you wanted to say something?
I mean, you can also hear how intense it is when they're actually speaking, but they keep it very short, very consistent, knowing exactly what you need to know. Nothing else needs to be said because you're blocking off the audio if you want to hear footsteps, stuff like that.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It's time. We're going into our second game of Erangel here between groups B and C. It's time to head back over to Pansy and Sims, 2 of my favorite Brits. Let's go.
Thanks, James. We like that. We kind of like you, I guess. You're maybe top 10.
Fellow
20.
Ginger.
There you go.
I'm a fan.
We'll go for that.
Big fan.
Someone I am a big fan of, though, is 4 AM. After an impression like that on game 1 in the semifinals for them is incredible. I don't think we can say we've seen a performance quite like that as of yet.
It kind of reminds me, and I get reminiscence of when we go back to PGI, when we saw the pushes, the aggression, the wild plays, which pushed teams all the way to the top of the leaderboards that we kind of never experienced before. One individual I really quickly want to call out, Forever. To just be disconnected when they were fighting Navi, when they were fighting VC all the way on the southern side of the map. He was looking onwards. He was disconnected from the pack to go and take control of that one tiny shack. Disallowed anybody to make movement, especially T1 on the opposing side. Controlling that shack was absolutely subliminal in winning the game.
Yeah, I want to look at T1 as well. In the way that they did that little 2-2 push, they kept 2 players back towards, I guess you could say the tower, the Harry Potter tower, if you wanted, or the position that they previously had prior to that circle move, and they were able to get those 2 players across the road. I was very surprised they've managed that, but credit to them for doing so, bringing themselves to that collective 4, finding that low ground fight, utilizing the vehicles that were left in that position to fight from. You saw those shots coming out, they were crisp.
It's not even that. You go one step further. how the hell did they get their two teammates to them afterwards? Like, you've got two teams that could essentially get line of sight and deny you coming down the open run. To be able to get all 4 players together into the final circle, yes, you had 4 up from around the second one previous to it, but to be able to put them up front and center, deny line of sight, push the guy in the shack back, and then say to teammates, okay, it's clear, get stuck in, we'll put the utility up for you. Fantastic ending and a fantastic way to start day 2, game 1.
Certainly is, and we're back for more. It wouldn't be right to not have a little glimpse of something so good. 16 teams, 64 players stand. Who walks out the victor this time around? Would it be a back-to-back? I wouldn't put it past them, but still, teams can wake up. They need to. We need to see Faze deliver. We need to see all these teams who have these huge reputations beside them find their form. But let's look at those early drops we saw before. This playing path does not bode well for that maybe Milta fight, but what it could create is another Pachinki battle.
I'm very glad you touched on it. Not too dissimilar from the previous one. It starts around the southerly west area. This time we go towards Severny, but it's a western playing path. Previously, we had Milta, Lipovka Mansion, all that area disallowed teams to get to their normal loot locations. AFF was definitely penalized and punished by it. The 2-2 split, they were late on arrival. It caused them problems going all the way to the late game. I'm actually seeing Faze Clan in a backup of a backup drop this time. Primorski is clear. The only... Ram red.
It's beautiful. It's, that's a nice bit of work there. They're just going to get away. Microfry handling the pressure well, though.
Little battering ram. It's always scary when someone just drives in with a vehicle. I'm like, you know what? If he flips me, I mean, I do. Craig Charles, was it?
Yeah, it was. Uh-oh. I'm seeing what could be a military circle, Richard.
Please.
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
Really quickly, I just want to theorize something here, Lauren.
Yes.
Do we think it's going to be difficult once again for Faze playing off the back foot of Navi? Because it was Navi that strangled them into a position where they had nowhere else to go. They're kind of now with this circle. To get past them, they'll have to run the longwoods, which Navi might play. They could go across to Sosnovka early. Yeah, take the boats from the backside of Prim and then go across.
Yep.
Okay.
I wouldn't go anywhere near that.
All the way down south, hit the
Absolutely.
beachhead. All right, fair play. That would be the... But then again, you are taking a chance. It's a damn good, it's a strong chance that it's going to go to Sosnovka, but...
It is still a chance. It could
if you
still
get that
move
hard
north.
shift, double back-to-back, like, game on.
Yeah, it's one of those where you do look at this and you think the odds are very favorable for that. You're already seeing some teams maybe considering it now. AFF did have such a terrible start to that previous game. That horrible fight in the blue that they suffered was a bit of a shame because I feel like these guys, Freaking Freaks, are very, very fun to watch. They can put up some big performances, but that was not one of them. So maybe feeling that this could be their chance of redemption, can hit early over towards Sosnovka Island, hit up Nova, hit wherever they want, really.
That's my only minor criticism with this, is that getting to Novo, everyone else is already getting geared and they're still in the water. There are other places, yes, it'll be trash loot, but there are other places you might be able to come. Hell, come in Island, take the vehicles and go onto Millie Base. Get stuck in there. It's full of gear and it's a high populated place to go and, you know, get some really decent under your belt, but they're going to be extremely late. How this will play off against them later on, I'm sure we'll find out. Actually, Senya has company in here. I'm seeing CC just lingering, and I don't think he's any idea. CC does, that's why he's holding the wall. Silence Thompson, great weapon.
Couldn't think of anything worse, if I'm completely honest.
It is absolutely terrible.
It's vile.
Does he have any? Yes, he does. Okay.
He's got a shotgun.
He's got 2-2. He can at least survive a few bullets, but Senya's just...
Have we seen a Tommy gun fight before?
Get him.
Oh,
Get him.
Oh, the gun. The gun's horrible. Look at it. It's... Oh, no.
He's not even scared.
Confused. He's like, is this some sort of like wasp going around me? What's hit me for this tiny amount of damage? That nade just clipped off the roof. But this isn't without getting the attention of teams around them. This is not the time to be having these fights if you are Senya. No, it's not even... yes and no, I guess you could argue it is coming in. Senya's trying to back away from this, trying to disengage.
I'm really sorry to break you off. Microfrag's just hit him. He's tanked him up, so Senya's weak now. That was the mutant from... Okay, so if Senya doesn't have the meds to get this, they might rush this building, and he's going to be down to about 40-30%. He does. It's bandages. The first aid is off. Now he can fight. Level 1 helmet, level 2 chest is damaged. But we've got a bit of a three-way here, and now the rest of Navi are lingering because the information will have been fed.
Where do the Rumblers go, though, on this one?
I think you've got to hit the bridge or hit ferry. Just get the boats and get across, or just go for the bridge, because you know Navi's not there. So if you've been doing your homework, you know it's clear. But at this level of competition, you're always going to be scared that the potential of being bridge camped is always real.
I would say the one big problem in my mind is that Senya can just kind of write himself off from the say, guys, if I make it out, I make it out. Maybe players are 3. Oh, Genesis, please don't all be in one car. No, no, no. This gives me great deals of anxiety, just ghost riding around and pulling up. Just going to take their time by the bridge, potentially. Ghost Gaming already getting engaged as well. AHQ backing away from the compound. Senya gets a second shot at life, maybe because I'm suppressing fire, or maybe they just felt, why would we sit here when this is probably not going to end here? We need to look beyond that initial fight. We are seeing the Eastern Bridge having a fight. We're seeing the mini bit of a hold here from Style, further back by the tower. It is Infantry trying to make the run. The UMP is not ideal. Maybe the 16 could do better, I don't know. The gun's a little bit tough to work with here. Vehicles do make it past, and Freaks were late to come here, so their loot will be subpar.
He kind of spoke in the way that he approached that fight as well. He could have been looking at players facing him directly and coming onwards off of the bridge. Rather than doing that, he waited till they turned him face and then took a few bullets on them. So you know what? At least now they can't just drive towards me. Should I miss everything, they'll be able to go away and do their own thing, which they do. Everyone banking on this Sosnovka. And why wouldn't you? It's the best play. Unless we get the double northern shift, then it's going to be looking rather good. 4 a.m. They're all the way on the opposing side of the bridge, the one that you've just seen Infantry move off. In the north, I'll tell you where some of the other teams are. Gen.G and Red Canids, they'll be going past one another. 4
a.m. crossing the bridge?
Rozhok. 4 a.m. is holding because they don't know what's across there. Okay. One of them, I think, went early to scout and we may have heard the shots. It'll have been quiet when you've got an M16 and an SMG firing. You're like, well, I don't really know what's going on here. So if they have scopes, they'll be playing for information, just keeping an eye track of what's going on. The other bridge encampment that is real is Genesis. They're actually holding on to Navi right now on your screens.
Yeah, and this is the battle over towards maybe Rozhok, I guess, Watertown. Really weird fight between Gen.G and the Red Canids, trying to maybe disengage, get themselves towards the circle. Lovely shot from Andy FPS, though. This guy is a very talented individual. There's no getting past it. You can't deny what he can achieve, but does he want to stick around himself? Lovely little readjust, spots the angle. If that shot came through, it would have been everything he'd wanted. It's not going to happen. The revive's going to come in. And I feel like these teams are being very scrappy, which I like, but it could cost them in the long run. You're looking at positioning here, which you're losing out on.
There's several points you want to look at this from Gen.G. They're losing time. And more importantly, you're losing a hell of a lot of utility. You've just committed 3 men to the cause there to get one back on his feet. All your smokes, all your gear, every denial bit of utility you have. Hey, I tell you what as well, I didn't realize this ferry pier coastline, VC, AHQ, Navi, Genesis, and Enter's Force, all within a stone's throw one another. This is a powder keg ready to go off.
Enders Force are probably going to see a doozy, maybe, because he just got in the vehicle to pull it up further. There it is. So they're going to spot that one out. Now, if they engage or vice versa, it may be a bit of a misread from them because they're going to see the players further ahead. Navi, what are you doing? They're piling in. K-Mine gets fed the kill. Pokemon falls out of the vehicle. This is a huge misread from Navi. This is going to put them in a bad spot mentally because I'd be frustrated. They clearly didn't scout it well enough, or maybe just felt the pressure coming in from OG and Enters. I don't know if that was the case. I don't know if Enters Force even shot towards them. That could be a steal there, but a blunder from Navi.
He does. Whips it away from Genesis. Easy for Kale. Mops up the down. Questionable play there from Navi. An interesting run. Not pre-scouted whatsoever. And then to jump out, unfortunately, a little bit too early. Pokemon killing himself. It's risky and it's rough. And it's certainly not without remorse. Circle. She is closing. We'll be seeing where we're going in the next round. I'm seeing Ghost Gaming on the cliffs of Milter Power, all the way down. Well, actually, not even Milter Power. It's further afield, near to the shark fin area. What some people, in fact, it's not even shark fin. That's on the opposing side. What are you talking about? It's just the cliffs below Lower Milter. We'll go with that.
There we go.
T1
Vegas.
and 4 a.m. Milter also.
Vegas is very far away. He's just on an island at the moment, quite literally. Now, this is where, if we see the northern shift, it becomes a bit of an issue. It's not. Now, the one thing you could argue is some of the stronger compounds aren't as relevant as they sometimes can be. You'd say if it is going to be a military circle, you look towards Faze. That whole line, that road that runs up is incredibly strong. it can most often bring you the winner of that circle. However, with it having this much of the East and the North still within this circle, this could be anyone's game. But you look at the bridges, they are going to be littered with teams and players. Genesis are all in a car and they're sending it. Now, luckily for them, no one's camping this side. No one's there yet. They may have scouted it quick, they may have not. I don't know what's giving them this sort of courage, but they're just going.
This could be a massive payday for the simple fact that all the other teams, they're going to be lacking boats. There's going to be nothing left. The fact that everyone's already taken them, I'm seeing the Rumblers have taken 2 boats, VC took 2 boats, Faze took 2 boats. That's all off just around between Prim and Ferry Pier area. Rusty Zera's already on the hillside looking around, and we've got it. We do have the bridge encampment being set up. Will 4AM also do the same thing on the opposing side? Because if they do, they'll get the bottleneck effect.
Surely not. If you
Oh, they've got that. There's one there. I'm seeing Lou
they might
actually.
just be trying to, like, you know,
Please
move
do it.
across one by one. I prefer that.
Do it. Be that guy.
I think that's better. I prefer this. I prefer them falling away, moving back. Freaka Freaks could get a glimpse on this because they are up by the Harry Potter. They are just off, so they should hear these vehicles out. They'll definitely get a spot, so they know what's coming their way. I don't know if 4AM's going to give them much of a fight here, though. Is that worth it down the line? Again, a Freaka Freaks in a 2-2. It's not going to be a clean wipe. They do get the engage. As towards Xiaolu, I don't know if they're going to get a kill from this. I don't know if I agree with that fight.
This western bridge is deadly. Because if you get past Genesis in this, what is going to be a dungeon run, the Rumblers are on the hillside to the left. So initially, when you go across there, you're looking towards it. You come off the bridge, you've got a big hill on your left. You say, you know what? I'm not doing that. You always generally turn right and take the embankment. When you take the embankment, the Rumblers are rumbling up there. And if you're weak, if your vehicles are damaged, you're going to be dead. That's 8. No, that's 8 players from MPL that are going to be shooting you as you come off of that bridge. That's a no survivability scenario, in my opinion.
And Ghost Gaming taking the more reserved approach. They're heading around the kind of eastern side. They're in the boats. They pulled up, and they're now making it towards landfall. They're going towards the radio tower. You can just see it cresting off in the distance. McCoy and the boys running up. They're perfectly fine. Actually, not too much of a threat just yet. If they go too far, they might get a little bit of a scuffle, but I don't believe anyone's directly in the radio tower at the moment, so they could actually take that one for free if they fancied. Maybe not ideal to transition away from. We have to look at the teams who are not yet in the circle as well. Some still out by Milter, some as far as Shelter, some way off in the coast. This is a bit of a late run coming in from VC.
I love how you touched on that when it comes to Ghost Gaming. The aerial tower is incredible. You just play up there, you've got so much viewership of all the teams below you. Should the circle be extremely unfavorable, it becomes really difficult to rotate off of. They don't have vehicles, but you can't take them up anywhere. If you do, you're just being silly. Moving back down, AFF and 4AM are just going to completely mop you up, saying that both of those 2 teams in the kill feed have engaged, finally. Willis does go down. That's a headshot from the SKS. Out in the open going... Oh, they baited him. They waited until he got to the vehicle and knocked him straight out of it.
Maybe that 2-2 does pay off. And then trying to readjust, we see it centralizing right on the military area. Basically, Faze, they moved across from that western roadside. They took the opportunity. They were there early. Keep in mind, they were looting over by Primorsk. They had a really good jump-off spot. They were there quick. And actually, 4AM are going to have a bit of a problem here. They have teams behind them now. This is not how they wanted to approach this island. They're pinched. And I'm surprised the Freaka Freaks have gotten away with this split because no one's pressured them at all.
You should not get this res. They've no idea where he is. They don't have another smoke here, so if he sees him, if he doesn't look to the left, oh, he's so focused on the V. If they get this, this is just insanity.
Do they have any more smokes, though?
I don't think so. Style will now be looking at Forever, surely. I'll have to look for him.
And then if he peeks this a great deal, I think he's already received some fire, though, so I don't think he can freely peek it as much as maybe he'd like. If Forever or Gen.G see him, you're not going to get it, so that could be an isolation there. This could be a problem.
Oh, okay, so what he did was he ran out, he exposed himself, but it would to take the grenades off the floor. He passed him and said, you know what, here's a grenade. See if you can get the smoke down. It was a good idea. Unfortunately, by doing so and going to pick up the smoke, it gave away his position. Now he's dead. The 4AM lose 1. We've only seen 5 deaths so far, though. This is in 14 minutes, Lauren. This is going to be a long game.
It is. We could see that bridge camp coming across, especially in the west side. As soon as they make land, that could be hard for Force to try and make it past Genesis if they have a player watching it. I don't think they do right now, but they'll see him if they make it anywhere close, as Nerf might consider it. Gen.G, and it is going to be 4 AM trying to readjust here, but they've been met by another team. T1 say hello again. Maybe a bit of sweet revenge, and it looks real good for Ada. Waiting coiled and patient, he peeks the ridge and finds Forever. These are going to be flushes all day long. Now, I'm kind of surprised at 4 AM. They got caught up. They got focused on their Freaker Freaks. They got real tunnel vision. As soon as they tried to move, T1 find the perfect timing.
I might not realize that lose the last man, but if they do, that'll be
first to last.
From 0 to 0. Touching it now. The next victim might be Gen.G, though. They're coming off the hills. Excuse me, they're coming off the bridge. T1 has heard them.
What?
I'm actually hearing it. I'm seeing the bullets. They're in all kinds of trouble. Lose there as well. He'll catch them. Oh my God, they have to run the gauntlet. They've gone past T1. They've gone past 4 AM, and now they're coming up to AFF. They're pulling directly in. We have to get a quick look on this one because they've got 2 vehicles, and Gen.G might not be able to go too much further.
Vesselotch looks pretty dead here. Shrimzy's the one who's actually caught off. There's the Gen.G kills. You're seeing him in the kill feed. That's as they came across the eastern bridge. And this is the pull-up, and it's gone very badly. And Freaker Freaks wait, and they strike so perfectly. They're mopping up the kills. Gen.G came across so late in the day. They were gambling to come at this point. They knew their fate would be in other teams' hands, and well, it's worked out well for a Freaker Freaks. They've held this eastern side.
It'll be interesting to see Shrimzy gets back on his feet. I think he's too disconnected in the blue. Gen.G get themselves back to a 2-man stack. The res did get popped off. Genesis, by the way, are holding the bridge. We still have Navi. We still have one player from Enter's Force all there. They are waiting. This is a bridge camp, but it's pricey because they're in the blue.
Look at T1. They're pushing towards AHQ here as well. That's a big fight going over in the east. There's going to be a lot of kills here, guys, so try and keep up.
Profi got greedy.
Indeed, they did. Navi just about doing some more damage. I don't know how they're still standing at this point. We are going to be seeing both sides. The east and I don't even say the west here. It's mostly the east. The west is a bit of a bridge camp and maybe some shots from Faze. The east is going to be the tough part. You have T1 in between AHQ and AFF. Down below that, the remainders of Gen.G. This is the battle we're looking at. T1 in trouble. They're trying to stay alive. AHQ look hungry. They're going to be pushing for these knocks and these flushes so they can try and get some points for themselves. They have 1 confirmed kill thus far, and they could certainly get some more.
You have to be disappointed if you T1. Outside in the open, 16th place will be the tombstone for them. Rather unfortunate. 4 teams are now inside. Oh, Enters has gone as well. Vestelotch bleeds out the wayside. Esther, he's down. Not dead just yet. Could come back to haunt his dreams. Should he be alive and allowed to get his teammate on the res, it'll be Loki, last man standing here. And I think we might just unfortunately be seeing 2 Korean teams falling back to back.
Yeah, this eastern approach is now very uncomfortable for most teams. They've been in several fights. Their gear's probably not looking ideal here, or maybe they're down on meds. You are seeing a Freaker Freaks falling down here, and it is going to be down to Loki to try and do something, work their way in. And behind him, you've got the remainder of 4 AM. So there is nowhere safe. There is nowhere comfortable to be. You may make it this far using the low ground, but just up towards your top. And this could be the fall of 4 AM. Let's see if Zhao Lu can stay alive. Does get a heal off. Still has 5 to go as well. Does not want to go down yet, but I think that might be his fate as Style is looking over the ridge.
Genesis are getting hit from behind. They spent a lot of time out there hunting people on the bridge, and it's cost them dearly. Profi was caught off guard, and now Nerf and the rest of the boys are falling at the wayside. It comes down to K-Mind and H-Win. H-Win pulled off something fantastic in the last one, ironically, against Red Canids. Can he do it again? That's the question, Lauren.
I like H-Win using the low ground here. I really hope he can pull it off, but it looks like the Red Canids might be aware. Look at that triangle. No, he wasn't caught off guard. H-Win gets it, but is the trade coming back through? There is still a player standing. He wants the flush, though. Now, breaching out of the smoke, he gets the shot. H-Win! He just spun it around and destroys them. The Red Canids must be fuming.
He does it again. Same team, same scenario. H-Win picking up the points. Red Canids going out.
But let's quickly focus on what's in front of us. VC on their knees. They're not looking so good here. The fight comes in. There goes 4 AM. We're going to see Zhao Lu going down. That was W Click catching that one again in the east. Not surprising there. The fight towards the isolated building across the road from the military base continues. That's with Ghost there and VC, I believe. As you're going to see a bit of an off angle for, I believe it's Tide down in the southeast side. This is FaZe Clan. Quite centralized previously, but they have not yet moved further across. They stayed themselves towards the northwest side, getting a glimpse of Genesis as they're working their way towards the military base itself.
We've not seen too much of this VC Ghost Gaming fight, so I'd love to check in on it. You're going to see in the kill feed AFF going down because W-Click is just scouting and cleaning up. The last two players from Genesis do arrive, but it's not without a welcome wagon. The Rumblers are in front of them, Faze is up in the hillside. Ghost Gaming with 2 made it to those buildings, and they really shouldn't have done. That's on VC that let them get towards the door side.
Look how close K-Mine's got to this, though. The Rumblers are on the move. They're not sticking around. They don't want this anymore. Even if they win that fight, they lose out on spot. So they got to look towards the future here. But with the fire in the back, it was always going to be Faze at least catching one. H-Win was the victim of that. K-Mine might have just made it away in towards cover, however.
Ghost Gaming does finally go down. VC at least lose, I think, 2 players during that engagement, possibly more. It was 2 indeed. DJ Boy and Tide, last 2 standing. Mexi wants to try and finish off Genesis. K-Mine, last man standing. H-Win, no revival comes through for you. Microfry and the boys from Rumblers, they'll be getting ready in the back to make the advancement because they have to get past the apartment block. And that's going to be a difficult one because Lin has disconnected himself from the rest of the team and moved towards the police side, which denies a point of entry and also more angles to make an approach towards those apartments.
Okay, Mind. He's trying it.
How's he
wants
this?
his teammate with him. He's fighting for it too. The Blues coming in. The Rumblers know someone's behind them, but he's still trying to get his teammate up. If H-Win gets alive, maybe get some meds off, there's a chance he could survive, but look at Lost HD. Eyes trained on the push-up as soon as they leave that satellite building. As soon as they move forward, they're in danger. FaZe now need to look at the circle themselves. They've controlled the northwest, for sure. They've done a bit of damage, but 0 kills to boot.
W-Click's in the best position at the moment. They're on top of the hill in the most central of this circle. Anything can happen. It's PUBG. Circle could be unfavorable. A team might stab them in the back. Lambu, last man for Freak of Freaks. DJ Boy and Tide also just at the foothill of where they are. AHQ, CC and Yan Lee also yet to do something. Back burning, back building. Enters Ace. All the way to the top end of the circle in the north. They're on the very edge of the white. They will play it slow. The central area is just completely open, so it's going to be an edge game.
He is. Genesis trying to make the run. The gauntlet is now set. They're going to have to dip into the blue slightly if they want to try and make it across. No, they try and make the mad dash for it and Cherry Pop, and you can see the shots coming through. H-Win goes down again with a banger from Microfry as K-Mind again left all his lonesome. I don't think he can make it much further on here. There's too many lines of sight towards him. Even if he gets his heal off, it's going to be such a run of terror, and I think he knows that he's just not going to make it any further, although the engage towards the Rumblers might give him a window of opportunity. However, it may be slim, and I don't know if he can out-survive the blue.
I'm surprised he's going for it because there is a point here where you might want to say, I'll just deny this altogether and not give anybody any points. But if you've got the meds and you K-Mine, then why the hell not?
If you paid attention to the kill feed and he saw the Rumblers getting attention from Infantry, that's a good bit of play. Under all that pressure, he kept his calm. He looked towards the kill feed. He found out, okay, they're getting a bit of pressure elsewhere. This is my time to move. Really good play. And while that begins, Infantry is starting to make it hurt towards the Rumblers. That's another knocked. That's not looking so good. And they're locked in towards his garage. Another nade comes through. That one not going to thread the needle there. A little ambitious, but that one could do some work.
It's going to be inside. We'll see if any of the frags are picked up. Cherry Poppins sees Lin behind the wall. K-Mine lingering in the distance now. You spoke about it perfectly. It could be time to get involved here at least. Removes one before going down. Genesis is out, but the battle will continue. Infantry now take out the Rumblers. They held the apartment block for some time. They have the information, but now they don't have the time whatsoever. They have got a bit of an open trek. If FaZe Clan is reading all these shots, they could get set up on the hillside and deny them any entry point into this next circle.
Oh, Senya. He's just finally come out of cover and he instantly gets shots towards him from the other PEL team. That's FaZe coming through from afar. Their first kill this game. Not ideal for them, quiet for maybe what they'd like, but maybe playing for the slow burn, playing for the placement that they desperately need after that first very poor performance. We have 7 teams remaining.
Mexi and Aitzi are so important here. They have to watch for players coming out of the military base. If Infantry are allowed to cross the road and get to the footholds of the hill in a position where they kept and left unchecked, then that's the downfall of FaZe. Vehicles out, you've got to make the cross and they're going for it. This will be dangerous.
AC had so much of a chance then, but they actually made it through to the foot of the hill. There goes the molly, and he wants to deny them some angles. Maybe get some nades down, do what he can to control the area they're in. But Infantry are getting fire from afar. That's VC tied. Breaks against one of them, and now looks for more. He's got the perfect line of sight. If that vehicle was just removed, he's desperate for a pixel, but he can't get anything, and he has to be careful. If Faze peek that ridgeline, he could be spotted, and now they're losing out on players.
PJ Boy's been taken away from this one, so the pressure relinquished from Infantry for all but a second. Fuzzface is disconnected from the rest of Faze Clan. He'll keep a check on those in the north and make sure they can't make any advancement from behind. 3 players of Faze stand in line though, and they want to take Infantry head on. They need to remove them. This is an objective in their way to victory. Mexi off angle for now. Bullets will come through. He has tracked his target. I see you can't stand still like that, brother. They take a bullet to the head and it'll cost you your life.
Complacent from Faze, and now Infantry still stand. They've managed to stand I guess the test of time here.
Tunnel
Surprising. VC lose out on their final player. He's gone. All in the meantime, WClick look more and more diligent at holding center point. Fuzzface needs to come forward to support his side because Infantry are on the push. They want to end what they started. Uber's in danger. Arguably one of the best in the world falls. And Faze fumble again. This is not what you want to be seeing from these guys. They look cold. They do not look on point. And now Fuzzface is your last man standing as the rest of his team just got slaughtered.
Multiple faults there, standing still in the open, letting Infantry cross the road. They should have been front and center, watching them, keeping them lined up and denying any point. Now you've let them get across the wall. Now you've let them get up the hill, and it's cost you 3 of your players. Fuzzface, I know you're a bit of a god, my man, but going up against 3 of these individuals, it might have just lost you this match.
See if he can do anything to salvage this one for the side. AHQ towards the north, being meticulous in approach, taking their time, clearing as they go. WClick might be their biggest challenger, but then remind yourself, a Freak still have Lambu in the southeast. He could be that dagger in the back, and Infantry clan have flashed. Fuzzface still trying to be a nuisance down here.
I want to see if CC can do any more damage with this M24. I've been seeing him the kill feed. I don't know how many knocks he's had during this game, but he's got range, he's got the gun, he's got the weaponry. Longscale try and bait out Fuzz to show his hand. Hiding up against the tree, I don't think there's anything he can really do. Or go for the knock and the insta-flush.
He ain't moving for love nor money, is he?
I wouldn't either.
No. There's the engagement. Lambu gets spotted, excuse me. So that's him removed. Again, the Snakes aren't getting away with much here. So we are down to 4 teams now. We see a couple of shots. That could be AHQ being spotted out. So they've lost that little bit of a surprise element they may have had previously. You're seeing Infantry clan again, still unsure of where that final member of Faze may reside.
AHQ held dead to rights. The Groza in hand would suggest that he's wearing level 3 gear, which gives him a peeker's advantage, so to speak, to put that M24 to good use.
This is such a nice position, though. Look at Harold's spot. Really nice little bit of elevation to be able to look down this hill, get the spot, relay that to Ribbo potentially. This could be big for them. Another tag comes in. If they have a nade,
big nade,
that could be done. That could be HQ losing out on one of their players here.
Not far enough.
The
Sills
trees.
Try and follow up with a second one. They've lost track of where he's gone. Longsker now wants to get involved in this one. Fuzzface, again, you spoke about not really showing his face. So for Infantry, they just need to keep track of WClick, and that's why I kind of like what WClick is doing by sending 2 forward, then Ribox in the back just to keep a track of AHQ. It's really good read, but they are very scared and very aware, should I say, not scared, of what's lingering just behind them, and that's why they're on edge. They keep turning around, they keep disconnecting from this AHQ fight. It's only one player. Why focus so much on one player? You saw what happened to Itzy. He looked down the hillside, held still, and then VC just says, you know what, that's a free and easy knock.
The vehicle he goes. Great play, but I guess it is mobile cover at this point. You never know what scenario you're going to be left with. Taking that away, looking for that final player, still trying to find Yan Lee. He is being incredibly patient in the north side. With 4 teams, though, it's a bit of a stalemate. Infantry can't push past Fuzzface. He holds the key to the north, and he'll at least get one. I would bank a fair amount of money on the fact he'll at least trade one or slow them down. So it's a dangerous push for them if they are even slightly aware of it. They could wrap on the south side for Infantry. But WClick aren't exactly a team to be messed with. Already the tag comes in towards the HQ remainder. He's not looking so bright now, as Ribbo does dispatch of him, and we're down to 3 teams.
Top 3 again for WClick. Good job from these boys. Latam has come out to play. Infantry, what's the choice?
You hold top of the hillside for now, but you're not the closest to the center. They're very aware that Faze is an obstacle that they have to deal with, and that's why Buliang is looking this way. I love how you touched on it. If he sees anyone, Lauren, he's going to go for the knock and the insta-flush. Pick up the point before you go down and die. You might as well.
Okay, so the game plan, look at it this way. Faze is just banking on the two other teams fighting. He has no idea it's a 3v3 between them. He is just going to try and play that final man. He does not want to be the first to fight. Neither of these teams want to be either. A little bit of bait coming out. See if Infantry fall for it. No, they look patient. This high ground still sits, I argue, with W-Click, but they have their backs to the blue. Ribbo? He's in the vehicle, moving it forward, giving away sound cues, trying to bait them in. Low ground push. Two-man low ground push, trying to avoid line of sight. Nice, smart play coming in from Infantry Clan, but can they convert this? Are W-Click even aware of the chance of this? They're getting closer and closer to W-Click. If they hear noise, they could spring on this one. But look at Ribbo, he's starting to think about where maybe the other teams are. Maybe they're thinking it's on the north side.
Faze also is now on foot. He's out of his treehouse and looking for blood. Bit of the top three, and that's fine. For the vehicle, it's good because it becomes a bit of a noise function to draw people in and give the attention, but it's also a mobile cover. You can stand behind that thing. It takes a fair old amount of damage. Gives you another point of entry on this one. Longsker, most center, but he knows that once where he is, once he goes over this, he's exposed.
I think they might have seen Faze. They've definitely seen that smoke coming out. It's going to be down to two teams. There he goes. But now what does Infantry do? Is it go time? Will they springboard off the back, or will they wait and be patient? It looks like they want to use that two-man hit squad, but the first point of contact comes in. That's nice play from Infantry, and there's the first kill to follow. W-Click now on the receiving end. Where's the trade back? It's only Ribbo to fight back so far, and it's just down to him at this point, as you're going to see Infantry Clan desperate to make up for the performance they had. And they dug deep for that one.
This is gonna feel good. After yesterday, Infantry Clan, they're a team that needs to pick up as many points as humanly possible today. This is it. This is their one chance to make it to Oakland. Every game matters. With 11 kills and a win as well. That is the road to redemption. This is wonderful. It's a team that we said we would love to see them perform today. Hopefully this is a good start.
Remind yourself, take a second to think about it at home. They were only playing with 3 players for a short amount of time. Then had to go to the hospital. He was taken care of. He came back on the same day. And now today, they close a win. That is huge determination from this team.
The bigger ramifications of that, yes, you're playing with 3 players. It's a big enough problem in itself. But to lose an individual so strong as Lin, such an individual dependent player, to remove your best one, not only is it hard to play with 3, but goddamn, you're just adding to the amount of pressure. But here's hoping that this is the sign of a start of things to come.
Yeah, and I love that low ground push that they implemented there. They were so proactive in that final moment. I feel that W-Click got so focused towards Faze, maybe feeling that it was the other team that had more players, maybe not reading as much information as W-Click had, as they were the ones who engaged Faze just a moment earlier. So I think for me, considering the information they had, they played it out incredibly well.
I'm not taking anything away from W-Click at all. That's 2 top 3 placements back to back.
Yeah.
Like, you play with consistency like that, you're going to bank the numbers that the other teams that are above you won't be there every single time. The Rumblers, 3 seconds yesterday. It's one way to win.
Feels like it could be anyone's game. Let's find out how the desk feel after game 2.
That's right, it's a potential dream start here for Infantry Clan after they yesterday had to go through the trials and tribulations, which the game did not set upon them. But now, so far, they are on the road to true recovery here for day number 2. And then with that as well, China shows up strong in our first 2 games, taking the back-to-back overall. A fantastic start here for China, and then Infantry getting that win.
I mean, I think, yes, it has been a great one. That's sort of going to be the narrative for throughout what's starting to feel like the day right now is the East came to play today. But do not forget about W-Click. They just brought it up. That's 2 top 3 finishes, one after another. That one with 10 kills. But I'm going to stick with Infantry. Lin is back. Their presence has been made known, and you heard the crowd out there. Everyone, I don't care where you're from right now. I don't care what region you're from. We're all fans of Infantry today.
Oh, absolutely.
I really liked how we had these 3 teams in the end there, because all of them had such a different play style. You had W-Click, who went to the center all the time. They were literally just hugging center. They wanted to play from there, even if it maybe wasn't the best position to play from. You have Infantry. They were super proactive all the time throughout the whole game, moving around, making sure they were getting the best position. Then you have Faze Clan. They're playing on the edge for control all the time, making sure we want as much control as possible.
Well, before I get your thoughts, Martin, let's head into the highlights here for our game number 2 on Erangel. We went down to Millie Avenger.
Overall, this game here, it was a lot of chaos. You see it here from the start. There's a lot of gatekeeping. There's a blue camming. Navi ended up fighting on the western side. There's a lot of overall a chaotic game. And I didn't expect it to go down that kind, where we are sitting down with only 11 teams once the circle closes finally on the military.
This could be one of the most chaotic military game we had, considering how early we already knew it was going to be a military circle. We saw a lot of the teams, especially Korean teams, were on the northeast side fighting each other. Gen.G, they went for the boats on the east side, but Ghost Gaming already took them early in the game.
I mean, it feels like PO... He's making calls, but it's just everyone seems to be a few steps ahead of him. He brought his whole team on the massive rotation. They waited longer for meds. They went looking for those boats, but they were long gone. 2 other teams had already stopped by to try to get
those kind of moves to me say it's a move that exists in your region when you're going up against the top teams, and then the lower half is the teams that aren't that strong, and maybe you can get away with it. Here on the grand stage, though, Avenger, where you're playing against all the best teams in the world, those moves aren't going to fly.
You have to expect that the density of the circle, like there's always going to be a player once you get into the circle, especially in circle 2 and 3 here. Overall, though, Faze, they managed to have a really good position for a long time, but didn't get the most of it. Also nice to see from the Rumblers here to gatekeep and effectively make sure that Genesis died, but they fought themselves because they wanted to make sure that Genesis didn't get in, and Infantry punished that very hard.
And that is the win coming in. It's great to see it. Infantry Clan get themselves the win here to start things off for the day. It is game 2, of course, and they need to make up even just a few more points here to try and get themselves towards Oakland. But it is a great start here. All 4 standing strong. Let's check in with how things actually went and developed throughout this game, as well as we have the match results. I keep getting juked because sometimes we show the plays, sometimes we show the match results, and that's how that goes. We have 21 points coming in for Infantry Clan, 16 points for W-Click, and you touched on this just a little bit before, Toffees, but W-Click, 2 third places back-to-back. Well, a 3rd place and a 2nd place is great for them.
It's great, and it's coming from a region that I genuinely believe, like, we've bantered a little bit like, oh, North America doesn't get enough respect from Europe, but the reality is Latin America doesn't get respect. And I think part of that is they sort of had to sit under the helm of Secret for a long time, and that slowed down the growth of the region. But now that these teams have been able to really represent themselves, teams like W-Click are proving that they came to play and they've got the skill to do it.
That's fair. It was a blotch on the region.
It really was.
Fair to say, you know, we make no bones about it. It was a blotch, but they are showing up for us.
Yeah, what I really like is we saw them in the first game, they only had 3 kills. They were playing a lot more passive, but coming into this game, even though playing the center, they were very much more active, trying to look for the kills. And I mean, get himself 10 of them, that's pretty good.
I'm extremely happy to see Infantry up here. This recovery in multiple ways is just, they put themselves up there. They're sitting on 29 points total, which means they're actually in the top 16 and looking pretty good if they continue this this performance throughout today.
I feel like there's a huge shakeup already, even just 2 games in for today. Because if you look at this overall leaderboard, this isn't the full points that our Group B has accrued, but you see how many points Group B has accrued today, and it's not that many.
I mean, the reality is yesterday, Force became a top 3 team in 2 games. That means that any team, including Infantry, who's so far behind, 8 points total yesterday, if they have a couple of good games and they've already got 1 in the pocket, they're right back in that top 16 mix.
Definitely so. Gentlemen, do you know what time it is?
Tool
No,
time?
it's not that time. We are going to have another listen in here at the PGC, and we're going to find out what team it is right now.
头上没看到，这样你头上没看到。
你们头上往南架，别顶了，这样别顶了，别顶了。真图，蹲下真图。死了，33。别急，不急。左边，你们可以顶一下。
顶上打残了一个，顶上打，2枪顶上一个，好了一个，右边2个，右边1个残，我顶了，左边全面，打还剩一个，还有一个大残，没子弹了，nice。
Nice! Avenger. But a little bit more chaotic here compared to what we were seeing from 4 a.m. Again, I have no clue what's going on, but...
Well, you gotta give it to them. They had a really bad day yesterday, coming back here, getting that win.
Energy's there.
Exactly. More pressure on them as well to actually do good. Being in the top 3 there as well. Top 3 fight. I mean, it means a lot for them.
And with that, gentlemen, we are done. We have one more game of Erangel coming up in a few moments' time when we return here. We're 2 games down at the PGC for groups B and C. We'll see you in a second.
Exclusive Black Equalizer brightens dark scenes without overexposing bright areas. Color Vibrance allows for more realistic and vibrant colors. It also provides the convenience to tune colors in-game, making you see the change instantly.
It's always great to see the eye tracking software giving us a bit of extra detail as to what's going on.
This is the second chance that the teams are going to get here, and this will be the last chance if they don't make it. So they got to step up right now.
I mean, every chip that they have left is on the table, and these teams have to go all in. And for some of them, like Liquid, the deck is stacked against them, where they've got to really, really push out of the gate hard to sort of get that momentum to catch up to the top teams.
I think it's going as expected, except for Team Liquid. That's the only, like, Team Liquid and Detonator. I'm surprised they're in this lobby.
See, Detonator's in a little bit of trouble here. Yep, okay, a lot bit of trouble as they go out in 12th place. That is bad news for that squad. As you can see, they were sitting in 13th going into this.
One team for sure that's going home. Maybe G2.
Definitely G2, I think.
Like G2 and Liquid don't look like they're in a good spot.
Yeah, I feel like G2, they've been doing so bad for like 2 days now. They're not showing any sign of coming back.
G2 is falling apart here as GYY coming up clutch.
Nelo's left in a very, very difficult situation, to say the least.
Nelo's doing everything he can to keep G2 in this.
That would suggest that he doesn't have bandages, he doesn't have stims, and he also no longer has a place on this server because G2 are dead.
There are teams that like they're so powerful that they can just come back with back-to-back wins or like even insane games.
4 versus 2, Team Liquid are returning. Do not count out Team Liquid. 11 kill win. They have returned.
Made some good zones for us. Yeah, good zones. Yeah. About time. We've had only hard checks from us, so it's been really rough. But at the same time, we've been playing like shit.
방금 뒤에 미키드가 1등 했던 것처럼 저희도 1등해서 세미파이널까지 노력해봐야죠.
Looking risky.
Oh, detonator.
Oh no.
Right now, the last remaining player up for the squad from Korea.
And
that's going to do it.
It detonator, 16th place in this one.
输压一点，一点点，这是我们赢的。comfortable。我们就比较舒服一点。那是你，那是他。可是那是他。
Teams like this, to the Latin America teams, I feel like they're gonna go home today.
They want to play a spoiler to this. QM, one more player, 2 individuals. That's 2 points, 2 potential frags. Jukesy, QM, they're both there.
Yiz is going to go down, and yes, that's going to be Red Cannons with a 5-kill win. We don't know how the placements are. We gotta give respect and props to Red Cannons, the Latin American team coming out of nowhere here in the final game.
Eu acho que os últimos jogos, querendo ou não, a gente teve um pouco de ajuda da Safe, mas a gente conseguiu fechar esse último jogo bem. E a gente conseguiu pontuar bem também no São Roque e foi o que ajudou a gente a classificar.
There are 3 PEL teams in this elimination group, and 3 PEL teams did not make it. The next 8 teams that are going to be following them are to your left-hand side of your screen right there.
I forgot who was in the group. I just know it's the hardest group. I think there's 2 OGN.
It's Gen.G, both OGN.
Yeah, both OGN.
And then there's
I think
Navi is in there.
And they like
Genesis is in there. Ifty is in there as well. NBC. Oh yeah.
BC's nuts.
Yeah, I think BC is really good also.
We won't have such a hard time in the group because of the teams that are in the group. They're good teams, but they don't play the same play style as us. So I think we won't be running into them too much.
We have really good teams, and we also have like the 2 weakest teams in my opinion, so that helps as well.
Who are the 2 weakest?
I'm not gonna say.
Who are the strongest?
4AM and Faze and Africa Freaks, so that's gonna be difficult.
We're just happy that there's not teams like hard contesting us in our group, you know what I mean? Like none of the teams that are dropping super close to us ended up in our group, so that's always good.
So you're pretty confident?
I mean, you never know, but obviously we're happy with our group, so.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Global Championship. We are into day 2 of the semifinals. I'm Paper Thin. With me, we have a special guest. You may recognize him from the Season 5 intro videos. And if you get the Badlands Battle Pass, you yourself can look as wonderful as this gentleman here. Welcome, Caster Unknown.
I mess with all of the lighting on this right now. I know everybody's just like, oh my God, what's happening with my eyes? But yes, it has been a story of 4 people so far. It feels like VC being back up to having 4 players on their team and 4 angry men back-to-back champions coming out for China. That's big.
China really showing up today. They struggled a bit yesterday. Now we are starting to see the full power of that region. The reason they came in with 4 out of 4 of their teams qualifying for the semifinals.
It has been a strong performance, but let's not forget about W-Click. These guys have been making it into Endgame 2 games and have had a fairly high kill count, all things considered. They're playing in a little bit more passive style we saw inside the group stage, but now a lot more confident, I feel, coming out, not being afraid to take fights.
Yeah, they were in a bit of a tricky situation at the end of game 1, kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place with 4AM and T1 next to them. In that last game, they looked very, very strong there at the end. Some really good positioning, some impressive movement early on to get themselves into that position.
And T1 has been hitting some hella crazy shots so far. Like, some of these long-range shots these guys are putting together are so absolutely amazing. We haven't seen them really had a powerful in-game as of yet, but if they can get to that stage, good lord, everybody in this lobby better be ready.
Well, I can tell you what, Adder is a really strong player. I know everybody talked about Akkad coming into this. Previously,
You were
for a
talking
long
about
time,
Akkad coming into
I will
this.
talk about Akkad a lot.
Yes.
But Adder has historically actually been the top fragger for T1. So this is a guy that you can also rely on. There's a ton of talent in that team.
Oh, 100%. Rumbler's also been showing up quite frequently. Everybody keeps calling him the dark horse, but I don't know. They said it inside the video a second ago. They don't play like anybody else, so they're not really ever afraid, and I feel like that shows in their play style.
It's really interesting talking to them outside of the matches. There's a lot of quiet confidence on that team. What I find really fascinating is they kind of play to however they tell me they're going to. They told me going into yesterday that they were going to be, strong, aggressive, just kind of play loose and have a good time, and they really did that. But then they also said, well, we're just going to get a donut on Sandhawk, and then they did that.
I mean, that's Rumblers. There is no, sneaky mind game that's happening with them. They've got goals, and it looks like we got some fans showing up, trying to support their teams here over at the OG and Super Arena. But now, a team that has been a little quiet so far is Faze.
It's been interesting. In the first game, they got kind of torn apart between a couple different teams. Took a risky rotation coming up on the top side of Corey. That's always kind of a hit or miss, situation to be in, because if you take it and you can gain a lot of control, keep other teams from being able to encroach on that territory, you can hold it off pretty well. However, you're really exposed if anyone gets the same amount of high ground as you have.
Yeah, and you can see that was kind of the problem that they faced, but Faze finding a nice little sneaky spot to hide on. That's one thing everybody can take back to their games at home. Remember that tree, because if you ever end up being a solo and you hide in that specific spot on that hillside, nobody ever checks it. You can manage to get yourself a couple more placement points out of it, almost guaranteed.
Yeah, and if you're not moving, it's so hard to tell with the color differentiation that somebody is inside of there, because most of the colors that you're wearing, the blacks and the darker colors, are going to blend in really well with that kind of situation.
Oh, 100%. Now, one thing to note as well, we've seen a lot, I would say, Western plane paths coming into this game so far. So curious to see if we're going to get a little bit of a mix-up for our last Erangel game of the day.
I'm expecting something a little crazy. We did get the Sosnovka circle, so we've got our obligatory military island circle out of the way, I feel like. So now maybe we're going to get something we've seen the West. Now maybe we'll get the East again. Our circles have been pretty favorable in terms of moving from side to side on the map.
Just please, no centralized circles. I want a barn burner of a game right now. I want it to be a little bit frisky going into this. Just don't make it quiet in the early game. I like to see the crazy rotations come into play. Whenever you're looking at this level of play, seeing how they analyze a difficult situation is just absolutely amazing.
Well, I tell you what, with that circle we had yesterday on the Erangel game where it went over to Milton Power, I feel like maybe we had the most vehicles in frame in PUBG history at the same time when everybody was trying to get into some kind of position there.
All right, well, the definite fan favorites, 4AM. These guys are amassing a ton of votes up here. And after that first game, you can see why.
They're amazing. They play with such confidence, such aggression. You can tell they're just dialed in. They know what they want to do. They know the fights they want to take. Reminds me of how TSM was playing yesterday. And this guy, I tell you what, I was watching ZG01 in scrims. This guy is nutty right now. He is feeling it today.
It feels like everybody on this team can just kind of unlock at different points. And we talked about this kind of moving into the day, that really what kind of defines a global championship is if your team has the capability to play out of a clutch situation. It is so strong on this team. I mean, they play angry. They live up to their name. They play aggressive.
Well, this is the moment where you make or break yourself as an international team. Who are your superstars going to be? There's some superstars maybe arising here on your screen. W-Click has looked darn good today. Zilzin, Rybox, Ragnar, and Harold Man, I tell you what, I think a lot of people were kind of down on Lat AM coming in, but right now, these guys look like the real deal.
That's a strong team with a lot of experience across a lot of other teams forming up together. I mean, we've seen those guys' names in so many events, but Infantry was kind of the question mark. We saw the fact that there was a little bit of a medical issue happening yesterday with Lynn. He had to step away for a couple of games, came back, coming in strong. Now 4 members back up and walking away with a win.
Yeah, really important to have him back, of course. T1, these guys, my biggest question for T1 right now is Helen. Helen seems to be getting he's kind of falling into what I call the PO trap for the Korea teams. They like to do these 1-3 things. Helen will sometimes come out ahead. Now, generally T1 does 2-2, but I've noticed that Helen is getting caught out a lot on his own. The rest of T1 has been playing pretty dang solid.
And here we go, making our way back over to our last Erangel of the day. Plane path going to be cutting straight over Georgia Pool and ending up over Lippo, so nothing too crazy, but we don't ever see anybody make their way down towards military base unless they think it's a terrible plane path anyway. So going to open up a lot of opportunities we didn't see in earlier games on drops. Specifically, I've got my eye on Milta Power. That's a normal phase drop, but Rumblers have been strong in points yesterday, and they might look to contest.
Looks like Rumblers are already out of the plane, so maybe that question
never gonna give it to me.
Answered a little bit. You know, the Rumblers, again, I talked to them a lot. They're really nice guys, and they said to me today, they think 20 to 30 points today will for sure guarantee them a spot in the finals. So I think for them, today is going to just be, hey, let's just play our game. Let's not try to contest anybody early. We don't really need to do that to get the points to get to the finals. Let's just, work things through that way.
And this is great if you're a FaZe fan, because now you're going to have a little bit more space for your team to work with back down over in this area. Yeah, they're going to be able to go back to, I would say, their comfort drop. So nothing too crazy coming into play here, but I think it's all about Infantry right now. Can they replicate the play styles that we were kind of expecting from them? We saw them be very aggressive early in the group stage, and then that kind of died off as well as their points started to. It almost like they got in their own head. But now they're starting to be a little bit more comfortable inside of this map and starting to play it the way I feel like they want to play.
And of course, here we go. We're going to start off with the Pachinki battle. Again, Duya bounces a grenade. It doesn't get inside here. He's coming up with that double barrel shotgun. Opts to not go all the way up the stairs. Nerf has bounced out of the window himself and isn't interested in this fight yet.
We got shotguns, we got Tommy guns, we got UMPs. They're going crazy. That's another Force member down right there. So down to 3, trying to figure out how they're going to handle this. We can see that it's not quite the chaotic drop we saw in the earlier games, but it's still very contested around this location. The new circle is popped, very centralized. I was hoping for something a little bit more interesting, but maybe the next circles will give it to us. But we got a lot going on in Pachinki right now, so I'm not going to complain.
You jinxed it. And once again, it's Duya coming out as the first person to go down for Entus Force. Now, I think Genesis is definitely going to deny this. There is no way the other members of Entus Force are going to be able to get here in time, especially with Sungjang dropping so far outside of this, and all he's got is a mutant right now. So there isn't much going on here. What I thought coming into today, that maybe potentially Entus Force might try to up the aggression a little bit to try to bop Genesis out of here, not only because they want to take control of Pachinki, but also going into the finals, assuming they make it, they want to be the sole team in control of Pachinki.
This was a very interesting play coming up from Force, opting to be a little bit aggressive with the double barrel, trying to run up in the face when they have 2 members that didn't really drop Pachinki proper and on the outskirts. That put them already in a disadvantaged position. I wonder if that's kind of one of the reasons they opted to try to go for that aggression, because they knew they were outnumbered, but it just ended up blowing up in their face.
Well, the Korean teams love the shotguns, and once they get one in their hands, they feel really confident in these city battles. But look at this. Look at these angles that Genesis has to hold down. Incredible shooting, first of all, from Profi. But we see this again. Genesis knows the angles inside of Pachinki where they can get these cheeky little pickups.
So it should be noted that Force is back over towards the west, where there are a lot of car spawns along that road, so they're going to be able to get the utility out of that. There is still the car spawn that's going to be over in Pachinki proper that Genesis should be able to walk away with, but I feel that's why we keep seeing Genesis in the early game all stacked up into one car, because that's the one car that they can get, and it feels like Force is taking all the rest of them away. In a circle like this, they're not going to have to rotate too far, but neither one of these teams really want to stay in Pachinki for the remainder of the game. They're going to try to move out.
Absolutely, they got to get going. Let's talk about a few other teams out and about on the map. I want to talk about the Milta Power situation. Afrika Freaks Fatal has taken over Milta Power from Faze. Faze moved over to Milta. Not a huge difference between those two, essentially, but it's kind of interesting to note. Other than that, you don't have too much else going on, except I would say Entus Ace way up in Severny, which is definitely not a comfortable place for them.
AHQ is just running right up on this complex. Could be another problem for Force. Full on defense. You can see grabbing what little he can right now, trying to get set up. as it's going to be a full push coming up from AHQ. Force is trying to figure out, okay, how do I get out of this situation? Do I just play it? Do I go for a kill point off of it? No reinforcements capable of coming through. Kale's got the hillside back down to the south, but spray comes out. Does manage to get one, trying to go for the flush onto it, but it's a lot of bullets coming out of the... So got to be very cautious. The rest of AHQ is now starting to make their push off the side of it, and you can see reaction coming out from Force, moving to the second story.
Yeah, Yanli's trying to get underneath this grenade, but he is able to get up the stairs just enough in time. A really nicely placed grenade by Sung-Jong, using a smoke there as well to continue to give himself some kind of cover and support. Yanli does not know that Sung-Jong moved into the other room. He's using the noise from the smoke.
I like this. Get a little bit more time. Let Kale get into position. Provide some cover on the outside. You just have to make sure you hold down the second story. That's what that grenade bought them. Now Kale can move back down off of this, provide a little bit of support as to what's happening in this situation, because Force cannot afford to lose another member at this stage.
And I'm looking at the map, and right now, none of the other members of AHQ are moving in on this, so they might feel like they're going to rely on Yanli. It's just Milk left, but it is going to be Kale getting Yanli on the stairs.
Nice, unexpected angle coming up for that. That's going to be an easy flush out, and now control of this location goes over to Force as AHQ is separated away from it.
Really nice job there by Sung-Jong, buying a ton of time for Kale to get in there. Heady, smart up plays from him, and that is going to be a nice little start here for Entis Force despite losing Duya early.
And I like this. Go ahead and make sure to clear around. They don't know how many members could be potentially still in the spot, so still look around for it. Don't just rush in and think that you've got it won. Meanwhile, you can see W-Click looking back over towards Infantry. Everybody's kind of making their way up on this location. That's just the west, or just towards the east of Pachinki right now. That's that popular Potato Mountain location that a lot of people like to play, but so many teams opting into center. Now, do note, there is the river that's going up towards the north. We really have Ace that's up there right now, and one of the members for Red Canids. Everybody else is opting back down towards the southern part of that river.
Well, it's just weird because it's really hard to come across from the northern side to the southern side of the river. There's a lot more compounds along the southern side of the river to gatekeep it. So ideally, you don't want to be on the northern side. Now, that being said, I'd still say there's maybe like a 20-25% chance this circle goes north.
And ZG. This is what was happening on the other side with AHQ. They got called out. ZGG01 managed to take down another member of it, and then everything started coming apart for AHQ, so Milk just had to leave.
Yeah, this guy has been really powerful for 4 Angry Men. This whole team, very, very strong. Right now seems to be our strongest Chinese team, coming through, being one of the only Chinese team that came through directly into the semifinals. The other ones had to fight their way through the elimination stage.
Aspu finding himself in a little bit of a spot as Joy's taking a couple of shots back over towards him, trying to get control over these buildings north of the river right now. It's an odd little skirmish to go on, but the rest of the Red Canids are separated down around Razak, so not any support capable of coming anytime soon.
Yeah, you can see they're just trying to fan out Entis Ace. They know that pretty much most of the northern part of the circle is theirs at this point. Nobody else is really going to want to take that risk. You just have one member of Red across, and as well, you have one member of Gen.G on the other side of the river just to establish beachheads in case there is a drastic shift.
I mean, there's always the chance of the hard shift up towards the north, and that's where things could get a little bit more chaotic. Everybody's opting towards center right now, just trying to play the math game, hoping that they don't have to make another big rotation out of it. I mean, we're still at 60 alive at this stage right now, and looks like Joy's decided, it's not really worth staying contained in the spot, so instead let's do a little bit more scouting and regroup.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Faze. They have moved over to the northwestern part of Farm, so they're rolling up on the backside of Infantry and W-Click potentially. Afrika Freaks Fatal has made a longer rotation, more northern. They could find themselves on the backside of T1, potentially south of Yasnaya, unless they want to keep going more north, but it gets a little more dangerous the more north you get because of all those fields.
I love this position that we see FaZe Clan playing from. There's a lot of good sight lines from this. Unfortunately, not a lot of teams around them, but depending on how rotations could come into play, they can mess around with what's going on around that farm location to the south and take care of anybody that might be pushing around shelter to the north of them. Meanwhile, you just have a couple of little buildings that you can play around there, so you can still have some defense if people do push up right on top of it.
There aren't a lot of angles onto that part of the road, and now we're jumping over to 4 AM. Once again, they are on the opposite side of Entis Force. They still have one member over in the school going with looks like a 2-1, 3-1 potentially. I can't see the other member. Oh, it's a 2-2. They've got another member in the apartments as well when I look over at the minimap. So looks like they want to spread out, control a lot of the center part of the circle.
Everybody always asks, Matt, why do you hate the players so much, and why do you want these like crazy circles coming in?
Who asks you these questions?
It's because the fact that like I love watching PUBG, but whenever you get these centralized circles, everybody knows how to play the math on it. Everybody's just hoping it's going to pop up in the center. Does go a little bit towards the north, so everybody back down towards the south is going to have to figure out how to handle the rotation. But this is what you want to see. You want to see people have to adapt to a situation. That's what PUBG is all about. And when you end up with centralized circles, it's just kind of comfortable. It's a lot of hot shots back and forth, trying to gather information so you can figure out how you can make that next rotation.
All right, Forever is watching WClick make their way into these shacks on the bottom side of the hill to the south of school. We'll see if he wants to pull the trigger on any of this or if he's going to wait for the rest of 4 a.m. to group up before they start putting some shots in there. You can see, you can hear a few bullets clinking against some grass in the cars there, so looks like 4 a.m. going to take that radio tower hill up there.
Depending on how Wayless tries to play this, if he pushes this a little bit more aggressive, he might be able to see Psycho moving into the building, but it's just going to be one of those near misses as nobody's going to get sightline back towards each other. Wayless still trying to hold control of this high ground, overlooking the Badlands back over towards Sunken City location. So with this, Milk is still just praying. Nobody opts into going into these yellows. AHQ's had a rough start.
They're pretty popular compounds from time to time, but with the way this circle has shifted, I wouldn't expect anybody really to want to necessarily go into them. I would expect the Rumblers to just kind of bypass these at this point. Rumblers are up on the hill getting some information right now, just making sure their rotations are going to be clear as they head eastward.
So 4 Angry Men haven't had to move too much yet. They like to drop around this location, just getting better sight lines, separating out just a bit, trying to control the flatlands and the hills next to them. So meanwhile, they can take these shots like this and force and contain. That's what you want to do at this stage. You want to take a couple of shots to make everybody afraid to move, because if you gather more information, you can lock them down, and then whenever they do have to move later, capitalize off of it and get those kill points.
And you'll see these teams make these really aggressive wide splits if they're confident in their shots, because if you can start hitting people in vehicles as they're moving, Senya, are you going to do it? Are you going to do it? Is he going to stop and get the shot?
He's just waiting for it, seeing if anybody spots him out. I don't think that Ribbo was seen. How's Ribbo not seen him in this position? I mean, he is right next to the rock, but looks like he's very caught up in what's going on, because remember that 4 Angry Men have been taking the shots at him.
Ribbo just didn't even look that way.
Zenya's just like, okay, well, let's just see if somebody else kills him at this point, feeding a little bit of information. He only has vision on one, so that's probably why he didn't take the shot. He has to assume that there might be other angles that he could have retaliation come back to him on. So instead, playing the patience game right now.
So some big rotations coming through outside of the map right now. Faze has made, and Infantry have made a very long rotation all the way around the lake. Senya finally going to pull the trigger and get Sills in here.
I mean, that one was too out in the open. For as much trigger discipline as you want to try to bring in, at some point you got to be like, no, okay, I just got to take that point away.
Stolen.
WClick has to be cautious, and yep, Forever manages to pick that one up off of it. So everybody on Navi a little bit angry off of that one, especially after how long he was scouting it out. To finally get the down onto it and then somebody to steal away that kill, that just hurts the soul a little.
That is one of the most frustrating things when you make a really nice calculated shot, you buy your time, you get it down, and then someone else is just there. They're like, gunshots? Hey, look, free kill. Thanks, buddy. Here's that Faze rotation I was talking about. They went way around the northern side of Yasnaya. Now, they might bump into Entis Ace, who has set up kind of dead center in front of them there. T1 as well has come over and is blocking the Yasnaya bridge, which is going to force Infantry back. This is a really smart rotation by Faze. They know that coming in through the southeastern part of the circle is going to be chaos. Coming up through the north, there's going to be a lot less teams in their way.
Wide, long rotations very early in the game. It's one of the things that Faze tends to like to do at this stage, kind of be patient, let it situate out. Looks like Razak is going to be our centralized location, so all those guys playing those hills now finding themselves in a little bit of trouble. 4 a.m. still has the capability to gatekeep, so we're going to have to see how people rotate around. The river cutting right through this circle is going to make rotations so messy.
This is an absolutely brutal circle for these teams. One way or another, you're rolling the dice to try to pick the right side of the river. You can see WClick making a mad dash across, trying to get across the firing lines of 4 Angry Men, as well as Entis Force, but Nerf is going to back Sungjong off there. They take some damage. Rivo took a bit himself, but he's able to get up on the backside. His car's afire. Oh, careful!
That would have been so bad. So do manage to get this little bit of a dip, but they have to be very cautious of that hill back behind them. Got to give them, they decided to send it. It comes out for them, but Force looks like they know, okay, exactly where they're going to position at. Kale's trying to get a little bit of oversight in this. A lot of teams opting to play back down towards these Badlands locations, use those hills. Meanwhile, other teams just full on gunning it through. You can see Ghost is trying to cut their way right over this building complex. Fairly strong. It's got the walls around the outside of it, but no real teams around this position except for Afrika off towards the east.
Love this rotation by Ghost. It gives them solid control over the eastern part of Razak, as well as a little bit of control over the bridge to the north of Razak. So I really like this move by them. Very safe rotation, came in there no problem, but Navi might be in trouble. DJ Boy's got the AK. Oh, and you're stopped at. Oh, Doozy is going to go down.
Senya gets retaliation shots back over for it, gets the down and the flush for this, so probably gonna have to run back over there and pick up his friend. Nope, actually, Pokemon is just gonna go ahead and do that for him, but they're gonna have to continue their rotation as they are still not yet in the safe zone and has to be very cautious. The other members of VC are kind of set up along this path. They might have sightlines depending on how they play this, and you can see that it was Bestalash that was kind of playing up towards that hillside. They did see him for just a second.
It's the danger of this 1-3 split that we see, especially in Asia, a lot. You kind of feast or famine off of it. If your leader or your shot caller or your single man gets caught out, yeah, they might be able to pick up a kill, but then all of a sudden you're in a bad position. You're outside of the circle. Navi knows kind of where you are, and they're allowed to rotate around you.
So a lot of teams migrating up towards the north right now. It looks like Navi is going to follow in their footsteps. Infantry is kind of posted up in front of them as well. Taking the shots back over towards Senya. That's going to be a down from the side of it. It's going to be a Afrika Freaks that actually buys a little bit more space for Senya to decide to stop, figure out what's going on, and get a control of a little bitty dip, I think, right on the edge of the zone.
Basically, from where Infantry and Navi are up to Afrika Freaks Fatal, there is quite a bit of open space. You can see Navi's going to make a go for it anyway. Oh boy!
The rock came out of nowhere! Everybody's stacking up. This is bad. They do manage to get away with it as everybody's having to reload. Shadow just goes, nah, bro. This is our location, but the shots are coming in from the side of it. A lot of damage back over towards the Freaks, so they're just going to step back away on this, and Navi might have a push that they can potentially make off of it, and Lambu has to run upstairs. He just looks back down for goes for spray onto one of them. Does manage to get it. Trying to look back for the flush onto it, but knows it's risky. Meanwhile, you can see Style playing around the side of this, trying to see if they can get a flank, provide some form of support. Aduzi knows he's in a lot of trouble right now. The numbers favor everybody from the Freaks looking off on this. It's going to be Aduzi just trying to hold the angle on it, but it's so many pushes that are coming through. Gets the spray on one of them, but it's going to be sneaking up back behind it, and the Freaks do manage to take him down.
The Freaks with some solid defense. Now will Infantry try to pounce on this situation? Actually, Infantry is moving off. You can see them on the far right-hand side of the map. They aren't interested in this. Red Cadets now battling out their LAT AM partners. 2 down here for W-Click. It looks like the Cadets have the advantage, and they are going to take it.
That one hurt. They just crashed in the side of that, and that was instant destruction over towards W-Click. Rumblers playing down around the side of this, but you can see Faze Clan has their sights back over towards Infantry. They do get one of them. That's going to force Infantry to make a push off in a different angle for this. So Faze coming out big with that little bit of a hold right there, managing to hold back Infantry with that down. Now it's everybody playing along the bridges, making a push along this. We might see VC make a push along a similar line, and Faze Clan is just set up and waiting.
Circle has gone north, and Faze played the gamble very, very well here. They have a lot of room to work with up on the northeastern part. A lot of other teams now making their transition. Entis Force could run right into their sister team, Entis Ace. Here come the Rumblers, way out on the edge. They love to play the edge of the circle. They are masters of making these positions work.
A little bit of a skirmish going on between Genesis and Gen.G. Meanwhile, you can see Domu realizing, okay, there's a lot of people that are pushing back over here. I believe he heard the cars just a second ago, so just going to go ahead and play back behind that. He does have the giant UAZ giving away his position back behind him, so has to be very careful about that one.
Yeah, absolutely. People are going to be pretty aware of where Domu is. And long skirt coming up here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, he's like, why is there just a random UAZ next to this rock? Surely there's nothing going awry in this location. Shots come through, and he actually gets dropped off of it. That's gonna be a nice dome coming out from Domu, but the retaliation comes on the other side of it. But here comes Fatal as well, pushing on this. Shots come through, trying to spin it out, trying to hold it together. VC holding a nice little bridge troll position.
Yeah, Tide not interested in trying to fight that one out just yet. Style is able to get over the bridge, taking only a little bit of damage. Lambu as well up here for Afrika Freaks Fatal. He's going to go up on the rocks. Tide, meanwhile, has opted to play the troll position underneath the bridge. Let's see if he can make anyone pay the tax.
Pushing back over to where we saw Ghost Gaming stop at. They're going to try to play that low area, that little bit of a lip to deny vision onto Ghost. That helps out the rotation by quite a bit, but there's a lot of people on the other side of this bridge they have to be very cautious about. Shots down starting to come in from the side of it, but they're just going to go ahead and play this dip by a little bit more space. But that means that they're losing out on a lot of information and could find themselves in a very bad spot as Tide pushes back down towards Style.
Style gets caught knowing where Tide was, but Tide had already moved out of there. So now NN, the sole surviving member of Fatal, moving through, going to try to find some kind of point. He's rolling up on the backside of Ghost right now in the southern eastern part of the circle. So curious to see what we're going to see from NN. AFF does a good job of snaking out some points for themselves. We saw it in a previous game, and curious to see if they can make it work again.
Rumblers laying down right next to Gen.G. Depending on how Gen.G rotates, have to be very cautious on this. Micro5 finding himself in a very close position to them. Shots starting to go back and forth. Looks like it's going to be the long distance Rumblers on the side of this. It's going to be Cherry Poppins taking the shots onto this and force Gen.G back and away from it. Looks like they might hop into their vehicles, but starting to get a little messy as we still have the river in play just to the north of Razak. So a lot of people are going to have to continue their rotation. A lot of these edge teams are going to have to find a way to push through these very fortified spots now.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really challenging for some of these teams that are still on the south, Genesis and Ghost, to potentially get across that river. Usually it's a tough proposition. Now the grenades are coming out onto Gen.G. Smokes the car down as well.
Waldo's got the spray, he's got the angle, trying to get more damage back over towards the car. Trying to line this back up. As you can see, Gen.G's trying to play both smokes now. Grenades are starting to come through, but Rumblers are just pushing in front of them. Gonna end up walking right up next to Loki. So you can hear now, everybody's just listening for footsteps, trying to localize where the push is coming from, but it's gonna be a third party coming up from Ace, just spraying into the smokes. Gonna make it a little bit more dangerous for everybody on this part of the circle.
On the backside of this, VC Gaming was eliminated. Circle has moved forward. Loki gonna run right alongside. See if he can catch a Rumbler. He's gonna get Waldo. He's gonna get the flush as well. So an important point here for Gen.G and Loki, but this is not the start to the day that they have wanted. Erangel has not gone their way.
So now everybody's just running right in front of the blue. There's a lot of utility that's already been used at this stage. You can see it's going to be H-Win looking back down towards Ghost Gaming. He's got himself a nice little sniper tower that he can play around, but realizing it might be a little bit too hot. Going to go ahead and throw down the smokes, try to get away from it, and good shots coming out from Shrimzy. He's going to get down onto him.
Shrimzy with an excellent spray, catching H-Win in movement. T1 might have to play blockade against Faze up on the northeastern part of the circle. Uba's going to find loss from the remnants of the battle between Gen.G and the Rumblers.
Faze playing along the edge on the hunt for kills right now. Very separated and has a lot of control over this part of the circle, just trying to force everybody to hide from them right now. Uba is just going after anything that he sees moving as well as Mexico.
This is impressive stuff from Faze, fighting on two different fronts right now and kind of making it work. Now Fuzzface does get knocked by Laka. Here comes the aggression from T1, trying to lock this down. Mexi is knocked as well. It is just Uba left. Adder gets some decent damage. Uba's backing down. Oh, he's gonna get caught by Cherry Poppin'.
It's gonna be a shot in the back. Now it's gonna be Rumblers continuing on this same path. You can see T1 still playing up along that hillside. Rumblers looking at that car and thinking, okay, maybe we go for that. And look at that shot off on the side angle. Gets an easy drop onto him. So now Microfry's got to figure out what is he going to do. Running along the side of it, T1 takes shots back down towards him, and Rumblers go out in tip.
Really nice stuff there. A little bit of help from Rang with the boomstick. He catches Cherry Poppin' there. Now we're back over NA versus NA. I know you guys say you see this all the time, but here we go. Profi's going to get knocked by Shrimzy. 2 more members left for Genesis, 3 up for Ghost.
Is playing this position, trying to get a little bit more information on the angle. K-Mine's got the high side on this, just looking back down, trying to figure out how Ghost is going to make their push up. Circle does go back over to the north, so this fight is not inside the safe zone. It's going to need to be resolved very, very quickly, depending on how the push points come through. Keep in mind, 4AM is still holding down that eastern part of the circle as well as the bridge, so they have a lot of control in this position. So we're going to have to keep an eye on how people push into that location, but the push is still coming up from Ghost. They know they need to make their way through this, and Genesis is just bunkering down for it. Nerf with a really sneaky angle, depending on how Ghost pushes into this. It could be hazardous. Not going to be able to see it. Nerf goes for the reposition, and that's going to be a sneaky push in coming from Ghost. Nerf is just listening for this. He's actually going to walk right by them.
Nerf plays a little rope-a-dope with these guys. He's outside the building. Look at this. Shrimzy and Vegas are totally lost. They're like, where did Nerf go? We know he's in here. Meanwhile, K-Mine's trying to provide some cover. Nerf tries to peek around the corner, doesn't get much with it. He's got to hold this down. 1 down, but they're going to find Nerf here. Vegas clutches it out. Now he gets taken down. 4AM is getting in on the action.
Taking the shots on the side of it. They have the high ground looking back over towards this. Ghost got the moral victory in getting the down, but they also had one of their members go down inside of it, trying to figure out how they're going to handle K-Mine that's still holding down that position. K-Mine can't move from this spot either. So really, both of these teams know they have to go. The blue is coming in back behind them. K-Mine's just trying to find the angle. Lots of damage back over towards him. His Speeder taking some damage as well. He does manage to make it back around behind this, but that was a lot of damage back down towards him.
K-Mine has been excellent so far this tournament, but the reinforcements from 4AM, ZGG made a rotation into the middle of the circle to cover more of this angle, to try and get some more kills off of this. K-Mine does get taken down by Vegas. Ghost has a really tough slog ahead of them to get across that river.
So you took down Genesis, but where do you go next, Ghost? Because the fact that 4 Angry Men have you in their sights, just trying to figure out what they're wanting to do on this. You can see Ghost is like, all right, we need to get it down, but look at how many teams are looking back down towards this. We've got 4 Angry Men on one side of it, we've got Red Canids on the other. Ghost is just trapped out there, and they're now down and out. There's just nowhere to go.
Yeah, Lou is able to find Trimsy. They were trying to hide themselves enough, but it wasn't quite well enough. And here is Helen. He got knocked for T1. This is what I was talking about. I'm worried about Helen getting caught out a lot for T1. Joy and the other members of Entis Ace are 4 strong, rolling up behind T1. T1 is in a lot of trouble right now. They are getting torn apart.
There was the shots back down towards Wayless. He does go down and flushed. So now there's 3 members of 4 Angry Men looking around, still just trying to play this position. But keep in mind, over towards the west, they don't have a lot of good sight lines onto that. Sure, they've got control over this spot, but if it does shift away from them, that's going to make their life a little bit harder as they don't know where all these teams are already set.
Look at this. Milk has somehow found himself in this situation. The hero for AHQ, despite losing 3 members very early on. And look at this. There's still some river inside of this circle, Matchroom.
So, gonna come up big for 4 AM. Milk not having far to go. Red Canids having themselves a nice position, as well as Force. Kale still alive, playing off this couple of shots now going back and forth between 4 Angry Men and Red Canids. And that's gonna unlock Ace. They hear this up towards the north of it, and they might choose to step back down towards 4 Angry Men. Come up back behind them, and could be a very detrimental third party.
Yeah, Forever has a really tough job holding down that beach. There isn't much hard cover down here except for a rock next to him. Other than that, you've got some steep angles, so you can make that work pretty well, but trying to hold down 4 players on the other flank is a difficult proposition for him right now.
Oh, speaking of difficult things to try to pull off, use a vehicle and run it into this circle. It's going to draw a lot of attention. It's almost like shooting up a flare and saying, hey, shoot at me and let the rest of my guys sneak in back behind that, but he does manage to get away with it, so they have a little bit of cover to play from this spot, but it's very dangerous.
3 Korea teams in each other's faces right now. Gen.G, Esther, and Loki still kicking. They managed to weather the storm from the Rumblers. They're coming in. Kale and the other members of Entis Force are down, so it is just him and, oh boy, Milk.
I like this. Let Red Canids cover for you. Let them do all the fighting. Just creep in back behind them until somebody turns around and looks at you. You don't have to really do anything. Let them take the risk. See, look, Psycho goes down, and now he can look up and go, hey, I want that point, maybe. But no, that's another member going down for Red Canids. So now it's just back down to Haspu, who's going to be playing the backside of that. If he goes for a res onto this, we might actually see Milk be able to take them down. Meanwhile, Ace trying to make a little bit of a push forward, find the right angle to approach onto this. And yeah, gonna walk up and say, hey, thanks, buddy. I'm gonna go ahead and take that one.
Heartbreaking for the Red Canids. They were in such a prolonged battle with 4 AM. They didn't really expect someone to be behind them. Milk is able to clean it up and get some more big points for his team. Kale under fire. Milk is now trying to get into Gen.G. He's
See
going
what
to
you can
get onto Esther.
At this point, you're just playing with anything that you want to go for. ZGG walking up right next to Ace. Gonna go ahead and throw down the grenade. Kale managed to get one back out of it, and now we can see a lot of damage coming back over to Ace. They have nowhere to go. They're pincer between so many positions.
Mickey is trying to hold down the line for Ace. They had no idea 4 AM was coming up over that hill as they tried to push into the surviving member of Force. A grenade comes up and over. ZG looking to get the peek onto Mickey. He is going to get it. That is going to be Entis Ace down in 4th place.
4 Angry Men has a grenade that drops back over towards him, but they should be able to get this res off. Really, it's just Gen.G's Loki and Milk who's still alive that they have to contend with. We're now down to 5, and it's 3 up for 4 Angry Men and 2 solos.
I mean, this is looking like it could be the 2nd win of the day for this team from China. They are playing absolutely out of their minds right now.
Look at the points so far. 37 that they've managed to stack up. These guys are just murdering everything in the lobby. Loki, got to figure out how he's going to handle this position. Really, Milk hasn't even made it into the safe zone yet, but Loki looks like he's going to be the front man pushing back over towards ZGG. ZGG has to be very cautious on this. Milk's going to opt into playing back down towards the west and the south, so might be able to find another sneaky little angle.
Well, the real question here is Loki. He came up big for Gen.G when they needed him most. It is starting to get desperate for them. This is going to be 3 more games after this left for them, and here comes a great grenade from ZGG. That might be right on the money.
Oh, he narrowly survives that. It's going to bounce away from him. Will the next one connect? I think it's cooked well enough. And yes, there you go. That's another 4 Angry Men
Team Elimination coming up, so now it's just down to Milk.
All right, Milk, let's see what you've got. You've done a fantastic job to get here. Can you close it out and give Chinese Taipei a win?
Oh.
There's Louis, spotted him out, and no!
4 angry men walking away with another round victory. Everything today is showing up China.
They have dominated Erangel today. There are a ton of fans here in support of them. You can hear them. They are happy. This has been an impressive performance, a nice bounce back from what was a difficult start for them in this tournament.
I venture to say that this is much more of the 4 angry men everybody was expecting to see. Assert control. Don't be afraid of fights. Move aggressively. These guys play into all those, and Gen.G walking away that round with 6 kills of his own.
It's really impressive movement from them. Forever knowing that he's in a bit of a tricky situation down on the beach, rotates up with the rest of his team. They catch Entis Ace completely off guard and move on to storm the lobby.
Say what you will, all about 4 angry men, but in my heart, AHQ's Milk. Somehow he manages to, remember, he was by himself. The first 3 deaths were AHQ, and he somehow salvages that to get second?
Really impressive stuff from him.
Yes.
I mean, that is god tier survivability. It's almost impossible to do in competitive PUBG because of how good all these teams are.
And he only got 1 kill, but man, did he get probably the most annoying kill coming up in that one. Everybody's had it happen to them where you're just kind of playing that position. You're like, oh, we're safe. There's nobody back behind us. Let me go for the rest of my teammate. And just this random guy's like, nah.
Yeah, there was this little dip that you couldn't see that was just outside the blue, and I was there waiting, and now I'm going to dash your hopes for having any chance of winning this game. Too bad.
It happens to the best of us. But with this, there's a lot to break down inside that last game. So let's go ahead and throw it over to the analyst desk.
Has he been commentating in those sunglasses this whole time? But regardless, it does not matter. We have our 3 Erangel games down and 3 Erangel games dominated by China. 4 angry men take the next chicken dinner for themselves. There's been 3 games. They have taken 2 of them. Who is going to put a stop to 4 angry men? They are on a rampage.
I mean, I don't know who puts a stop to him. Like, that was out of control. That fight they took up against Ace and Force, they just completely eradicated them. Some of the best cooked grenades I've ever seen. These guys are pure chefs. And also those peaks over the top of the hill were just dominant.
I mean, you saw them all the way doing the 2-1 split all the time. 2 pushing, 1 holding, 1 pushing, 2 holding. Make sure that they're splitting up, taking the ground and taking control over the east side there.
They're not just angry, they're furious. And ZG, oh, it's absolutely insane. 6 kills in this game, guys.
Yeah.
Impressive. Very, very big. Let's take a look at the highlights here for our final Erangel game of the day as we see China continuing to dominate. 4 angry men with the win. But this was one of the big factors early on. Xiongjiang getting himself this first knock and then into flush and then outplaying up on the top of the building. That was fantastic.
We didn't catch it here, but he pre-naded the stairs on the whole room and then smoked afterwards to reposition. That's such a good play from him.
Very well done.
This pull-up here from Navi, though, nice thinking, nice but poor execution here. They didn't breach in the same area and didn't push together here on the stairs. They should have been 2 there. Lama was down to 1 HP in the end. Africa Freaks here, they managed to take down Navi.
I mean, it was a good Freaks push. Once the firefight started, they used sound cover to just get inside. They didn't lose anybody during that exchange, so very, very well executed. Up on top, we saw Rumblers. They cleared out what Faze was trying to hold up here, and they had to deal with Gen.G from behind. So Rumblers were able to put a couple kills on the board, but ultimately they went out very early and have had kind of a rough day today.
Yeah, I mean, but Gen.G coming back a little bit, but it wasn't enough to take it all the way. And I mean, they got a little bit spoiled by Milk towards the end as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was a low-key sneak up from Gen.G. They managed to pin them out, and it got them deeper in the game, so congratulations to them. They ended up with 3rd place and 2nd. Genesis fighting inside the warehouse. We saw them bump up against Ghost, I think, in here, and it just became too much to handle.
Yeah, I mean, they were outside the circle. They kind of drew this fight out a little bit too long, and in the end, the blue came to just sweep it up.
Yeah. Ghost got the kills, and ultimately Ghost got the res and then made the sacrifices. There's no way you cross that river safely with 4am where they were, so they just took the kills for themselves.
I missed though with Milk taking the last kill, but there's three teams that are shooting against Red, and they actually had a really good spot. I thought they were gonna probably win this game here if they didn't get spoiled like that.
I mean, Red literally played, I thought, positionally for a long time superior to any other team on the map, and then Milk shakes it up and catches them, causes some big problems, and Red ultimately gets taken down. 4AM plays out of their mind, and that's a twofer.
End me. Let's move on to the map now as we have Erangel here once again for the final time of the day. As we see that plane path heading over from the west side to the east, and across this as a whole, it allowed people to drop near where the circle ended up going to, but obviously the river causes big problems for those teams trying to rotate when you have to have that 50-50 split.
Well, before the river, we have a little bit of shake-up. Faze didn't get Milta power. African Freaks Fatality took that, and they had Faze had to go to Milta instead of Milta power. Now, Rumblers, though, they didn't want to fight over there as well, so they went to Gatka. But here we see Red Canids, Entusace, and 4AM's rotation. And look at 4AM. They basically, them and Red Canids didn't need to rotate as much. Force, on the other hand, they were all over the place.
I mean, my big worry here is, like, as we look at this closing, that circle going north hurt a lot of people, but Faze, you just talked about them. They played 3 games. We thought they were going to come out and crush. They finished 11th, 12th, and then they got 1/3, but only with 2 kills. Where's Faze?
The thing is, Faze had a really good rotation coming in from the south side. They went out in the blue towards Yasnaya, up on the north side, and basically had a lot of room to play with. But they seem to be a little bit afraid. They're super passive. They're not taking the fights they usually take. They're staying behind all the time.
This is what comes with being behind from day number going into day number 2, not playing for day number 1. I'm excited to see what's going to happen on Sanhok. Potentially they could be contested there as well, and now that they're even further behind technically, they could be contested. I'm not sure if they're going to try to go Painan. I know, though, they will be alone in Montenegro, so I expect some big games from them on Miramar.
This was a great push. 4AM was just hungry for the final. They knew exactly where he was. They were like, all right, once we get through this team, it's just a simple walk for us to go ahead and get rid of Milk. Milk knew it was coming.
One thing to take away from today's games compared to yesterday on Erangel is that Genesis and Entus Force, they were basically fighting in Pachinki today. They didn't yesterday because they know whoever's winning, getting out of here, they're going to get Pachinki for the finals.
That's a good point.
20 points coming in for 4 Angry Men up at the top. Not only the 10 kills, but the 10 placement points as well. So huge points have been racked up by them already after just 3 games alone. And when you think about the performances that they have already put up here, you think they have the potential to go all the way. This lobby is by no means easy. Not at all, but they have shown on Erangel they're a dominant force.
4AM is a dominant force in the pick'ems. They're a dominant force in the games. They're a dominant force in the audience here watching them today.
Oh, yeah.
And they're a dominant force on this scoreboard as they put up the 45. I think they're maybe 20 from a guaranteed advancement at this point.
45 points is the same amount of points that Force got yesterday in 6 games. Here we are after halfway through. And for Criminal was at 45. It's insane. They're going to make a game break, or they're going to break the record in terms of most points in a day for 6 games.
They're the People's Champ here so far. 4 Angry Men, they sit at the top here. SK Telecom T1 in second place with that 26.
Here we go.
Here is our overall leaderboard. Now, do bear in mind, some of these teams have played a few more games than some of the other ones here. So you have to take this with a pinch of salt for now. However, we can see as some of these teams from Group C are starting to catch up. And when you look at 4 Angry Men in 7th place, that's a big catch up already.
I mean, it's like, if 4 Angry Men looks like, you know, you're like, oh, I assume the left side's already played 12 games. Now, 4AM has played 3! And they're in 7th place. That is absolutely crazy. Rumblers is still holding 2nd, but guess what? We're going to Sandhawk next, boys. So that's going to keep on sliding.
And also, Force and Genesis, they're 6 points apart. We're gonna be following these guys throughout the rest of the day. It's gonna be extremely exciting if they're gonna be dropping each other and contesting, basically.
Rumblers have been a little bit disappointing today. Only 8 points in 3 games so far. And as you mentioned, going into Sandhawk, I mean, are they gonna get any points here?
I mean, I'm the same boat. You got Ghost on the very bottom in 24. They've had their 3 games. They showed us these signs of life in sort of the early rounds. And now, I don't know, it's same as Faze. Like this, maybe the break, the 7 days, maybe Rumblers is onto something. They said we played in Illums on purpose. Maybe it worked.
Do you know what time it is?
Yes.
Yes, he does.
It's time to listen in to the comps of 4 AM.
Oh my God, never let him do it again.
Yeah, I guess.
王哥已经往他们脸上拉了，往他们脸上拉了。走，来看王哥位置，看王哥位置，王哥就往他们脸上拉了。王哥那边我们先解决 HQ 了，来帮王哥。行。他应该在后面那个破王哥，我听到你讲出来。小路啊，没，还在那。他还在那边，先帮王哥清白。他没过来。王可以扔个雷啊，队友可以帮你架，你直接吸起来吧。对，跟后面那个破。对，后面那个破。我跑去这边这个破了。这个雷应该有，再离人远一点，王哥，再离人远一点。 对，压，王子压。
这边，哎，这个，最后一个，我脸上这个海坡。来个人跟我，等一下，我跟不上。
脚下。
但是。
Calm, collected, the people's champs. If you were listening very closely to those comms, you could even hear the crowd erupt whilst those fights were going on. If you noticed at the very end, whilst they were shooting down at their final target, there was a grenade being cooked to then potentially finish off that person anyway. 4 AM in the first 3 games. I mean, I've looked stellar.
I also loved it the first time we saw the replay. Forever was making all the calls, and this time he was dead silent. That team is clearly, whoever's in the pole position and feels like they've got the rhythm, they're just trusting them to sort of make those plays and call out for the rest of the team. And I thought that was very impressive.
I mean, you could hear it straight away when they killed Loki there.
Yeah.
They were basically just push or whatever. Something like that, at least. You could hear it in how intensive it was. They just wanted to take control of that, make sure that they wouldn't just throw the game there.
One thing I'm taking away from these comms, though, guys, is one universal positive thing to say is "nice-oo," but we didn't get it in this one. And now it's because they're already a little bit, maybe not as much as before. They're already expecting it, and now they're this much ahead. We're gonna see them continue. They're gonna be extremely aggressive for the rest of the day as well.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time. We are going on to Sandhog now here in Groups B and C. Let's head over to Codename Matrim with his lovely friend over there, Mr. Paperthin. It's time, boys. Let's go.
Thank you so much, and Avenger hit it on the head. We've got 4 Angry Men, one of the most aggressive teams in the world, now feeling very comfortable in their points for the day, which means now they can play even more aggressive. And I gotta say, that's a fun thing to look forward to.
I mean, they're absolutely dominating this lobby right now. Almost 20 points ahead of the next closest team.
Almost double the points of the team that's in second place off of point generation for the day.
That's messed up.
Damn, that's all I can say.
They are incredible right now, feeling it, so confident, knowing the situation so well. A great job there at the end of that game, knowing that that hill was about the only place where anybody else could be. Just throw some grenades over it, find that first pick, clean it up, you're done, you get the win. And now it's time for Sandhawk, and this guy, you're looking sharp.
I gotta say, I think you hit the nail on the head there. The way that they played the end of that last game was so clinical. Their aggression comes from map knowledge. They know how to push, they know where people are probably going to be hiding, they know where people are going to set up, and then they use that information to get so many kills.
It reminds me of what TSM was doing yesterday. I said it on the cast, I thought they just know where everybody is, and I said it behind the scenes. I'm like, well, maybe they've got a little something going on. No, it comes down to homework. They know, they know what's going on. They know how these maps work. They've studied the heck out of all of these teams. They've watched tons of VODs, tons of replays. That is why they're able to do the things they do.
And T1 making their way over towards Sandhawk as well. They've been a very consistent team, but they just haven't been as loud and as explosive as some of these other teams. That feels like that's kind of their play style right now.
Well, this is a map. If T1 can do it, it is going to be on Sandhawk. During the first 3 games of Sandhawk in the PKL, they won 2 of them, and they absolutely slaughtered teams. They were picking up 17, 15, 13 kills. They were absolutely dominating. Now, they started to trail off as the phase went on, so can they find that rhythm they used to have?
Here's the thing. We've seen very aggressive Erangel games, which tends to be one of the more passively played games because everybody just knows it so well. Now we're moving over towards Sandhawk, and that means that aggression is king there, and so now it's going to be a lot of third parties. It's going to be a lot of checking this. I cannot wait to see some of the shots that we're going to see inside this next round. With this group specifically, it's going to be nuts.
I mean, this is going to be an incredible game on Sandhawk. WClick still playing very, very well. Started off strong. That last game wasn't quite as in their favor as the first 2, but they have a lot of potential here. They've started strong. Can they continue that? And the region as a whole, Lat AM, I think a lot of people, like I said earlier, weren't too keen on it. What can they bring us on this map?
I mean, these guys want to play for the pride of their region. Whenever you're looking at Latin America, these guys have so much pride just in their location and the way they play. They have their own little variations in the meta they play. I know it was heartbreaking to watch them and Red Knits fight inside that last game because that just kind of tears your heart apart. I feel you, Latin America. Welcome to be what it's like to be a North American cast where you're just like, why are you killing each other?
I had to get you in on that Genesis Ghost fight with that. I had to poke you just a little bit there.
Know.
These guys, Infantry, have had an okay start as well. They really need to pick it up, of course. And if they can, I tell you what a storyline we will have.
All right, well, the plane is up and in the air, and we are making our way over towards Sanhok, and that's where the violence is going to be kicking off. Plane path, cutting right through the middle of the map. Nothing too crazy inside of this one. I mean, again, I say it all the time, it's a Sanhok map. You can really just go wherever you want based off the plane path. It's more about congestion points, and is anybody going to land close to each other, especially when we're looking towards the edges of the map, because sometimes teams can make gambles and say, there's a chance that the circle might go to this island, specifically the northwestern one, and suddenly you have great position.
Yeah, we still haven't had that northwestern circle, and if you're a fan of the gambler's fallacy, now might be the time to try to go for it, and we will wait and see who exactly will be the ones to try to swallow that particular pill. You can see a lot of teams already making their way out. You can see Genesis heading out over there, potentially VC going over that way as well. Of course, the Rumblers, and they were going Ruins, but now it's Red Canids. They have the same color that Rumblers had yesterday, so it's like, hey, green, that must be the Rumblers. No.
4 Angry Men going to actually do a split around Quarry. I like this. Hold down different points around this location. Nobody wants to go down into Quarry yet because it slows you down so much. And it's just a pit of death, really. At any given stage of the game, somebody could just be hiding around so many different angles. But it's a little bit risky going for the split out. But there's a lot of space. Really, the closest player to them, I would say right now, is actually Faze, who has sent Fuzzface to that one building while the rest have gone over towards Painan.
Yeah, it looks like Faze is really trying to control a lot of that western part of the main island. There might be a little bit of contention between Entis Force and the Rumblers, but we're going hard north. Looks like we're going to have another northern circle on this map.
I like it. A lot of teams that went up towards the north could be favorable. We could see potentially a little bit of that western island coming into play, as well as there's going to be where Ghost and Navi are positioned at. Force is caught up and doing a little bit of looting right now. They're back down towards the south. So that means that they do have Rumblers around their location. They also have 4 Angry Men kind of close. There's a lot of these teams that are going to have to make a little bit more an aggressive move. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them move early as well, just due to how north the circle is.
It is a brutal circle. There are a lot of teams on the southern part. You've got Infantry, Faze, A Freak of Freaks, Fatal, the Red Canids, the Rumblers, Entis Ace. Everybody is down underneath this circle right now, and there is going to be a lot of congestion trying to get up.
So with this, Navi getting control over this split right where the 3 rivers meet gives them a lot of control over the situation, depending on how rotations come into play right now. Fuzzface is going to go ahead and meet up with the rest of his teammates, still finding another complex all to his own that he can just continue this loot. I gotta say, Faze feels like they have so much control over so many loot nodes in this drop.
Yeah, really well planned out by them. This is going to give Fuzzface all the equipment he needs with the other 3 members in Painan, so they should be pretty well equipped for themselves. Here comes Infantry up and over. The Rumblers and Entis Force are all kind of in this general area as they all want to get up into this circle as fast as they can.
Microfry could find himself in a dangerous spot. You can see Kale is looking back over towards those complexes. Infantry is coming on another path. He's separated out away from the other 3 members. There's the river that's going to be in between them that can provide a little bit of support, but nobody really has clean sight lines back down on this hill movement. So with this, Infantry is just going to continue their push back over towards this. Meanwhile, Rumblers are still looking like they're trying to gather a little bit of information. Microfry doesn't seem to be aware of anything that's happening. And due to the terrain, look at how close Longsker has already gotten.
Look at this. Longsker knows somebody is going to be in this building. Microfry crosses in front of him. He's going to get the spray down, and he's going to get the knock and the flush onto Microfry.
That's an easy pickup off of that. None of the other Rumblers even in a position that they can retaliate at all. Cherry Poppins might be able to shoot a couple of toes of Longsker, but that's going to be about it. So now Rumblers have to figure out what they want to do. And keep in mind, we're still seeing this very separated out force right now. There's 2 members towards the north, and there's actually another member back down towards the south of Rumblers while we see Infantry taking these shots.
Yeah, the other 2 members of Entis Force have loaded up in a vehicle, are going to try to regroup with the other members, and it's going to be really difficult for them. There's a lot of teams controlling the bridges on the way over. Now, actually, what's funny is they could actually go through Painan if they go a little bit more west here on the outside of Bolyang and the Longsker. So will they do that, or are they just going to drive right into death?
This is very dangerous. Longsker should have an angle in a second. The spray's going to come out as the vehicle just rolls down the hillside, catches a little bit of air, just trying to get away. Use the train, use the hills, use the trees. Cut across this, making a dangerous push over this bridge, just trying to make it back over there. So it has to be super cautious on this. Vehicle's getting close to exploding. They're just going to jump off the side of it. One of them does manage to make it in the water, but Doya does not.
Doya once again getting caught out early for Entis Force through not a ton of fault of his own this time. Kale has found the rock. Now the Rumblers are on the eastern side of Kale right now. Are they going to come in and try to third party this, potentially pick up some desperately needed points on this map?
Infantry Infantry. Looks like they're going for a reposition, sending several members off the other side of this, seeing if maybe they can find another angle back over towards Kale. You can see how it's starting to get set up in this position. Kale's got a little bit of support from Indigo, but he's already been spotted out. Smokes and utility already having to be used right now is actually a very bad thing.
Yeah, not the start you want as Entis Force. Of course, Indigo doing a great job here, covering the angle, getting Kale up and over, and now they're going to be able to move on. It looks like relatively safely. There might be a few more pot shots coming in here from Infantry, but I think the angle has been cut off.
Rumblers are set up on this. Look, you can see that everybody's trying to regroup from Force. That's going to be another loss back over towards them as Rumblers do manage to pick that up. Now down to 2 members. Force is finding themselves sandwiched between 2 aggressive teams.
This was a nice play by the Rumblers. A good job moving up and ahead, finding Sungjan, getting the angles on him, making it a quick, clean, easy kill for themselves. Here is Infantry. They have pushed up to the southern part of Pinon. Longsker trying to get some shots into Kale and Indigo as they continue to make their dash away.
See, Longsker's going for a wide peek onto that. Kale gets a little bit of damage back on this, trying to just get a little bit more space, making the crossover into this. He's gonna go down as well. Good shots coming from Lin, and then there was just one, but guess what? Rumbler's still here, this going on, pushing back over towards it. Now we got Faze and 4AM starting to mix it up.
This is a huge fight right now for FaZe Clan. They have to try to bully 4AM off this position and put them back down a little bit. Their astronomical start to the day has been incredible. 4AM forever trying to get that QBZ shot up and over. Not much doing. Uba's going to throw down some grenades.
The contain. Look at Lou on the backside of it. Does manage to line up. It's going to be Fuzzface down and flushed. Looking back on the other angle for this, we got FaZe and finding themselves in a very bad spot. Force does get eliminated while this is going on. Now FaZe trying to figure out, okay, damage control. Get a little bit more information, but it's just going to be so hard for them as every single angle seems to have a 4AM member behind it.
And once again, it's Navi catching FaZe out on this map. They are going to find another member here. One down for them again. It is 8C going, so it is just Mexi left.
He's way up towards the north of this, looking back over towards it. I believe he's already been spotted out. You can see the information getting fed over towards it, just trying to at least get this flush onto it. FaZe wants to at least get a point for all this trouble. They are going to get it, but at what cost? There is an unstoppable 4 angry men push that is just so aggressive coming up back behind him. He's trying to get away. The spray is coming through back over towards it. He tries to get some damage back onto it, somehow surviving out in the open, trying to hold back forever, but it's not going to matter in the end as 4 angry men takes down FaZe real early.
4AMs forever, just able to outduel Mexi there, and that is going to be another huge kill points for them. They continue to rack up in this lobby.
4 angry men is the raid boss of this lobby. It feels like no one can take them down. All these other fan favorites, all these other predictions, it's just 4AM just walking through this lobby right now.
It's amazing what they're doing. This is one of the most impressive displays of skill and ability we have seen in competitive PUBG to date. Moving over with Ghost and BC. Ghost has BC pretty well trapped inside of this ditch on the coast, and they are looking to continue their blockade.
They've got 2 members that are already set up inside the safe zone. This is just a contain. BC's trying to make it back over towards the safe zone, but Ghost has just got them blocked out right now. No easy path. You can see that BC was hoping that they could play along the coastline, maybe find some kind of weak angle off on it. HQ gets some shots back over towards Ace, and it looks like it's a lot of trouble for everything that's going to be any of the OG and Entis teams right now.
Look at this positioning from CC, right in the middle of all of Ace, and gets 3 members, but Afaka, he does find Milk. Can he find another? He does! He's going to outduel SR, get another big point for his team. He hasn't been able to flush Milk yet. Milk has managed to find an angle to hide himself, cooking a grenade, bouncing it around the corner. Nobody's pushed in yet, though.
With this, not a lot of flushes have gone back over towards Ace yet. So if we can see Alfaka manage to somehow hold this together, there might be a chance they could save 1, maybe even 2 of his teammates. CC knows where it's at, throws in the flash again, steps up into it, tries to go for it, but no, it's gonna be AHQ that comes out on top.
Alpaca just wasn't able to pull the trigger quite fast enough. What a performance from CC. He kills all 4 members of Entis Ace.
There's death and destruction happening all around the map, and then there's Gen.G just chilling out right now, trying to get a little bit more information. You can see PO's looking back over towards this, heard about all the violence that was going on, seeing maybe he can pick up a free point out of it. Infantry's continuing their push back along the south, moving along that quarry line. But a lot of our teams kind of stabilized at this point. Not also, a lot of teams are not playing towards the center. It's kind of an off-center position, and I think that's awareness, knowing the fact that everything's going to start trying to shift away from the water, so instead, move closer to Paradise Resort in that general location, try to get some type of foothold in control, and that's going to be CC going down from PO, who does spot him out. Now, guess what? It's just Milk again.
Got Milk? Well, AHQ does. They have it. Can they maintain this? Can Milk find some way to be a hero once again? PO is looking to try to get the flush onto CC. Another team is looking over there. It's going to be Loki, actually, excuse me, who is going to find the angle onto him. There's one member left for AHQ. An okay start here for Gen.G. They really need to start turning it around right now if they want to find themselves in the finals next week.
I'm just going to remind everybody about the map stream, so if you want to keep an eye on how some way we can see this push coming through off of him, if he can manage to survive, that's a good way to keep it up. But look at this contain coming out from CC, just connecting with so many shots. Spin back over towards it. Ace just got demolished off of that position.
Incredible position from CC, spoiling this game for Entus Ace by himself almost. Some help from his team, of course, and here goes 4 AM with a mad dash inside. Esther getting a few shots into them with the M16, but it looks like they are going to be able to rotate past this.
Looks like no, just keep going. Don't stop here, please. PO's getting the shots back over towards 4 Angry Men. Does manage to connect on one of them, drops him out off of him, but 4 Angry Men is not going to take that sitting down. Instantly getting aggressive, jumping out of it. PO's trying to retreat back down the hillside and look at 4 Angry Men, trying to hold the different angles on it, but Gen.G has the numbers. They have to be so careful on these pushes. PO still holding up. Got the grenade. Looks like he has the angle, trying to throw the grenade. Goes a little bit too far off of it. 4 Angry Men still playing around this rock, trying to see what's going on. PO's just trying to get out of this position. You can see Loki was also trying to make his way up into this, maybe get a side flank. Realizing it might be a little bit too violent. PO does manage to connect off of that. So now just down to one member with 4 Angry Men. They have to be so careful.
Great repositioning here by PO. Now it is AFF as well. 2 Korea teams looking to sandwich the surviving members of 4 Angry Men. PO just shooting into the smoke, trying to find anything that's going to back Xiaolu up. CGG is dead to rights at this point. Here comes AFF.
AFF has got to flank back behind this. Xiaolu has to be so careful. He's just hunkered down inside the position, but he's going to go down from shots on the backside of it. Freak's Fatal did spot that one out. Gen.G is just going to separate out away from this, try to get a little bit of distance, paying attention to who's going down and how they're dying, realizes, okay, let's not push into that fight. Let's just go ahead and go for position.
Yeah, no reason. Gen.G is already set up for a fight in that situation. This is why AFF is backing off. They want no business running into a team that is set up for a fight from that angle.
See Genesis holding the high ground on top of these rocks, looking back down towards Navi as they make their way through. They got an opening knock onto this and a follow-up flush. Navi is just trying to figure out, okay, how do we want to push up and through this? Rumblers following up right back behind it. So very quickly, Navi is going to find themselves contained. It's actually Genesis taking the shots back over towards Red Canids. There's a lot of different teams trying to push back over towards this angle as Infantry is contemplating it as well.
That was a fantastic headshot by the Canids. That is going to back HWin and the members of Genesis off ever so slightly, but a nice finish onto Rusty Zera. And that is going to be 2 kills so far for Genesis as the Rumblers are looking to rumble behind Navi.
They spotted one, walking up back behind it, trying to figure out, okay, what's going on. Goes for the spray up through the tree, gets a little bit of damage off onto it. So now you can see Navi is trying to figure out where do we go. Infantry's off on a different angle onto this. This is a 3-way fight right now. One of the Rumblers has already gone down. There's going to be some nice shots onto the backside of them. So now Rumblers, who do have the high ground, trying to figure out how they can use it to the best of their ability. Navi, everybody has sight lines towards each other.
This is going to be really challenging for the Rumblers. They got to kind of back off of this. Infantry is on their right. Navi is straight ahead of them. There isn't much room for them to push through here. They might just have to reposition, swing further south to get into safety.
But Navi has got the inside track. They're actually inside the safe zone right now. Rumblers and Infantry are right on the edge, and the blue zone's coming up back behind them. That's how come they're trying to rush through. Nice sprays coming out. A lot of members going down for Infantry right now. They're in a lot of trouble off of this. Rumblers just going to try to run through. Los being the last member alive, just trying to get a foothold inside the safe zone and narrowly managed to get there.
Yeah, it looks like Waldo might be dead to rights on the backside of this for the Rumblers. See if Los can make something work, and we are going to head right over to Tatmok.
The party has been around Paradise Resort. That's where a lot of teams were making their pledge, hoping that's where the circle was going to go. Goes up to Tatmok instead. So now you can see teams that are being very active in their movement, like Freak's Fatal, gonna get a nice position off of.
This was such an important rotation for Fatal. Backing off of that fight, knowing full well they couldn't take it. They got that 1 kill on a 4 AM, left, and now they find themselves in a fantastic position.
One thing to note, WClick already moving into the circle as well. These guys have had a very strong performance towards the late game, getting a lot of points based off of it. But there's so many teams around Paradise Resort right now. We've got Genesis, we've got Navi, the remnants of the Rumblers, Infantry, and Gen.G, as well as, surprise, surprise, Milk's still alive.
Look at this.
Just what he does.
300 kills. Woo. 300 for PO in 2019. The guy is a monster. 4 kills for him in this game. This is desperately what Gen.G needs. They need their superstar to awaken.
And looking back over towards Nerf, realizing the fact that they're going to have to make some type of path back behind this, but keep your eyes back towards Los, depending on how he opts into moving off of this. Genesis trying to use the rocks, use those different angles, trying to find some type of sneaky point. You can see playing up on the rock, being at an unexpected angle is going to be how they take down a doozy there. So should be able to follow that up very quickly. But now with this, Navi should have a little bit more information. How are they going to use it becomes the question. That could be very dangerous as they're walking into a trap that has been set by Genesis. Very patiently waiting this out.
And look at this, H-Win way up on the north side of this, containing all the angles, but he gets found out once again by a member of the Red Canids with that M24, and he finds him. Pio has got 5 kills as he takes down Infantry's Lin on the backside, and look who could play the spoiler here, Matchroom, it's Los.
Los is just watching what's going on, running right back behind Genesis, letting him clear the path for them. Red Canids got an angle off the side of it. And the last poor Milk, we love you, but you are now down, and that's going to be the last member of Navi taking some shots back over towards Genesis, giving away his position. Nerf's going to be able to get a couple of shots back towards him. So now Best of Luck has to figure out, where do we go? What angle do I have? Still not inside the safe zone, and the blue is about to catch up to him. He doesn't have a lot of real meds to work with at this point, and Los is going to spot him out. It's a 1v1 back over in phase number 4, and we're going to have to see how this plays out. Navi opts into going towards Genesis. The blue's going to come in back behind it. Profi's looking around, going to look back over towards this, and that's going to be a lot of death as Los somehow managing to come out of this alive. Walks back over and says, hey, thanks, K-Mine. I'll take that one and continue my path.
Great sneaky play here by Los, picking up some points for the Rumblers on the map that they struggle with. He does get taken down for his efforts by the surviving member of Genesis, which is Profi. He is going to roll up on some heals. T1 in the middle of the circle, more or less. A nice little 3-1 split with Adder in that hut over there. I hate those huts, though. There's not a lot of angles in and out of it, so it makes it a really tricky position to hold. It's easy to get some grenades in there as well. VC never really ran into Ghost. Ghost decided to back off of that very early fight. Ghost still find themselves in the circle as well, though.
So with this, 9 teams, 25 alive, and it's really starting to heat up back over towards the east. You can see WClick just trying to hold up a defensive position while Gen.G is trying to figure out how they're going to make the path in on this. Freak of Freaks Fatal is up towards the north, not wanting to move through the dangerous area that is Tatmok. There's so many like little cheeky angles, so many dangerous points to walk through. Now you can see sight lines have come up. WClick looking back over towards Gen.G. PO finding himself in a lot of trouble. Loki kind of in a decent spot right now, but not inside the safe zone. He's going to have to figure out how he's going to make the crosses. Fatal is coming back down from the north. They hear this. They want a third party. They want to get these kills.
This is a really aggressive move here by Fatal. Looks like they got pushed out of Tatmok by VC or somebody else potentially, and now they are looking to get some points somehow, and it is going to come at the cost of their other Korea team. Gen.G. PO is healing up as best as he can. Here comes NN up the hill.
Nice shots.
Spotted out by Loki.
Good shots coming out from Loki. He gets the down and the flush back over towards it, but the rest of Fatal. Just Lambu throwing up the grenade over here. Loki's going for a reposition, but WClick is going to hear this. All the information getting fed over back over towards them is going to allow them to take the shots. The moment anybody steps away from these rocks, Loki still caught up in this. PO in no position where he can provide any support. He's still tangling with WClick right now. Loki's trying to get the shots back, but no, it's going to be Lambu that gets the grenade back down onto Loki.
PO's got to get out of here. Lambu trying to survive and get some more points. There's still 9 teams left, so neither him nor PO want to go down. Oh, 1 hit point left for PO there. Harold with some really nice shot. Excuse me, not Harold, but another member of WClick as Harold was looking over at PO.
So looking back over towards this, we're trying to push forward. Does see Ribbo just playing as close to the blue as he can. Doesn't want to take any more damage off of it. Just bouncing from tree to tree, taking damage every step that he goes. But he might have finally found an angle to get a little bit more space. He's got to be so cautious off of this. He knows the fact that this next push is going to be the most hazardous. He's hoping that nobody spots him out. He's looking off to one side, doesn't see Ragnar Silzen on either angle, and is going to get spotted out. So that's going to be a Freak of Freaks Fatal going down in 9th.
All right, it is Gen.G's PO, the lone man left for them. Can he get something going? 6 big kills for him already. The much-needed player showing up for
Where
them
has
in
this
this
PO
round.
been? Where has this PO been? We've been waiting for this moment.
I don't know. I am so happy to see it, though. They need it so desperately, and oh boy, Boyoung is going to get Profi caught out there. Sneaky Snake in the grass. That is going to be 8th place for Genesis.
A lot of these solos just kind of post up along this line right now. But guess what? You took some shots a second ago, Infantry. So now PO knows where you're at. Gonna just wait for him to step out, get the spray back over towards him. Doesn't actually take him down in the initial burst, but does actually go down to the blue of all things. But now PO has given away his position. Shots coming back over towards him, down to about a third life. And there is a lot of W-Click members.
Well, W-Click wants to get PO out of this flank so they can move forward more towards the center of the circle. And it looks like they might send someone down there. PO's pretty trapped in that position. He's going to need to get a grenade and a little bit of luck to get through here. There's a lot of teams. Oh, he gets the grenade out of
that's
Harold.
big. That's something that he needed right now. You can see the red canids pushing back over towards T1, opting to go up on top of the building where T1 members are at and use it for cover and sight lines. Using the smokes, gets an angle back over towards Helen, but doesn't get him down.
Wow, a nice job by Andy to get up on top of this house. Now he's taking circle damage. Jeff Laka is going to find him. Out in 6th place are the Canids. T1 still 4 strong, but the circle is right on their butts.
It is a mess right now. Everybody is just taking any shots they can. You can see McCoy does go down, gets flushed off of it. Helen's gone down inside of an exchange as well. PO still just walking back behind this. T1's looking back over towards Ghost right now. Ghost wants to make the push back over towards T1 position. It's the few buildings still left inside the safe zone, and there's not a lot of cover to be had in it. Grenades are starting to rain down on so many different angles.
Look at this. VC is trying to get in on the party. Ghost is getting sandwiched from 2 sides, and they even have, making it worse is the blue coming up. Shrimzy's so weak. 1 shot from DJ Boy is going to find him, and that is going to be Ghost down in 5th place.
Oh, but PO has an angle. Look at that. He's just spraying into T1. Does a ton of damage, but the spin back comes with it.
My God, PO wrecking T1 there, but it is not going to get him much. He does get the kills because other members of T1 are finished off by other teams. Huge round from PO.
2 teams alive. We are at a 4v4. It is VC and W-Click lining up right towards the center of this circle. Getting a little bit more information. W-Click still playing the backside of the hill, trying to move up. You can see bouncing from the rocks. VC is just trying to fish him out with a couple of grenades, hoping that they can get an introductory knock onto it. The new circle has popped. It does favor VC just a little bit better than W-Click.
Yeah, a lot of control over this circle. You've got 2 members of VC swinging out onto the east. Summer and Domu are trying to cover that angle and potentially get a flank, but they're going to back off now as they didn't see any members of W-Click pushing that way, realizing that W-Click might be opting to push more towards the west to get into this circle. So now they have to reposition to make sure they're not going to find that angle.
VC has so much control right now. W-Click has just got this little bit of the circle that they can play around, but they are inside the safe zone, so no force coming through as of yet. But with VC's control, they're already positioning up, trying to set up for where that center point's going to be inside of this next circle, trying to force everybody from W-Click to go for the move first, make them kind of step out of the cover, go for those shots.
And I love what our observers are highlighting here on the bottom of your screen. There's a red box around the utility available. VC Gaming has a few frags to play with. One comes through, doesn't really connect. The second one is up and over. Ragnar just able to avoid it.
So with this, Summer does get an introductory amount of damage back over towards Silzen, but it's very cat and mouse right now. Oh, there we go. That's an opening knock back over towards Ragnar. Harold's taking a lot of damage, so really it's just 2 members of W-Click. If either one of them goes for the res, they're putting themselves in such a disadvantaged position. Silzen goes down. It's going to be DJ Boy just pushing back over to the side. There's 4 members up for VC right now. They have so much control. They're just spraying down anything that they see. Playing inside the smoke, trying to spot him out. Gets another down, just spinning back around over toward, and it's just Rimbo up and alive. He takes a little bit of damage, but he's right at the feet of VC, and that's going to be VC Gaming.
What is going on today? 4 games in a row for China. They are absolutely on fire. No one has an answer.
They are dominant right now. It is absolutely destruction on anything that is not a Chinese team right now.
VC, this was an impressive performance at the end, but I am going to give a little bit of shade towards Ghost. I think they should have blockaded VC in the beginning of that game, kept them pinned inside of that canyon kind of thing they had there. There was not much room for VC to maneuver out of it. The circle was coming in. Ghost decided to back off, and VC is the beneficiary of it.
VC walking away with about 6 kills. DJ Boy walking away with 3 at the top of it. But again, W-Click up towards the top, being in that top 5 position repeatedly now. One thing I do want to say, PO, 8 kills. Where has this been? Where has this PO been at? It feels like he has been so quiet other than this last game.
Is this going to be the fire that he needed to get going? Can we see some of that PO we got to see at PNC and in Phase 2 of the PKL and at the MET? This guy was absolutely nuts for about a 3-month stretch. He was still very, very good in Phase 3 of the PKL.
I mean, we saw him at Nations Cup. He was such a power point for that team. And that's the Korean team on top of that. But it's just been so quiet from him through the group stages, through the entirety, it felt like.
Exactly. All right, guys. Well, we are through with Sandhawk. That means it's time to go over to Kalaris and the guys at the analyst desk.
And at this point, 4 games deep in day number 2 of the semifinals, the only thing I can truly say is China, 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 because geez Louise, all they are doing is bopping nerds left, right, and center. If it isn't 4 AM, if it isn't Infantry, VC now comes out with a win here. China is smashing it.
VC has played 4 Sandhawk games in this tournament, and they've won 2 of them.
That's pretty nuts.
Yeah,
but I want to give some credit, though, to W-Click. They are consistently staying up there, getting those placement points, getting some good kills. If they fix the small stuff when it comes down to the 4 versus 4 in the end games, they will literally finish top 8 in the grand finals.
Well, you can see W-Click, they were a little bit passive there towards the end. They did a 2-2 split. But VC, they took control with a full line of 4 people. Basically, one push down, take a few shots, back up. Next person goes from the other side, takes a few shots, and then backs up. And they just kept on jiggling like that on W-Click.
With 3 or 4 teams left, you could really see that click of like, we have absolute utmost confidence that we're going to be able to control this circle and then start the powerful sweep across. It was very well played by them, especially in the final moments, it felt like.
Yeah, and you definitely saw that W-Click in T1, 5 kills. Gen.G with 9. PO, what?
With 8.
Oh my goodness. I mean, he was just massacring people. You don't think he was massacring people?
Well, it's like, finally, right?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
We've been waiting for him.
Better late than never.
Sure. Yeah. Let's take a look at the highlights here from Sandhawk. We have 2 more games remaining right after this, but let's check in the jungle as we started things off with Infantry Gaming, having a little bit of a few pot shots here down on towards the bridge.
Force was a little bit unlucky. They were basically pinching Rumblers with 2 south of Rumblers, 2 north of Rumblers. But the 2 guys on the south here, they got a little bit too late and they got taken out before Rumblers pushed north for the other 2.
Yeah, I mean, Rumblers got 3 times more than they normally get on this map with 3 kills. So they did put some points in the bank. Yeah, I'd say, you know, PO's improving, Rumblers is improving, I guess, on this map. Maybe it's a good move.
I asked them for 4 points, game it free. I'm happy with that.
That's fair. That's fair. All right, so we're going to men. They've been absolutely dominant. Genesis here, it's opening up okay, but ultimately they just sort of got caught and eradicated. But still, 5 kills, not bad. I mean, when you play Sandhawk, it's so unpredictable. Most teams, if you get 5, you go, all right, that was a good game. It was okay.
South Peter was a little bit surprised, you know. In the bottom, Force, Faze, Ace.
Well, it's not surprising at this point to see Faze down there.
Wow.
I mean, they're in danger of rowing down the same road Liquid did at this point. It has been a bad day for Faze, and they need to clean it up. I mean, we'll get into that.
They're going to pull up. They're going to pull up.
I hope so.
We'll see it. Force they're going to win 2 games back.
All right, you Faze with the double?
Yeah, hopefully.
Jeez.
Wow.
Okay, well.
It's been extremely dominant. Obviously, we do have a majority. We only have 5 Western teams playing, so we will, statistically, we should see some dominance. But this dominance from China, though, it's been insane.
That's right. Yeah. VC Gaming getting themselves the win here. And overall, after seeing them approach the PGC as a whole, they did well in the eliminations, and they get themselves a win here in the semi-final group stage, which is big here for VC Gaming. The match results coming in, 16 points for them. Not the biggest kill game by any means, but they turned on at the very end and they showed up.
Well, it's because we'll see that later on when we see the drops. Yeah. But they were on the Northwest Island for a long time. They were getting held there by Ghost. And basically those 2 teams, they didn't kind of move anywhere because they just crossed the river and that's where the game ended.
I mean, the hero for me is Gen.G on this match. They went out in 4th. They still move up to 2nd because of how many kills they racked up on that one. They sort of never stopped fighting, and that's what you got to respect. Sandhawk teams, that maybe they don't get the W, but they get the kills. They put the Ks in the bank. That's how you make the big money.
PO was all over the place, just grabbing those kills. We saw the Gen.G holding together 3 guys, and then you had PO running around.
Oh, absolutely. Very good. Avenger? I just wanted to interrupt you a few more times.
Yeah, it's fantastic. You can just do that now. Yeah. No, T1
something?
T1 W Click, they did great. You guys can continue talking.
And there you go. That's how it sits. So not quite as top-heavy as some of our Erangel games here, for sure. Here's our overall standings from the points accrued today, importantly, by all of these teams. As, of course, some of our B teams do have points from yesterday. We have 4 Angry Men still sat at the top with the 48 points. T1 moves up into second place here with 36. Nicely done.
They're playing super good, T1. They always doing this kind of splits where they do 3-1 split and making sure that they just bounce back and forth. And T1, they had 38 points in the group stage. They're already at 36 here.
Happy to see Infantry step it up as well there. 29 points. They need to continue this. I want to see 2 big games from them. With the kind of luck they had against them yesterday, this has been a nice recovery so far. I want to see something big from them. And I'm hoping, crossing my fingers for them for a good game on Miramar.
I mean, Force, Rumblers, Navi, these are teams that don't get a chance to defend themselves tomorrow. They need to put points on the board today. And those numbers, 11, 11, 11, is not going to do it. Those guys need to get their heads straight, come into Miramar with guns blazing, and put some Ks on the board.
Let's take a look at some of these teams here that are vying for some more points. This is the overall standings. Again, do bear in mind, some of our B teams have played more games because of yesterday. Some of those teams that are still under threat quite a bit. Infantry Gaming in 13th place right now. Despite them getting themselves a win, 37 points. Going into tomorrow could be a little bit worrying.
I would be terrified if I was them. I mean, even Navi in 7th place with 53 is going to start to feel the stress if they don't clean up on the next one.
I'll tell you who needs to be nervous right now. That's Faze and Ghost Gaming.
Yeah.
If they continue the way they've been playing today, it's not going to work at all. I mean, basically nothing is happening from those teams.
But it's already been extremely top-heavy, though, guys. So our kind of hypothetical top 16 around the 60 mark could be lower because it's been so big sponges at the top. We've seen 4AM done it. We've seen VC, we've seen Rumblers do it. I'm curious to see how low we can go here, because if the guys show up tomorrow, if you get a 50+ point day tomorrow, you might be okay with the 11, 15 points that Faze has right now, and Ghost as well.
It's sort of a testament to how well TSM did yesterday, considering they're still in 6th place, when all of the teams on that left column right now are all B teams that have actually played a whole lot more games than them.
Yeah.
I think TSM is making a statement over and over that maybe they are the best in Europe. And I was hoping we were setting up for a big TSM Faze showdown tomorrow, but I'm starting to worry about it.
Well, they're going to be playing tomorrow. They're not eliminated, so we're going to see it. We're going to see it. But as you said, we could potentially be looking at TSM bullying Faze because they are looting Milta and Faze is in Milta power, so that they could kind of gatekeep them a little bit. I'm excited to see what's going to happen, but still got 2 more games here. I'm hoping to see some Faze pull up because they have Montano with themselves.
Yeah,
and they have been showing some really good tendencies on Miramar so far.
Talk to me about Miramar as a whole. Obviously, Avenger, you've just kind of alluded to that, but that is our next destination. What are you thinking here going into our Miramar games?
I mean, for me, the #1 takeaway on Miramar is especially that first game. There's just no reason to contest drops on Miramar. If you do, it's a fool's errand. It's unnecessary. There's enough trash. There's enough spread loots that you can get your gear and get rotating. So I don't want to see anybody try to sort of be the bigger man and drop and pick up a fight. Do the right thing for your team and look for the wins.
At the same time, you might want to flex a little bit if you're on the top right now, because you want to bully other people out of your spot. You want to have it for yourself. It doesn't matter if someone else is going to go there, if they are low on the leaderboard, if you're high up.
But now's not the time to stand up to a bully. If a bully shows up in your drop spot, maybe it's time to go a little somewhere else.
I'm curious to see if Force is going to drop on Genesis in Picado. That's going to be interesting. It's 1 point difference right now, but they're both sitting very comfortable at the top at 56 and 57 points, so they potentially can afford it. But then again, they're not playing tomorrow.
With 11 points on the board today for Force, if I'm then, I definitely do not take that attack. Go somewhere else, try to get a big game.
Well, it's not time for Miramar just yet, but it is time for something. Let's do the listening here at PGC.
对对对，夏天去帮耳朵。他们可能从右边拉过来。没事，我这里有掩体。应该是4打4啊！别急别急，可能有人趴着的，就在我们近点。然后确定位置，我就扔雷，好吧？好。还有雷吗？多的？没有没有，我什么投入物都没有了。我给你2颗，我给你2颗，我4颗。等下扔后面。别着急，我们俩在圈呢，别着急。没事，我们离圈近，别急别急。我知道我知道。右边我能看死。 你雷等一会儿再扔，好吧？准备捏雷，我们俩。对，来，雷等一会儿再扔。来，别急别急。155这边。等一下，捏了，扔了。我们应该等一会儿再扔的。
大倒，等一会儿，等一会儿，
往右边顶了，
刷了一会儿再扔，别慌顶，别慌顶，
别说我有个，
别慌顶，退回来一点，别慌。
我退了，右边那个打残了，
我想顶我那个绿标石头，给他
倒一个，倒一个，
这石头能顶吗？给打，
我躲。
右边可以顶，下来跟我。
耳朵慢点，
别急，慢点，黑岛慢点，你没掩体。
倒一个，
黑岛我跟着你了，后面这边倒一个。别急，你
眼里，别着急，
往后，
别急，
倒了，别急，这边，
We don't need to know what they're saying for those impassioned cries towards the very end, but what was very cool to see in that clip was the fact that the coordination for the throwing of grenades to control space fire, that was very, very on point.
You can see that they definitely know that the nade meta is very heavy now and that they managed to keep a few nades towards the end, literally won in the game. They opened up with a nade, had a nice angle off, and again, Naizu.
I want to give props to Tide because he resisted a temptation that all of us do constantly. And that was after that initial spray, he pushed the smoke before tactically reloading. Every single player I know, they fire it off, they've still got 20 in the chamber, and they hit that reload button. If he had done that and the W-Click had been pushing forward, it could have cost him. So learning to resist that temptation can be a really strong thing to put into your game.
All right, well, that is it. We are going to the desert in a few moments' time here for the PGC. We have 2 more games coming at you here for day number 2 of the semifinals. We'll see you in a few.
Black equalizer brightens dark scenes without overexposing bright areas. Color vibrance allows for more realistic and vibrant colors. It also provides the convenience to tune colors in-game, making you see the change instantly.
It's always great to see the eye tracking software giving us a bit of extra detail as to what's going on.
my veins. And so sweat for battle. This is more than just a game. Breaking through the silence. It's time to stand up. It's up to the fear. It's time to rise up. Now is the moment. Now is the time to win or die. To win or die. To win or die. The moment you want so bad. Stand united. Got metal in my hand. We roll, yeah, we keep coming on. We have the scroll, yeah, rise up to the sky. The enemy is here. We win or die. We win or die. Win or die. To win or die. The moment you want so bad. Stand united.
Welcome back, everyone, to the OGN Super Arena in Manhattan Beach, California. We are here for the final 2 games of Day 2 of the semifinals with Groups B and C. Group B, this is their last chance.
Almost caught you slipping.
Almost caught me slipping. It was very, very close. Group C has made quite the impression today. Group B, this is their last opportunity to keep control of their own destiny going forward. And we've got, I mean, we've seen it happen. Miramar.
We saw it actually on that sort of global leaderboard there before the break, and I think the top 5 or 6 spots were all from Group B, of course, playing yesterday and now today as well. 2 games remaining. Miramar on the cards. And for those in Group B, it's certainly sort of like, if we don't do well here, we don't want to be biting our nails tomorrow. Let's finish strong. Let's try and get above 60, 70 points.
It's
ideally
about what it's looking like right now is if you're going to be sitting in the audience watching tomorrow in Group B, you don't want to be thinking, hoping, putting their destiny in somebody else's hands here. But one thing to keep in mind yesterday, and pretty much going back all the way to the group stages, teams that do well on Erangel, or do poorly on Erangel, end up turning things around on Miramar. We saw Entus Force kind of keep that trend going yesterday, where they had 5 points, I think, going into Miramar, and then picked up 2 wins in a row and ended up in 3rd place in the group.
Yeah, I certainly agree. 4 AM, what we've seen from them today on Erangel, is that going to continue the trend-wise on Miramar?
At this point, I don't want to bet against 4 AM.
Oh, God, no.
That team is looking just dominant.
They're on a different level today as we head into match number 5 for day 2 of the semi-finals, Group B and C. And as we've mentioned, it's the final 2 games for Group B. They do currently at least have 5 or 6 in the top portion of the leaderboard. But where will they finish tomorrow? That's the question. So, time to finish strong. Rumblers is a team that needs to finish strong as well. They had a great day yesterday. So far, not looking as good.
Yeah, that's kind of slowed down a little bit in their Erangel game. Still currently sitting
I think they're
in
still
first
first.
place.
Yeah.
You know, but I mean,
in comparison,
it's not a death grip on first by any
No.
means. It's not something that they can feel comfortable with going home. I mean, they're tied with VC Gaming. Genesis right behind them, Gen.G as well. Entus Force, TSM, Natus, Vincer, and OGN Entus Ace rounding out that top 8. But everything is so very close. And look at this. We're going to get a far north circle here.
Right on top of VC and 4 AM as well, as you said, with this far north circle. Both have been doing well. Layla's landing a shot there as Gen.G coming down.
Well, that's how confident 4 AM's feeling right now. Wayless, the artist formerly known as Godby, still taking these long-range shots with confidence.
From what I understand, he switches between the handles, or has he completely changed over to Wayless?
You know what? I'm going to call him Wayless. He wants to be called Wayless. I'm going to call him Wayless.
Hey, wants to change it over.
All I know
one
is
thing
everybody...
that hasn't changed is the skill.
Yeah,
it's still there.
And everybody in this lobby right now has way less points than 4 AM.
Oh.
Hey. Shout out Toffees.
Okay, Boomer.
I'm just going to appreciate that one. I'm appreciated.
That was a dad joke.
Faze Clan heard one. Way off to the north here. It's kind of an interesting job for them, as they normally drop in Manda Nueva. The plane obviously not too ideal for that, but it's something that they could have dropped and maybe gone for vehicles, but instead electing to go all the way north, it's actually working out pretty well for them.
Fortunately for a lot of these teams, the plane path was obviously going straight up vertical, so that's why we've got a lot of teams up north. We've seen, at least in the past at times, with more southern planes, you might actually see anything above San Martin might be empty. So that's not the case here for this sort of circle. There's a lot of teams, though, that are down south, the Freak of Freaks, all the way down in Porto Paraíso, and obviously we've got 2 teams in Los Leones. Infantry's down there, and Chumacera for Rumblers. Although for Rumblers, Chumacera, I think pretty easy rotation. They'll go out west and make their way in up north. For everyone else down south, though, around Los Leones, it'll be interesting to see how they decide to play this sort of circle. Whether they go direct or far out to the east or west.
Domu got a little idea that Wayless might have been just below him. It doesn't look like he's too concerned here. He's just going to go ahead and let the rest of his teammates know that he might have seen somebody. One of the interesting things, okay, we have Faze Clan with this far north drop, and you see Navi just off to the west of them over towards La Cobra area. These are 2 teams that have been running into each other all day long. And it feels like neither one of them are the better off for it. Faze
definitely not Navi.
Faze and Navi obviously have probably the worst days that they have had. Faze sitting on 14 points.
That's because I started to cheer for Faze.
It is. Well,
I have not had good luck cheering for teams so far, and that's been the running joke behind the scenes.
Yeah. So maybe stop cheering for Faze for just these last 2 games, see if they can rally up a little bit. But it's going to be interesting since they're so far north there, and going to be maybe going for the same centralized locations here up on the north side to see if they run into each other again. Hopefully not for our...
I think it'd be interesting if they do.
European fans.
Why not? Bring it on. Navi.
Let's see the bloodshed. I'm cheering for that.
Yeah, Navi sitting on 53 points overall so far, so good enough for 7th place. They probably would like to get a few more. I'd love to get over at least 70.
Well, that's where the discussion now in terms of the cutoff point for obviously the top 16, 8 teams going home. For Group B, they're finishing up here in these next 2 games as Nerf Spots, Ghost Gaming going by. Whether it's, 60 to 70 points, it depends on if it remains to be top heavy or if the point distribution starts to spread out a bit more, then it might actually determine how that cutoff will look like. But the best way is if you're in Group B and you're finishing up here, finish strong and you won't have to worry tomorrow.
Yep, that's the quite easy way to do it, simple way to do it as we you start looking at those point gobblers and you look at 4 a.m. You look back at yesterday, you look at TSM, but other than that, everybody else has been kind of spread out here. So it's going to be definitely interesting. But we have 2 more games here left to play, and we see Microfry taking a few shots over towards Mickey. Nothing going to land just yet. Mickey going to be able to get out of that just fine.
Now Tentis Ace rotating westernly at the moment. As you said, they're going past Rumblers. Back tire popped.
Is he
Mickey be able to make it out of here? I don't sense he will be able to, at least not with the vehicle. It might have to be on foot.
Man, Rumblers wish they had that back. That is 2 bullets, maybe 3 at most.
Alpaca close by, able to come and give him a lending hand. Only a slowdown for OG and Entis Ace, but they'll at least be able to take Mickey forward for them. Head towards this phase 1 circle. Rumblers, obviously, they're going to want to get a move on as well. Freaka ended up going the Eastern Highway. I think for Rumblers now, it's probably just going to be go straight through Picardo and see what you can find from there.
Yeah, that'd probably be the best route of action. Also, can't forget about WClick, the surprising team from LATAM.
Man, they've been so good today.
Having a great day today. So we want to keep eyes on them just to the west of Minas Generalis right now.
They've had 1 poor game, and that was on match 3 on Erangel. Outside of that, I think every other game so far they've been inside of the top 4, so credit to WClick.
Just been solid.
Yeah.
I mean, absolutely
consistent.
solid through and through. I mean, you cannot take anything away. I mean, they absolutely deserve to be here, proving that they belong, proving that they have a shot. They have a vested...
Now, a lot of space here for this phase 1 circle, Poro, so no surprise that probably be a bit slow and steady to start with here for match number 5. But obviously, in a minute and a half, we get phase 2. And that's when someone's going to get lucky. Yeah, you're going to probably see a lot of rotations out from that. Rumblers did, in fact, end up going through Picardo. Micro gets a bit of air. No style points, though.
It is interesting. How often these days do you see a circle that's pretty much almost 100% playable? I mean, you got to cut off maybe 2% of the circle at the top there with the wall, but other than that, everything available for all these teams.
Miramar, you'd suspect it would happen more often, but it doesn't. You're right. Usually there's actually a lot of unplayable terrain out to the sides or the water. There's Force trying to find some real estate. It's not free area around the center of the map. Nice headshot from Xiongjiang onto Xiao Lu. Cherry. Oh my goodness, what's just happened? He's gone to space.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Well, we'll pray for you, Cherry.
Oh no, not like this.
Not like this indeed, and he's gonna get picked off too. Silzen, you know, what can you do? Waldo now is left to fend for himself. Rybo gonna push up, and he's gonna get immediately taken down by Waldo. So good play here. Los HD coming to provide a little bit of support. Wick is gonna send in Silzen as well.
Los HD caught to the backside though, already very low. Gets knocked down by Ragnar. Waldo pops out, tries to get Silzen, who's just pushed in for WClick. Ragnar at half health, but he primes the nade towards Waldo's building, throws it in. Waldo again sneaks out. No, he went back in! Oh, Ragnar with the death nade gets the knockdown, and that will be the execution too. Horrible for Rumblers, considering, again, we've been talking about it. Only 2 games remaining. Poro, might as well almost be 1 remaining after this. They're down to 1 player.
Hate to see it. Hate to see it, especially hate to see it happen like that, unfortunate. But Microfry's still alive and up for the boys. He's off to the south. He's going to have to play this one out as a solo, just try to see if he can stay alive a little bit longer, maybe pick up a few cheeky points by himself. But now SKT is running it by WClick as well.
They're not done, WClick. They've been impressive today, to say the least, as they found a couple of headshots here of the rotating T1. We did get Phase 2 shifted over to water treatment in the western side of the previous Phase 1 circle. So the teams on the east starting to rotate now. T1 going south. That's why they've just gone past W Click here at Hacienda. But water treatment's where we're starting to see 4 AM rotate around. VC are on the other side of the road from there. That's also Faze just north of water treatment as well. So that's the place to be. The congestion for Phase 2 taking place there.
Yeah, with all this space that these teams have had to work with, we're seeing a surprising amount of early fighting going on here and a lot of shot trading. As we see SKT, Helen's going to join the rest of his squad. They still have to make it inside the circle from the south side of San Martin. And just Ace that pulled up onto Genesis very briefly. We see check on Faze. Etsy is going to be all by himself. They have a nice little split going across the road here, just north of water treatment.
There's a lot of safe areas around here as well, Burrow. Like, going back to your comment in terms of Phase 1 and the playable area, it remains, of course, probably for the rest of this game, how it plays out, obviously. So we're not going to have any tricks sort of like that Roshok game we saw, for example, on Erangel. And the way it usually plays out.
Gen.G.
Wow,
Gen.G wants this.
Yeah.
They saw this. They saw Faze crash in this compound from the mountains just to the north.
They've only got the 2 here, though. It's only Pio and Loki, so they've got to be careful if they get too aggressive. I think they've realized now that Faze are here, it's time to just retreat back. Smart play. Pio, though, might not make it in the Murado. Open rooftop is nice with the scenic driving, but it's deadly. 80 knocked down by Senya, though, of Navi. That's going to help out Gen.G. Oh, caught out completely out in the open.
That is unfortunate for Etsy. I mean, he wasn't even part of this fight going on with Gen.G. He was just kind of making his way in, and fortunately for Navi, they once again catching out their European brethren, getting a free point there.
It continues to be Faze and Navi running into each other. I think you jinxed it at the start of the game.
I might have. I mean, I might have jinxed it at the start of the day because they've been doing it for 6 games, or 4 games at least now. 5. P.O. going to do his normal scouting routine. Unfortunately, this time he's not on a motorcycle as he should be. He's going to be on this Murado.
This compound that he's about to rock up to is where Faze were.
Yeah.
Just before. Faze pushed down. And now Gen.G are going to find that this is open. They're going to send Loki and Taman and the rest of the crew towards this position. Infantry are close, but Gen.G should be able to get Esther there and the rest of Gen.G. Now it would actually be a decent spot for them. 17 seconds till Phase 3. And we've only lost 5 players for what's been a slow start here for Miramar match 5. Longska doing his best driving for Infantry Clan. Who have now rocked up to 4 AM from behind. Phase 3 pops happening. And it does go onto water treatment, which is good news for VC. Good news for 4 AM. They open it up onto Lin. They spot them first, although a trade back from Zhao Young onto CGG, who's been the front leader for 4 AM so far today. Forever's got the flank though, gets the knockdown. He is getting shot at by Boliang. Headshot, but look how far away he is, Burrow. He's not going to be able to help out much more than that.
Yeah, super unfortunate for Infantry. The lost track of what was going on at this compound here. 4 AM pulled up. They weren't even expecting it, so looks like they're going to go ahead and lose 2 here. Boliang and Longsker are going to have to play this one out.
Gen.G are, of course, sort of around this area. Snooping and listening and seeing what they can find. They hear the vehicle of Longsker. Pio's going to pick over this ridgeline. He did get spotted by way less than 4 AM though. That might just send him back behind it. It actually helps out Infantry. Longsker might have been obliterated there if it were not for 4 AM. He's able to get away now, and Zhao Young will be finished off by Forever for 4 AM.
Infantry heading off to the north. They're outside of circle. They're going to do a little bit of a longer rotation around AHQ. Going to be sending it off to the east as well. You can see that they are doing their best to stop and scout out before they make their moves inside. But man, there's just no room to be found to really move in here. So the east side very clustered.
Went from a lot of space for the first 2 phases to now not a lot of space at all.
Also have a fight breaking off here. This could be huge as Ghost and Genesis right on top of each other. K-Mine is going to get spotted out and immediately flushed off by the Ghost gang as they are on the high ground just outside of circle here. This is going to be a tough fight for them to really continue too much longer, so they might just take that free kill and bail on it.
Surprising that. Ghost Gaming need points. They're sitting on 14 so far after 4 matches. Not wanting to commit too much. Style knocked down and finished off by Rusty Zero. Nade thrown towards Shadow, holds on for now, but Fortunately, CGG's hunting him down. 4AM are just so aggressive. It's the elimination, 3 kills. They're not done yet, though, knowing that the rest of Afrika Freaks are just really on the other side of this mountain. I wouldn't be surprised to see ZGG and Forever continue to push forward, maybe even peek over this ridgeline. You can see in the background of that shot where we saw Longska knocked down by Seongjange, and the rest of Infantry Clan are eliminated in the process, out in 16th position.
This is bad news for Infantry Clan. This is their last day of games that they can play, so they have one more game left to make an impression, and right now they are sitting pretty low.
It just feels like 4AM have got eyes on everywhere. Eyes on everyone as they wipe out Afrika Freaks Fatal. 5 kills now, 4AM.
15 minutes in and
they've got eyes on Red Canids, they've got eyes on AHQ as well. And we're about to get eyes ourselves on phase 4. Will it continue on to water treatment? DJ Boy tied holding there. They've also got 2 members of VC south of it. It does actually go over to Enter's Ace. Ghost Gaming are inside of this circle along with Genesis as well. Out to the far west. Forever takes the shots on the Raspu. The name from Forever was in there first. Forever will confirm his own kill. 6 now for 4AM.
I mean, Raspu, he was a little bit far away from the rest of his squad, but he was serving in kind of a scout role. And he was doing it about as right as he could, but man, 4AM, I mean, they just, what can you even say at this point that hasn't already been said? They're dominating.
2 players remaining for Red Can. It's Psycho and Andy. As HQ have moved up, as we go over to T1, pushing up onto W-Click. Ragnar along with Harold and Silzen. Silzen's not there though. Harold tries to hold the concrete building, gets the elimination onto a CAD. 2 more members of T1 to deal with around here. You can see Howland in the distance. He's providing the cover fire for Jeff Locker and Ada. Around the side, though, the back of the building where Howland can't help out. Jeff Locker with the headshot knocked down. And they deal with 2 of the members of W-Click. Silzen remains at the warehouse. Oh, no, for how much longer? As I've said it, Enter's Force have just breached him completely.
Meanwhile, AHQ has to work their way around Red Canids here. Andy FPS going to take a few shots, get about halfway health with Yanli. Milk going to have to hop out the car. What? Oh. With the SKS. He's got no ammo left for his Scar. He's going to finish off the fight with the SKS.
Why not? In style for Psycho. As we go back over to the Rumble as Micro Fry trying to hold on, find some kills, gets the knockdown onto Howland and finishes off in style.
There you go.
Kill the buggy to kill the player.
I mean, where's the rest of SKS or T1 is off to the north here. Ada and Jeff Locker overseeing Entis Force here. Unfortunate that Akkad gets spotted out there, but great news for Microfry.
So there's Silza now, as we mentioned before, we had Entis Force pushing in onto this warehouse. 5 kills for W-Click, but he is the last one alive. Can he get any more? Headshot! Can he get a Silzen? Silzen just couldn't quite get the last one remaining, which was Indigo for OG and Entis Force. Now, he should be able to go and get the revives on his teammates as 4 angry men continue to pester the last 2 remaining players of Red Canids. Psycho firing back in the blue, but it's a long fought effort and surely a foregone conclusion here for the Latam team.
Yeah, 4AM has no pressure here. They could just sit here and wait all day for this.
Oh, he didn't check both sides as he walked in. Always check your left and rights.
They thought they survived through the Silzen, but Entis Force still taking a whole bunch of damage here.
What's going on with Faze? Uber's going to go down to the blue here. It's Navi again versus Faze again.
Just same story, different map here. There's Navi and Faze just going at it again.
I mean, the bullets aren't going to get him. It's actually going to be the blue zone in the air, but they might still just finish him off anyway. They do. It's Senya, 2 kills for Navi. And for Faze, Mexi and Fuzzface are the remaining 2. The hopeful 2 for Faze. Gen.G has spotted them. So Gen.G have got eyes on the remaining 2 players of Faze, and so does Navi. They've got no kills, and they're not in the placement points either. It's looking like another horrible game for Faze Clan as we head to phase 5.
Well, they still got 2 up right now, and Gen.G might have to turn their attention back towards 4AM because 4AM moving in from that eastern side. The water circle going to cut up north. That's going to be huge.
Water treatment finish
for Gen.G and 4AM, as we got to see what Ghost and Genesis decide to do here.
4AM have got the entire eastern side of the previous circle, and now this circle as well covered. They cleared it out. They made sure of that, and they've got 4 alive. And once Gen.G deal with Faze, they've got the north side water treatment cleaned up as well. And, well, Faze are in a pickle. a logjam. Maxi down to half health. It's either going to be Navi or Gen.G. You feel will pick up the points here onto Faze as Red Canids will be taken out in 12. There wasn't much Psycho could do from that position.
He survived about as long as he could. It's going to be interesting to see what Navi decide to do here as well.
The immediate threat is Genesis.
Yeah.
They can't just pick on Faze. They've got to take the fight with Genesis, who really need to take the fight with Navi because they need to push into the circle. You can see a doozy with the Toby eye tracking, just scanning that ridge line. No kills yet for Genesis. Navi preparing to defend the area, but the area that's not inside of the circle. So in their eyes, they've got to get moving as well. Potentially might have to crash onto Fuzzface and Mexi. And if they do that, then they're going to be focused on by Gen.G. It's not looking good if you're on the north side of the circle. Not a lot of safe area.
Well, the problem for Navi here is that Genesis has this high ground location right now.
Oh, that's caught.
That's going to be Rumblers going out in 11th as Force going to push into the backside of 4 a.m. They're going to turn their attention back. Indigo going to go down. Kale still now the last remaining member of 4 Force.
He thrown out from Xiaolu to finish off Indigo. Quite reach him. Kale's still there, just trying to move it around. Oh, he went prone. Try and cross over. It's worked. The smoke's there as well. The nades are being thrown as the flush onto Indigo comes out from Xiaolu. 7 kills now. Oh, Mexi's caught. You can't just go prone there. To your right, PO is the last member at Fuzzface, and he goes down for Faze, just shy of the placement point. As we see the end of T1 as well, and we see the end of OG and Entersforce. Never mind, T1's got 1 left. I should say it was only OG and Entersforce. Profi knocked down. H-Win and Nerf, the remaining 2 for Genesis. Navi have made the push over to the other side of the road, but Gen.G, you think will eventually get involved here as Adder's finally eliminated. There goes T1 finally.
Yeah, Gen.G wrapped around the north side here away from 4 a.m., ran into the backside of FaZe Clan, and now they have a really nice position working the cliff side. Navi trying to make their way in. They got the down onto Profi. Now Genesis is going to have to pause to get this heal off. But how much longer can they stay alive before Navi decides to push into him? See, Profi going to get the heal. Pokemon has gone down as Gen.G is turning their attention back that direction. And we can see Navi playing, kind of doing a 2-1 split across the road. New circle is popping, going to go dead center. Ghost Gaming has now been eliminated. Shrimzy tried to make a run, but it was not going to be enough. And just Ace now has to make their way out of their compound and down this cliffside. That's going to be rough sledding.
How has Genesis managed to hold on this long? The smoke's obviously helping. 4 a.m. and Gen.G, along with VC, over towards water treatment. Bomu, and now Antis Ace all wanting the shack at the same time. Throws out 1 nade. Do they spot it? Rang and Mickey have got to be careful. They both jump at the same time. They'll make it away from that position of the nade. But if one were to be thrown into that shack, there might be some 4 upset men in there.
And Summer's still outside here. He kind of left Domu on his own. He gets taken about 25% health by a nice little shot from Entis Ace. So see Navi in a rough spot here too. They have to figure out what they want to do. PO is just keeping them pinned down. Genesis is going to provide a little bit of support though.
Well, Navi have got the shack. I think they want to see if a doozy can find a better position for them. Send you with the knockdown of the Profi. They do still need to deal with Genesis, but Genesis aren't really an immediate threat. Although headshots from H-Win land onto both members of Navi inside of the shack. PO knocked down as well on top of the hill near water treatment as we see Summer finally eliminated by Forever. Doozy with the elimination. H-Win Nerf gone as well. Genesis, I believe, it down to 1.
Yep, they're out.
No, they're out now.
Out in 5th. All right, so now we got Entis Ace towards the center of the circle. They have 4 strong by the shack. 4 a.m. still 3 up, and they have a nice little bead here on the Entis Ace squad. Unfortunately, nobody can get within range here to get a grenade over there. Just yet, anyway.
Entis Ace and Gen.G. The only 2 teams with 4 alive. 4AM have got 3, but a decent position inside of the zone. Xiaolu doesn't land the initial shots onto Joy. PO with the knockdown to Medusa after they just lost Bestalot. Xiaolu gets Rang onto Entis Ace. Look, when Lipo, it's not looking good for Entis Ace. Despite their numbers of players alive, their position, it's not good. It's going to draw attention to these nades now from 4 a.m. who are up to 10 kills. They hide on the backside of this shack.
Oh, there goes Rang though.
But Alpaca's moving up. He's on the right side. Can he provide a frontline initiation onto 4 a.m.? Find a knockdown or 2 to allow the rest of Entis Ace to try and cross over to the other side here, to the hill at water treatment. Gen.G are doing a decent job of really controlling the north side of this zone.
Gen.G actually protecting Entasace here a little bit. They got the down on the ZGG.
They're making it very difficult for Navi to get out of this shack.
That's just down to Senya. Senya's just going to try to stay alive for as long as possible. He's pinned down by Esther, but he just all he has to do is just not peek.
Alpaca, Mickey, both now have made it across the road. You can see how close Alpaca is to Xiaolu on the map. Knocked down onto Loki. 4AM looking at Gen.G. That might allow Entasace to initiate the fight they want on their terms now. They get the knockdown onto Xiaolu. 4AM and now 2AM. And Gen.G can start to turn their attention over to 4AM as well. Esther's going to take care of Senya, surely. It's a matter of time now. That blue, there we go. It's actually Taemin who gets the elimination. Now, time for Gen.G to circle back and collapse onto the rest of the players south. But Forever actually taking a detour. He goes inside of water treatment, close to Loki and PO. Now spotted. He gets PO. Knocked down. Can he find a second one? Loki's in there. Esther and Taemin have got the higher ground. Taemin from above gets the elimination onto Forever. Gen.G.
Oh, the grenade.
Oh, the grenade finished off the down PO.
All right, 3v3. We got an all-Korea final here at the water treatment play at Gen.G versus Entasace.
Paper Thin be shaking his fist like, come on, I always wanted this.
Paper's been dying to get the all-Korea final. Mickey's going to get taken very low, but he's going to trade out with Esther.
Gen.G got the high ground. Entasace, though, now got the numbers, 3-2. Esther gets eliminated, no revive there. Taemin and Loki. Taemin's been doing a lot of the work. 5 of 8 kills from this high ground position. But he's got to somehow get Loki back into the fray. He's actually not inside of the circle. I think he is doing the right thing, trying to buy some time, but he might have to help Loki here. Needs to spot Joy. Oh, man. And potentially Alpaca as well, who are looking down into water treatment, making it difficult for Loki to get out here. It's difficult enough as it is. The nade from Joy towards Taemin. If Taemin goes out here, no chance at all for Gen.G. Needs to find 1 or 2 that are close by. Mickey's gone for a massive wrap up north. If he gets this to complete, it's over for Gen.G. Taemin's got to make something happen.
Yeah, there's just so much pressure on Taemin right here. He's got to be listening for these footsteps. Loki just kind of seeing if he can spot anything out, but he's really in a bad spot. Unless he can win this 1v1 duel with Alpaca, unfortunately, he's pretty much dead to rights here. You can see he's going to take him very, very low, but he's going to force Alpaca back, and Taemin
that'll do it.
Is going to go down to Joy. It's all down to Loki now, and that's going to do it. He's going to get finished off by the blue, and a big, big win for Entasace. Miramar and Entis, name a more iconic duo.
Well, in the end, Korea take the top 2 spots. It wasn't a flashy finish by any means. I mean, I think for Gen.G, the fact that they had to go into water treatment to deal with 4AM made it a lot harder for them to have a better finish there towards the final fight with Entasace. And Entasace played that so well. You consider the move to the shack, then from the shack having to cross the road to take on 4AM, and then from dealing with 4AM to pushing up towards Gen.G, which was not exactly a foregone conclusion. They had the lower ground. Gen.G had the high ground, despite the fact that one was in water treatment. They maybe should have still done a bit better. So, well played by OG and Entasace, and that'll do them a world of good with 1 game to go today.
Absolutely, and you can't deny the fact, though, that 4AM, despite finishing 3rd, they come home with 12 kills. They racked up a lot of points from this lobby and took a lot of those points away out of the pockets of everybody else. I mean, look, Genesis finished in 5th place, 0 kills.
I mean, you could almost say that I think for 4AM, they don't even have to play tomorrow.
They might be. They might be good to go. I don't know.
The fact that they've got 7 games remaining still to play for 4AM kind of goes to show how far ahead they are right now. And look, there's a lot of pick and votes for 4AM.
Very spooky.
There's a lot of people who will be happy with how they're playing right now going into Oakland.
They're a very, very spooky squad. Very spooky, very scary, very terrifying squad. Another terrifying squad is hanging out over on the desk, ready to talk to Caleris.
That was an interesting one. Disrupt the domination here for South Korea as they're able to topple the Chinese Titans that have established themselves throughout the day. Great stuff by OG and Entasace. They get the win. For me, my part, they did have a lot of the circles. They did favor OG and Entasace. That we've seen that kind of actually be a little bit of the story of their wins. But regardless, they get the win. They got themselves kills on the board. Much needed kills and points moving forwards in these groups.
Ace was desperate for a win. Gen.G, this is going to make them feel better. PO is able to get kills from the grave, apparently. But the reality is the top 2 teams still only got 4 more kills than 4AM. Like, you combine those teams. That's how powerful 4AM is right now. It's crazy to watch.
I loved how Ace they pushed onto that shack and managed to make it work. We could potentially have seen some more gatekeeping from them, but they made it work with the smokes and everything, and ended up taking the 3 versus 3 and won it. I love that.
It was risky though, because VC could have definitely changed the entire play out of that game. You know, had that gone slightly differently, that grenade been a little more prepped.
Yeah.
Let's check out the highlights here for our first game of Miramar of the day. We have one more remaining later on.
Whoop.
Where did he go? Oh, he's over there.
Back I just wanna fly.
Back of the bus.
Yeah, no, I mean, sometimes sometimes crazy things happen. And not great for Poppins, but, you know.
4 AM was basically just bullying people.
Yeah.
They just want to kill people. They don't care anymore. They farmed so many points. I mean, basically, they said it. The cast said it. They don't need to play tomorrow.
They actually got 65 points now. Oof. In 5 games.
Yeah, it's nutty. That is nutty. And you know they're going to do well in the next game, too. So.
It's insane.
Absolutely crazy. I mean, I think it's better than we'll see a lot of the teams who are eliminated probably won't even have that many points at the end.
Mostly, I will say 65 is our hypothetical kind of cutoff, but I think it'll be lower because, again, sponges and everything. Overall, extremely nice play for them. Gen.G pushing Faze and punishing them for the shots that they shot in earlier, as you said, Toffees, when we talked about it. But again, it's not looking good for Faze, guys.
No, Faze is not being Faze right now. They're playing super slow. I mean, you could see how they were getting held by Gen.G and Navi on the north side, and basically nothing came out of Faze at all.
Here's the reality for Faze. They have 14 points, right? When Liquid finished their first day of play that ultimately eliminated them from this tournament, they had 13. Faze is almost exactly in the same position Liquid found themselves after a day of play, with a harder field of teams to deal with, and that worries me.
But again, there are sponges in the top, so their potential to reach top 16 is still pretty open, but they need to show up. They need to give us a Faze Sunday.
I know GN Intersays get themselves the big points on this game, trying to propel themselves through these groups. It's been a little bit of a grueling day for them. However, the win does make up for it as we continue things on. We'll check in with, I don't know, it's going to be a surprise. Will it be the plane? Will it be the scoreboard? Our producer gives us the plane. It's plane time here on Miramar.
It was a good circle. I mean, that's what I like seeing Northern circles on Miramar. I think they're a lot of fun. There's a lot of options for playing it. I think most of the teams are going to be relatively happy with how they saw that first circle establish itself.
Yeah, I mean, we got a very northern circle. Faze Clan, though, they dropped on the north side on Torre Ahumada.
Well played.
I mean, basically, they should have gone into a really good position. Sure, it was decent where they got to, but at the same time, they took a position they couldn't get out from. They were just getting gate-kept by the others.
What makes this exact zone, especially the last part of the zone, the fourth circle, is just a valley of death in between with the road, because everything goes down. So whether you find yourself on the right side of the road, in the end, that, like how you've played before, that determines your destiny in the end.
We also saw the Circle 4, a hard shift towards the southwest.
Yeah.
That gave Ace a lot of space because they were in the high ground in the center of the compound, in the center of the circle there. Basically, the circle went away from them, but they still played the high ground very well, which we can see here.
As you look at those tracks there on the map below, you can see there's a temptation, I think, to maybe take a little away from 4AM because they didn't have to move very far. But if you looked at the way that they moved, it was never stopping. They were constantly looking for things, always checking, and they moved almost as far, I think, on foot as everyone else sort of had to move in cars. And I like that proactivity instead of just sitting still and holding the top of a hill.
I mean, what I like with 4AM is even if they lose people, they just keep on going. They don't stop. They're not trying to get into just the placements like we can see with some other teams. They want to go for the kills.
And a big one for Ace. Ace definitely needed to put some more points on the board. They're running a little slow going into this one. I think they're in 10th place on the day with only 16 points. This is going to be a huge bump for them. I think 4AM will still walk away with second in the overall scoring, but that'll push Ace, I think, a little more comfortably into preparing for tomorrow. But they still need another big game.
A lot more. I think they're actually going to be close to being kind of safe here. They're going to get a few points, then it's going to be looking very good. 18 points, though. It's going to double their points or more for today.
I'm going to tell you, they're going to be pretty damn high, to say the least. 35 points yesterday, 34 points today. That is airing on...
Yeah, that is qualified.
That is qualified. That is pretty much qualifying. 18 points from this game here overall with 4 angry men. Another 17 points. They didn't even win.
No.
And they got themselves 12 kills to boot. They really are a very frustrated, annoyed group of individuals.
Furious.
That's what they do. Furious.
Hey, 8 very needed points for Navi, though.
Yeah.
They were towards the bottom of the leaderboard. This will push them up a little bit. Hopefully they can keep up and do a little bit better in the next game, because I mean, they need more points. They got 19 so far.
They're looking pretty good, though. 61 points is kind of on the cusp, though. I doubt that we're going to see 12, like 11, 12 teams pass them after we're done after today, so they're looking very good.
W-Click showing even more consistency. They end up in 4th. This is a team that has been sort of quietly pushing themselves into what I think will be the top 16, as their consistency has been impressive.
This is a weird thing. All right, just bear with me here for a moment.
Okay.
It's very unlikely we see many, if any, teams break 3-digit numbers when it comes to this semi-final stage. However, 4 Angry Men could quite easily do that when it comes to, if they continue that performance on tomorrow. You can see OGN enters Ace there with 69 points. As you mentioned, almost assuredly qualifying themselves for the finals in Oakland.
Yeah, we saw VC with 93 points after 12 games in elimination here. So yeah, I'm expecting them to beat the 100. I'm looking forward to it. And the People's Champ, they are showing up. It's impressive.
Literally, 4 Angry Men in 3rd place after 5 games is mind-boggling to me. I know they were good, but man, this good.
It's unprecedented. If you think okay, this is a little bit different. Think about it. PGI 2018. OMG, with the way that they were able to dominate that day, where they got first, it was a little bit different to this, of course, but it's the same kind of ilk, the same kind of mind frame here that we're seeing from a team like 4 Angry Men. That if they continue this on, they could be a world champion.
I mean, right now they look like world champions.
And then the Pick'em skin is not going to be as valuable as you thought, because it's going to be a million plus people that's going to have it.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Gentlemen, do you know what time it is?
Listening.
It's time for a change. We are heading into the listening here, but with a little bit of a twist.
It's more like PG listen.
이거 이번 쪽이 있을 거야, 니키야. 나 들켰다. 이번 쪽 진짜 있어. 가져야 돼. 기절.
나이스. 야 이거 붙는다. 야 너 보고 내가 붙어봐. 내가 계속 여기 있는다. 나이스. 여기 보인다 핑. 원통에 있어.
원통 하나랑 원통 잠궈.
형 원통 오른쪽 내가
원통 하나 라스 하나 어디야? 몰라.
형 원통 오른쪽 잠글 테니까 왼쪽 볼수 있어.
집중해.
야 이거 여기 있다. 4번 원통 왼쪽 봐봐. 4번으로 빠졌다.
거기가 라스야 아니면 뭐야? 한 명이야. 하나 더 남았어.
하나 더 위치 1번.
50. 나이스. 천천히 들어와야 된다.
형 그 워터 안에 내가 확실히 잡아줄게. 2대3 맞지 이거? 왼쪽이
2대3.
이거 원통만 잠가봐봐. 우리가 잠가줄게. 나 믿어.
가자. 왼쪽 가고 있어. 2대1. 나 크게 도는 중. 도형 빨라.
빠른 거 하겠어. 야 저기 인서클이야?
저기 아웃.
간다. 리키야. 안 보여.
폭 갈게. 저거. 확인은 안 돼.
원통 다시 잠고 올게. 너 하지 마봐 리키야. 원통 지금 2대 때려놨거든. 기절.
라스. 아래.
라스 저거. 천천히. 왼쪽 감고.
나이스.
야 갔다. 드디어 갔다. 잘했다.
That's right, one word is transcending language barriers. But overall, it's really weird. All of these teams listening to the same tense music in these listen-ins as well. A little bit more frantic there, though, for some of the moments as they're trying to deal with Gen.G, but still very controlled.
Yeah, I mean, it reflected an excitement of a kind of a mediocre day coming to like sort of a climax for them. They were excited. They were really pushing for that win, and they executed it well. And it was not an easy one. Like, they had a huge rotation to get there. They crossed half the map, and they earned it.
Yeah, but they played well as well. You saw that up there. They were just putting up a long line there, make sure if someone gets knocked, someone else can just step it up and just get the trade straight away.
Yep. Especially getting the opening knock as well. They maintained so much control, had by far the upper hand, nearly gatekeeping Gen.G in the end. There's extremely well executed by them.
For day 2, though, so far, we have one more game coming up. The East has absolutely dominated every single facet of today, it feels like. So it's an extremely strong performance from China so far. It's a strong performance from South Korea so far. Very strong.
I haven't understood a sound clip yet.
There's one more team, though. W-Click.
W-Click.
They have been super strong today. They have been playing very well. Like, I am actually astounded by how good they've been playing today.
8 points per game on average over 5 games here, especially how well the Eastern teams have been playing. It's really nice to see they're pulling up like this. They pretty much put themselves in a position to be in the top 16. And I'm excited to see if they can lock it down here in the last game.
All right, gentlemen, time for a short break. And then when we return, we have more PGC coming at you. A huge thank you to some of our sponsors, of course. Plantronics and HyperX here representing at the PGC. We'll see you in a few moments for the final game of the day.
And we're back already. How quickly did that happen? I am Poor Source, and joining me is Xenox. We have, as they said, one final game here on Miramar for this BC matchup. The final chance for Group B teams to collect points and try to make their way into the finals.
I think the Infantry, unfortunately, day one has cost them here 37 points with 1 game remaining. They would need a 15-kill win, and even then, they'd still be sweating tomorrow. It's going to be very tough. 4 AM, I mean, as I said it before, they probably barely even have to play tomorrow. In fact, when they showed the standings, of the top 8, Poro, 7 of them were from Group B, which is understandable. You would expect that. They've now played 11 matches. The only team that wasn't from Group B was 4 AM, sitting in 3rd on 65 points, and they've got 7 matches to play. If they don't top the semifinals, I'd be staggered. T1 looking like cruise control mode at the moment, but of course they're going to play tomorrow.
Yeah, T1 13th place right now, 40 points. I mean, they're sitting in the same place as W-Click after today, Lazarus after their 1 day of playing. So they still fully in control of their own destiny. Like to see how they've been playing on Miramar. Gen.G currently in 1st place, 70 points overall. But this is your Group B team. They're going to have to sit there and watch tomorrow.
I mean, I would be very surprised if 70 points is not enough already. And of course, we've still got this final game. So for Gen.G, and what this sort of shows us now is at the conclusion of this game, we get a kind of rough idea, Poro, in terms of point requirements for that 16th position, because you can see all 8 teams of Group B will be done after today, and it just gives you a rough idea as to what you're going to need.
Yeah, and you know, there's, as they said, I mentioned on the desk, I think Kalera said, you know, day 1 was the day of the Western teams. Day 2, really kind of turning things on for the Eastern boys. China, Korea, all doing really, really well today. We have not seen
So what you're saying is day 3 is going to be the day of the OCE team.
Oh boy. You know,
I have faith.
I'm not going to take that faith away from you, buddy. You can take that with you to the grave.
Wow, that's as straight as an arrow.
That is about the nicest plane you want to see coming across the south side. That's going to open up pretty much everything. South Pozo and San Martin now. El Azahar probably still in play. Anything north of that, you might have to travel a little bit farther. But this is not a bad plane here for your last day of the game.
As you said, last match of the day. Match 6 of day 2 of the semifinals. And for 8 teams, it will be their last game until maybe Oakland. Until next weekend.
Until maybe Oakland, until
you don't
maybe
make it, and that could be your final game of PGC. I don't know. They don't know. They'll be watching tomorrow to find out, of course, when it is going to be A versus C. But now, final game of B versus C. Let's see how it plays out.
Oh boy.
Well, that's not good stuff
if this
enough.
doesn't just encapsulate the day that Navi's been having today, I don't know what does. Senya already going to get knocked. He should get res, though. He should be fine. There's nobody anywhere really near them. They're just off to the west opposite. Yeah, Pokemon going to go ahead and
be fine.
Provide a little bit of support for his fallen teammate.
Navi inside of the top 8 currently, which is where you really need to be.
Dead center circle. All right.
Man, this is like the perfect game. We had the straightest plane path, now dead center circle.
You really can't ask for more than that. I mean, honestly, 100% playable again.
Yeah, if the players definitely can't complain about this one.
There we go. Senya has been healed up. Just make sure you don't run over any rocks that are too big. Don't run into any walls. He should be fine. You know, we talk about how, you know, he's got 1 knock now. He's going to bleed out faster later. Well, I mean, that hasn't really been a problem for them. They've been...
It's one of those things where it's not going to be an issue, but if it becomes an issue, I don't think that's the main reason for your concern there.
It's not an issue until it is.
If he's getting constantly knocked, then something's going wrong anyway, right? So you can't go back and blame that. So, look, they'll be fine. They'll find the first aid kit, painkiller. He'll be back up to full health, and then they'll be jolly.
Check in 4 AM, extremely wide split. I mean, this is how confident they are, right? They're
farming.
When you're playing this well, when you have this many points, you basically say at the end, you know, we have faith in all of our teammates to the point where we can send them off solo and tell them, hey, don't die. Yeah. Maybe get a couple of kills if you can, and they're going to do it. You know, and it also brings up an interesting thing tomorrow. 4 a.m. can basically decide if there's somebody that they don't want to make it.
Oh no, you're not suggesting what I think you are.
Tell me I'm wrong. If they decide that there's somebody that they don't want to make it,
you're not wrong, but I feel like at the end of the day, 4 a.m. would still want to play the matches out.
I would think so too, but it's
in preparation for Oakland. And
I'm just saying, it's a thing that could happen.
I know what you're saying, but
you know, I mean, not that there's anybody in this lobby that seems to have been causing 4 a.m. any problem.
What you're saying is, don't bump into 4 a.m. on the way back to the hotel tonight and upset them.
Yeah, maybe buy them an ice cream Snickers. You know, those things are delicious.
Okay, mind over at Picardo. This is a decent circle for Genesis. We'll see how it plays out. The Ghost Gaming that potentially might come over the top of them on the hill. You can see McCoy close by to H-Win and Nerf. But Phase 1 circles don't tend to dictate how the game plays out. Although, this will dictate how the game plays out because now Genesis just lost 2 vehicles.
Remember those tires you used to have?
This is cheeky from McCoy.
Look at me.
I like it.
This is going back to Phase 2 when McCoy found out we were keeping stats on things like tires destroyed and windows broken. He has gotten some fantastic practice throughout the course of 3 phases on the best way to destroy tires.
Profi's still got a vehicle from what I can see on the map, but they've just lost 3 other vehicles. Oh, Silson close by to Bollier. 2 times spray out the M416. Gets him to half health, but that's all it will be.
If Infantry is going to have a snowball's chance to make it to Oakland at this point, they need to come up with something magical.
Yeah, look, they'll have to. I think they would even have to break the PGC kill record of 15, which I think we've seen about 3 teams tie that figure so far.
McCoy getting K-Mine down to half health from long range.
Their day today, though, for Infantry has been much, much better. But you have 8 points in 6 games. It's very unlikely.
That's a pretty low bar on how to get better.
Now, what I want to sort of touch on is those teams in the bottom 4, more so Faze on 14 points. Right now, they're in the bottom 3 of the total leaderboard.
Ooh, that was real close. McCoy. They told him, okay, we're pretty much done with you shooting our tires, buddy. And he gets 2 quick headshots. Probably going to let him know, we're done with you, buddy. But yeah.
Tire popper himself, McCoy.
Yeah.
Just gets a taste of his own medicine there.
His dome popped that time. But you're right. I mean, Faze has been struggling so hard today.
If they were to go out in this game with 0 points, they'd be below Vendetta.
Yeah,
from yesterday.
I mean, considering how well they performed in group phases, and they just keep running into Navi.
A lot of people have written off Vendetta. I mean, are you going to write off Faze if they're going into tomorrow on 14 points?
Oh, you're comparing Vendetta to Faze now?
Just saying.
Hey, just saying. Well, I'm just saying, hopefully Faze.
Look, a big game is required from them here.
Yeah, exactly.
They've got 1 game at least to try and get a bit more of a leg up. Like, if they can get even 10 to 15 points here, which is obviously not out of the realms of possibility for Faze, then they're right back in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the biggest thing too, right? Is that they had a rough day on Erangel, and usually if you're going to have a rough day on Erangel, you can afford to have a rough day on 1 of 2 maps. You can't afford to have a rough day.
Otherwise, if they get nothing from this game, I'm already prepared for the memes in chat of, hey, it's Team Liquid. We've saved you a seat on the plane.
Man. Look, they expect it from me. They don't expect it from you.
I'm not an EU.
See, I've been good.
Not EU.
I've been very good. I've been very.
I'm not EU or NA. I'm neutral.
You're neutral. Yeah, but about as neutral as the most non-neutral thing I could think of. Okay, Daisy, the rest of Navi trying to make it through Monte Nuevo. They're on the very far outside part of the circle. This is a slow rotation from them. This might be kind of indicative of the struggles that they've been having. Maybe deciding to come in a little bit late and maybe elect to play edges rather than trying to dive center.
It was a better game from Navi on Miramar. You spoke about it actually before we got started on that Miramar game, whether they turned it around on the map, and well, so far they have. And we also spoke about 4 a.m. Would they continue the form here onto Miramar? And well, that was answered with a very solid yes.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, Navi so far this tournament has not been the greatest for him. And you looked at a group
People
phase.
keep saying this, but
it hasn't.
They're fine.
They are fine, but this is not. When expectations are set so high for you because of how well you perform in your own region.
Doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. Right now, they're doing enough. And if they can have another solid game here, they most likely will make it to Oakland. So let's take a step back a little bit here and see how.
Well, I haven't put them in the grave just yet.
Well, it sounds like it.
They're having a little rough sledding. All right, 4 a.m. Let's check in on the gang. They are all by themselves. As Loki gonna run right into Summer. Summer gonna send some shots his way, try to push him back.
Yeah, I think Loki just looking for position. Summer's already there. He'll fire out the warning shot saying, "Shoo fly, go away, don't bother me."
Yeah, Summer was ready to bail on this if he needed to, which is good heads-up play from him. But fortunately, it looks like he should be fine staying where he's at.
Gen.G's not in a rush here. They've got the mountain just south of San Martin. Yeah. If it goes north for phase 2, then they definitely don't need to be moving too far anyway. They're just south of them is Ghost. But now they'll hold up and just see what the next 10 seconds will bring us for phase number 2 of match 6 of day 2 of the semifinals.
Faze got a really nice split here going on across Picata. They got two. Oh boy, Mexi now going to be the only one inside of there for them. But this is going to be an interesting new circle as we have centered up on Minas Generalis. You have the entire north side here, Hacienda, everything north of the road.
This is going to cause a lot of rotations because from what we saw of the fluctuation of teams was on the western side predominantly. Now, of course, if we could see the map right now, it's literally just cars everywhere rotating.
Oh yeah, SKT is about as centered up as anybody is over there in the graveyard, just between graveyard and Minas.
And T1 taking shots at VC as well, so they're in a decent position. AHQ at Minas as well.
Yeah.
Not looking too bad either. Freaks on the move early will be coming in from the east. There's 4 Angry Men going in very low down at Los Leones. They're actually just right behind WClick's Herald. Xiaolu just being cautious. That's okay. But WClick aren't going to be doing any shenanigans. They'll keep moving. They'll keep rotating. It's better to get inside of this circle as quick as possible.
Yeah, Silzen and the rest of WClick already almost reaching the southern part, the southeastern side of this circle, so they should be all right. As we see Xiang Yang going to take some long-range shots here at Lin, as Infantry coming between a Freak of Freaks Fatal and the Force Gang.
And AHQ as well at Minas. Like, they can get involved in this action if they want to. Milk set up on the high ground at the back of the city. Should be able to find a vantage point where he can spot Infantry coming in. Now the shots come in from AHQ. Lin firing back over to Minas towards AHQ. Infantry get here.
Yeah, they're fortunate for them. They do have they have left
split, but they get there.
Yeah, they've left Longskar way off to the south here to try to cover their advance. But now Longskar is going to be all by himself here. You can see way off in the distance there, tiny little Longskar.
Oh, this is
Faze.
Uh-oh, this is not good. Mexi's going to be pushing over to Jeff Locker and the rest of T1. He's got Uber beside him for a bit of help, a bit of backup. 8C and Fuzzface are still way further back, just south of Graveyard. They're not up close and personal here. And I don't even think they'll have an angle to help out against T1.
Jeff Locker got the Winnie with the scope. He's going to see if he can maybe land something here, but it looks like they're just going to reposition a little bit. Shots coming out from somewhere else, actually.
Yeah,
I think that's
Antis-Ace.
Antis-Ace.
You can see them there on your screen, just on the other side of Faze, south of them. Here, La Bendita. Hot property, real estate around this area, and Faze wanted to get a piece of it. They have. But the question will be if T1 want to be aggressive and try and flush them out, or allow them to just hold Uber and Mexi here. For now, they're not being too aggressive. They don't want to push out and clear them before the rest of Faze come. And now, because of this, I wonder if the rest of Faze, if Fuzzface and 8C, as this next circle pops, if they need to head over to this area, do they commit?
Yeah, T1 hasn't really, they don't seem too concerned about getting pushed here, as they have left Akada and Adder off to the north to send long-range shots towards the VC.
Navi's still rotating.
Gen, yeah, Navi still in rotation. 4 AM still in rotation, and Rumblers just now making it into the south side here. But Navi, it's like they're very, that's going to be lucky for them. The circle cuts hard north.
Yeah, it worked out very well for Navi. They kept rotating right into a circle. VC with a 2-2 split. All they try and group this up, expecting a lot of teams to rotate towards it. Looks like that will happen. Domoon, Summer on the move to group up with Tide and DJ Boy. Navi find the warehouses. They're in a decent spot for this circle. Gen.G are also just on the other side of the road to VC. It's enters Ace, enters Force. Well, might as well group up together for this push into the next circle.
This is going to be nuts.
Faze did group up, by the way, and T1 are keeping their spot. They're going to look at Faze.
Force trying to make it just straight down the road. They're going to run
Where
right
are they going to go,
Gen.G.
though? This is where eventually they're going to have to split off Poro and find a spot.
There's not much up here to the north here as Gen.G is repositioning, taking shots back towards VC. You can see Navi as well off in that. But look at that. Look at how empty we are up there. Force. How is this warehouse empty? They lucking out here a little bit.
This was the 2-2 split that VC had. They gave it up, expecting a team to do what Enters Force did. It worked out well in the end for VC, as we're going to see Alpaca knocked down by SR. And that's actually going to be our first death of the game, almost at the 14-minute mark of match 6. And Genesis just keeping an eye on this situation with FaZe and T1. This is desperate times for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, Genesis in a tough spot here too. I mean, they're on foot. They're outside a circle here on the edge, just as kind of in the same rough spot as FaZe and T1. T1 is elected to just stay in this position right here rather than trying to center up anymore. FaZe looks like they're kind of concerned. They haven't really been able to scout anything other than here. You don't want to move in blind. We also have a big bottleneck going over there at Junkyard in the southeastern part of this circle. Got about 5 teams right on top of each other.
Yeah, that's Rumblers, Afrika Freaks, Infantry, Red Knids, as you said, over at Junkyard. So Junkyard, Graveyard is where we're seeing a large bottleneck on the western east of this phase 3 circle. Long skirt spotted by Raspu, but it's Lin who gets the headshot. Lost HD finds a knockdown onto Lambu.
Yeah, this is, I mean, look, this is Infantry's last hurrah right here. They need to get points, so they need to turn their attention over here towards Red Cannons.
Oh, does he get 8C and Uber? This would be disastrous for FaZe. 8C's going to be knocked down, so is Uber. Nerf and H-Win pick up the double. And for FaZe Clan, it goes from bad to worse for the final game of the day. Do they remain on just 14 points? Mexi and Fuzzface are going to have to pull a rabbit out of the hat to find some points for FaZe.
Look at the reposition coming out from a T1, though. They're going to find K-Mine. Helen just off to the side here on the cliffs here. Might be able to flush him out with the grenade. Nerf's going to throw a preemptive one to make sure they don't get pushed.
Finds a knockdown onto a CAD. Every point matters.
Oh my God, this circle.
VC have got the phase 4 shift in their favor. Howland high ground over Nerf. Finally gets him with a spray. They're going to look to get the revive onto a cat. Ada has to go for that. Fuzzface is in the vehicle. He's on the move for FaZe to just try and get out of it. He's actually pushing onto a cat. We're going to see Profi knocked down. T1's actually split between both Genesis and the remaining force of FaZe Clan. So they haven't actually got all the same members committed to one fight. K-Mine finds the knockdown onto Jeff Locker. Ada's climbing to heaven, basically. What? 2 left for T1. I don't know if this is the spot to beat Ada. Howland's got Genesis to deal with. Ada from heaven with the knockdown onto Fuzzface. The quick flush. 1 remains for FaZe Clan.
The reposition from Adder, and look at this. Win is out in the middle of freaking nowhere. He's just been sent to try to get into the circle by the rest of Genesis, I think, as Adder going to go for the res. Mexi, what are you going to do, buddy? This is it. You're the last one.
An eternity to go to even get inside of the next circle. Genesis will continue their fight with T1. They got the revive. So now it's actually 3, well, technically 2v3, because T1 are really split from that earlier fight with FaZe. As you mentioned before, though, H-Win in a good position north of this compound. He'll be able to spot as T1 try and move away from the south of this compound. There's the nade. He's got 1 more to deal with. It was thrown towards Helen, but it's short. It's actually well short. And now both Genesis and T1 moving together. I think we're going to see the end of Mexi here. Oh, he runs out of time, space, and life. FaZe Clan only 14 points going into tomorrow. Disaster.
Win's going to get a few shots in there. Profi's going to get Jeff Locker, get the flush. It's down to Helen. You can see Otter and Akkad way off in the distance. They have a little bit of a range here. Helen's going to just, I don't know what the hope was there. The plan to run across wide open terrain.
Genesis picking up a lot of kills and points from this exchange. Can with the knockdown onto Profi. 2v2 now remaining as we're seeing the pushing from Navi on the Ghost Gaming. Bestalot has found some kills with a nade, and Drassel's all that remains, 11 health. Has a first aid kit, has a smoke. It was only one though, throws it out. Red cannons are being eliminated. It's all happening right now as the nade is thrown towards the concrete building of Navi.
Oh my goodness. The pre-nade from Bestalot there.
Oh, that'll be the end of Drassel. Not, what?
Oh.
I really thought that would have been enough, but apparently not so.
I think he did too, because he is very, very lucky right here. Is Bestalot gonna just throwing Molotovs here? He wants to go for the res, but he can't be sure that he's not getting pushed here. Yeah, I think Drassel just gonna hide. Try to stay alive.
He's got no one behind him. That's the fortunate part. Gen.G do have a slight angle, but it's slight. The revive onto Aduzi takes place and is confirmed. Bestalot, though, still concerned with Drassel. The underarm, you can see just the tags on Drassel in the background there, and it will be Xiaolu from 4 AM who will send Ghost Gaming packing in 13th position.
In the interest of coming across completely you know, unbiased here, Ghost Gaming having a terrible day today as well.
Genesis still inside of the blue, by the way. You can't even see them. There they go in 12th position. That's how far back they were. And now all that remains is the loot crate. This circle favoring VC heavily.
Michael Fry, the last remaining player up from Grumblers, as he's going to try to stay alive for a little bit longer. 4 AM, still 4 strong, because of course they are.
It's a bloodbath though. 9 teams, 31 alive at the 19.5-minute mark. And 4 AM have only got 1 kill so far. How many more are they going to collect along the way? As W-Click move into the circle. Hill just above VC. Might have AHQ push on them eventually. Adder and Acad made it in this circle for T1. So they're still alive from that earlier exchange with both Genesis and Faze clan. Let's see that replay of Bestalot, who was getting pushed from Ghost Gaming. It was the preemptive nade. This one right here hides behind the crate, and they had no idea.
Just roasted.
And Aduzi, I think, was just coming in for party tricks.
Yeah.
He didn't really do too much there.
He did not. He ate a little bit of grenade from his own buddy, but you know what? He got rezzed up. He's fine. As Navi now turning their attention over towards Gen.G. As we see Entis Force on the south side, working some terrain. They're basically waiting to see where this next circle goes, because I mean, look, if you look to the west, to the north, it is all open field here.
Someone's going to get lucky.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically...
It's how it's going to work here. Does Navi get the feed for phases 6 and 7 and then don't have to move? Otherwise, if they do, I don't see a way for them to get much more from this game. They've got a decent split, Pokemon up north with Senya, but this open field is just horrible.
I mean, you gotta say, W-Click once again, 4 strong, still in such a great position in this new circle. They've got Herald is down. They should be able to get the res on.
Good position, but a lot of eyes on their position.
Yeah, a lot of eyes.
AHQ, 4 AM, Microfry still alive for Rumblers. I mean, as you said, decent spot, but decent spots draw attention. And Entis Force are going to be pushing past T1. They've spotted AHQ. Micro gets spotted by Ragnar, though. At least W-Click deal with the solo play. Now we're into the final 8 teams. Placement points can be distributed. As CC taken low by Ragnar. They've got 4 kills. They've had a really good day so far, the LATAM team. Can they finish strong here in what's going to be a testing time for them? Entis Force and T1 do battle. T1 are low on numbers though, only Acad remains. And it's now 4 AM get involved against W-Click. SR with a knockdown onto Ribo. 4 AM will continue to push on this position. It's not looking good for W-Click.
Yeah, they're getting completely pressed between AHQ and 4 AM. I think it's down to just Silzen. As, yeah, they might be going for a res on Herald, actually, so I think that might be Ragnar.
Ribo's done for, though. Silzen with a knockdown onto CC. 4 AM keep pushing. Once they're done with W-Click, it might be AHQ after that. Somehow Silzen manages to stay alive, gets behind the rock. CGG can't believe it. He's wondering how is he still alive. Now he's not anymore, but the points go over to SR from AHQ. But 4 AM won't be done with this, as finally Acad goes down. Entis Force took their time, but the threat of T1 has been dealt with. And now they can continue to pinch up towards AHQ and W-Click. As it's really just these teams on the east feeding on each other. VC can't get involved, Navi can't get involved, and Gen.G can't get involved out to the west.
Yeah, I mean, VC has just been hanging out in this compound for quite some time. I gotta imagine they're probably sitting on maybe 1-2 kills at most. I mean, they've just kind of been fortunate in getting the circle luck, but unfortunate in the fact that everything is going on around them.
Pokémon and Senya on the move. They're getting shot at from VC, along with Xiaolu of 4AM, who has held back anchor position up north. Wow, they're going for a massive wrap up north. You can see pushing onto Xiaolu. Senya knocked down. Pokémon has made it across behind the rock, and he's safe there for now because there's no one behind him. Does have to be careful though. A nade from Xiaolu. This is the only one he's got. It's Young with a knockdown onto SR. That pinch now taking place onto AHQ, who's only down to Milk remaining. For W-Click, they've got Ragnar and Harold. And 4AM, wow, they're sending just about everyone over to Pokémon.
It's a pretty clean shot. So Entis looks like Entis Force is actually going to turn away from pushing up to the north, and they're going to retreat, head back down towards the south, as 4AM is completely concerned with Pokémon here. They've got him pinned and suppressed at this rock. Not really much he can do. He's going to try to reposition a little bit. But yeah, as you said, I mean, it's everybody's kind of got their own little territories here that can only take these long-range shots at each other. There's not really much else they can do without putting themselves at, big risk.
Pokémon can actually sort of continue to push along that ridge and not be seen by 4AM or even maybe VC.
Somehow W-Click still has.
Oh, they still think he's at the rock
here. Yeah.
Is it because of the smoke that he threw over there? Maybe to bait 4AM, it might have worked. Entis Force playing this careful. Oh, nice knockdown from Domu of VC. Shots also coming from Entis Force too. You can see Bestaloch taking shots at Entis Force. Phase 7, I kind of suspect it's going to continue to go on to VC, as it has done so since Phase 2.
You would imagine, and there you go. VC is laughing. They needed something like this to happen, though. They came out yesterday with 27 points, so they needed a bigger day.
Do they even have a single
today.
kill, though? I mean, you can get fed like this, Poro, but if you're not finding kills from this scenario, it doesn't do a whole lot unless you can sort of come out of this compound at Phase 7, 8, and 9, and then find kills afterwards. But it's not going to be easy going against the likes of 4AM and the way they're playing. In saying that, the fact that Navi and Gen.G are just in horrible, horrible positions out west, VC should be able to clean up on them. Maybe even Entis Force. 4AM have pushed down to the old position of Pokémon. They're sort of creeping in behind him. W-Click still hold out to the far east. And, well, that's the end of Poker.
Still alive.
How is he not dead?
Okay.
There we go.
All right, there we go.
It took a little longer than expected.
All right, Gen.G got in vehicles, try to send it a little bit further into the fields here. They're going to stay alive. There goes Poco getting finished off. VC still 4 strong. They can't seem to find any downs.
No kills
onto the Gen.G squad just yet. And yep, that's what we were talking about. Yeah. No kills.
And there's not many kills that they're going to be able to find from this spot until probably at this moment now at Phase 7. Because everyone's starting to push closer towards them. Gen.G have got to push out to the open, so does Navi. But then 4AM are the ones who have got a slightly higher position, and they're the ones getting the knockdowns. You saw Forever get the knockdown onto Doozy.
Roasted right now.
Harold getting involved, gets the elimination onto PO. Taemin as well is going to perish to Bestaloch, who finds a knockdown onto Loki. Give this man a nade, and he can do just about anything. And Doozy will be finished off, and there goes Bestaloch as well. A nice effort for Navi.
There you go. Big things popping from the Navi boys.
It's going to be difficult from there. Harold's making his way down the hill. Xiaolu spots him, and you think one more shot will do it, and it does. Can they confirm him, though? It's Tide who steals it for VC from 4AM. And that was their first kill of the game. As we're down to 5 teams remaining. Entis Force. You think it'll be 4 now, right? It's gone.
Yeah, he's going to go down to the zone there. 5 kills for 4AM, as you said. Now they still have the high ground. They have to worry about Entis Force, though. VC just right in the middle, and they're just... Yeah, they're going to get the circle again. Why not?
Certainly going to help out Entis Force. They don't have to move from Phase 8 for now. Gen.G are in no man's land. They will be eliminated in 4th position. ZGG picks up the kill for 4AM. 7 kills. Just about ready to set a record, you'd think, here at PGC in terms of points gained over 6 games. Forever with a knockdown onto Indigo. As VC just sort of sit in the middle. and watch on as 4 AM and Entis Force take pot shots at each other from across the canyon.
The thing is, going against...
Summer gets involved.
Oof. When this 4 AM VC fight breaks out, 4 AM's been fighting through everybody. There you can see the red helmets, low vests, low everything. Same with OG and Entis Force. Meanwhile, VC has just been hanging out in this compound, so they probably have a little bit more in the way of armor and utility to work with. Ooh, but that's really close there. They're gonna actually let them push up here.
4 AM pushing into the compound. DJ Boy with the nade, primes it, ready to send it out into the smoke. Wayless for the high ground. Oh, that was pretty good. He gets the knock. Oh no, he knocked himself down. Wayless, that's just not it. But now ZGG's getting taken very low. VC doing well. Entis Force trying to third party. They don't care who it is. 4 AM or VC, they just want to pick up kills. Nate's thrown towards the rock of Xiaolu. He's going to be low as well. 4 AM obliterated from VC Gaming. Now Entis Force enter the compound with a hello knockdown onto Tide. 3 left for VC.
Can Entis Force get 3 wins on Miramar in 4 games? They have 4 strong, they're pushing in. They have 7 kills already. What else can they get done here?
7 kills, Entis Force have bided their time. VC have dealt with 1 threat from the north. Can they deal with 1 from the south? Summer holds the angle. This might go all the way right down to the final minutes, considering we've got these buildings in play. But in terms of center of the circle, it favors Entis Force more than VC. VC will have to move. DJ Boy on the roof can at least get a bit of high ground. He spotted Seong-Jang moving over to Doya.
Such a good spot from DJ Boy here if he can make something happen.
No nades though, but he does still have 3 smokes. Oh, if he had a nade here.
Be huge. He does have that molly, so he can do a little bit of area control.
You want to save what utility you have though for the final moments. Domu at the back. 1 nade for Indigo. Oh, he spots DJ Boy on the roof. Now that position's been given away. Summer trying to relocate with the smokes. Seong-Jang, though, final nade for him. Does he make it count onto Domu and Summer? Or at least one of them. Oh, he gets Summer! Too slow to move. Domu's low as well. DJ Boy has to get this Molotov out to try and move Seong-Jang away from those hay bales, but he just doesn't quite land it on the right spot. Now he uses the SLR. That blue tractor hasn't got a lot of real estate, but it's got enough. And now it's time for DJ Boy to use these smokes. Oh, he got the res, yeah, you're right. Smart. And Domu from the res gets the elimination. 3v3, make it 3v2, because Summer gets Doya. Entis Force now on the back foot. Now they're the ones under pressure. And VC, their tail is up.
This fight is completely turned on its head as Domu has now got a great position here. He's going to get them down on a Kale. And that's going to be 1 more left. Indigo
in a 1 versus 3 with a knockdown onto DJ Boy, who was on the roof. He's got 2 left to deal with. Summer and Domu, both low. Flash grenade thrown out, trying to change the position now. Summer holds at the hay bales as Indigo trying to use the smoke. He's really close to the center, doesn't have to move necessarily far. He wants to try and get rid of DJ Boy because he's giving information to his teammates of Summer and Domu. Flash grenades thrown out towards Indigo, but VC don't want to push onto his position. He holds the angle. He finally gets rid of DJ Boy, finally gets rid of that information.
This is so rough here for VC Gaming. Although it is a 2v1, Indigo could easily make this happen here. And it looks like, oh no, this is low. Bad. VC.
He's very low, 62 health, not that much. Oh no, he thought he was sitting in the corner, and VC come away with the win. Indigo, confused at the end, thought they were inside the building, hearing the footsteps and the movements, thought they were in the corner. It was a nice pre-fight. It was a nice idea, Poro, but in the end, VC played that so well.
That half-second mistake was all it took for VC to come in clutch there. They do even manage to get 7 kills out of this, despite sitting in that compound for so long, only getting with nothing really happening around them. They managed to pick up all of 4 AM and the majority of Entis Force there to come home with a nice little 17-kill win for themselves.
Can I just say, that has now confirmed for the entire day today, either a Chinese or Korean team has won every single game.
Day of the East.
The Day of the East.
Day of the
has
East.
arrived, and wow. I mean, what a finish. VC Gaming, it was almost like topsy-turvy. At one point, VC looked like they were dead in the water, and then at another point, then Entis Force, and it just kept switching back and forth towards the end, and in the end, VC come in on top.
Really interesting final circle. Really good fight there at the end. But again, you can't take, I mean, once again, top 3, 4 AM again. 7 kills. This team, what is this? Is this a good day for 4AM, or is this what we can expect for the rest of the tournament?
I mean, we saw it from them in the group stage as well, so it's not too surprising. And for me, they go into Oakland, and let's be real, they're going to obviously make it out.
They're making
it out. We don't have to sugarcoat it. They go in as now as one of the favorites. I think 4AM and TSM are probably my 2 favorites to win PGC right now because of their play style. And I think that's definitely a given in terms of the way that they've been playing. It's deserved. Right.
I mean, they play absolutely fearless, and I mean, it's just so dominant. But I mean, look, hey, we could talk about 4AM forever. You also got to give shout out to again WClick. Final game here, they pick up another 7 kills. I mean, this is
position, so another top 5 finish. They've been consistent.
It's just an absolute coming out party for the LATAM region and for WClick themselves. But real quick, before we send it down to an interview, we're going to take us a look at some highlights. Highlights.
I love me some highlights.
I'm here to cover for Toffees with the highlights here as we check in on Genesis. A bad day overall for the North American teams.
And what about for Faze Clan?
Faze Clan.
14 points going into Sunday. Rough. Well, that's an understatement. Adda with some interesting positioning, right?
Yeah, you know, and maybe a little bit hard on Navi. They did have actually a 42-point day yesterday in the AB group, so they managed to collect a few more points in this one as we check back on Genesis, finishing up this fight.
T1 played this well. I mean, you've got to understand, they had a 2-2 split against 2 different teams. They had to deal with Genesis from one side, then they had to deal with FaZe Clan from another side. Best of Lots, of course, and Aduzi. It's like that guy when you try to help, but you're just making things worse. That was a doozy there. 4AM biding their time. It wasn't as flashy this game in terms of the early on, but they favored the position, and from there they got rewarded as the game carried on. Best of luck, yeah, as I said before in the cast, give him a nade and, well, anything can happen there for Navi. But when you are playing from this sort of position in the wheat field, unless it finishes there and everyone's in the wheat field, and it's fair game. Otherwise, you are going to be prime target. And of course, the finish between. You know, and that was horrible for Wayless, who made it himself.
Bad luck.
And Forever went down. Yeah, look, that was.
I mean, you know, I was a little nervous here at that VC allowed 4AM to push into their compound pretty as easily, really, as they did. But fortunately, things ending up working out pretty well for them as they end up flushing out the 4AM boys before turning their attention over to Entus Force. The Entus Force, Entus Ace, all Miramar has belonged to these 2 teams, and you felt 4 strong Entus Force going into this. You felt like they had it.
Yeah, I mean, even down to the 1 versus 2, the 2 members of BC were relatively low enough that Indigo could have got a quick headshot transfer onto the 2 targets. But BC Gaming, while they've continued to surprise a few here at PGC, I think it's fair to say not a lot of people maybe even thought they would be in the semifinals, but they pick up the win for the final game of the day. And of course, though, now they sit and wait in terms of tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they... I mean, they had only 27 points yesterday, but that's enough for us today. We want to hear an interview with at least one very happy, angry man from 4AM. So we're going to toss it down to Rachel with an interview. Rachel, take it away.
Thank you, guys. I hope they're happy. I'm here with ZGG, and 4AM picked up 2 chicken dinners today, a bunch of very nice finishes, and you, ZGG, were the top KDA right now in the tournament. So I want to know how you're feeling about your performance so far.
他说你们今天打得特别好，还有你们吃到了2盘鸡，还有你个人的杀数是很高的，你这觉得怎么样？
还行吧，就运气有，指挥的好，所以说打得比较好。
So it was okay. We had a lot of luck, and then we performed well.
Well, that is the understatement of the century. We got a chance to listen into you and your team communicating in Game 1, and I have to say, across the board, we agree. Beautiful communication, very clear, very calm. So tell me about your communication strategy as a team.
他说你们今天打的时候，你们的沟通是蛮好的，还有你们的默契度是非常好。你们是怎么做到的？
这个就是长时间打出来的默契吧，别的也没啥了，就是默契。
So it was just a normal chemistry we always have. So it wasn't really special, anything special. It was just the chemistry we always had.
So when you say you guys have great chemistry, do you consider your teammates close friends?
那你说你们的默契度是很高的，那你觉得你们的队员是就像是你的朋友吗？
都是兄弟。
We're all brothers.
I love to hear it. Now, you're brothers in times of success and brothers in times of failure as well. What happened on Sandhawk?
他们说你们今天打得非常好，可是在3号你们不是打的，是有一点差吗？是那在3号你们打的时候是有什么问题？可以说一下吗？在3号。
Did okay.
那总有运气不好的一把嘛，没办法。
So he says it's again it's just the luck. We were out of the luck. There's no other way. We can.
That's fair. That's fair. I'll call it luck up to the last ones too. But winning, losing, you guys have the biggest fan community out here. They came out in force to support you. So I want to know, why do you have so many fans, and what do you want to say to them?
那今天赛场你们有很多的中国粉丝来了，嘉颖你们你觉得怎么样？为什么你们会有这么多的粉丝来看你们呢？
因为他们爱我们吧。
It's just simple. They just love us.
Of course, who wouldn't love you guys? An excellent performance, a charming character. We can't wait to see more from you guys tomorrow, but for now, let's send it back up to the analysts and check out the rest of the day.
Damn, that's ZG, a lyrical wordsmith, to say the least there with that interview. Thank you very much. Obviously, 4 a.m. and get themselves a big amount of points here when it comes to their first day for the group stages. But VC Gaming get another win on the board, 17 points going their way. It was China all the way today with a slight disruption from South Korea, but China smashed today.
They did, and I take a little bit of an issue with the interview in the context of like it's just luck. But 4 a.m. they played whether or not they got the circles, whether or not they got the rotation. It was insane.
You know what though? He's gotta keep the brand.
He's trying to stay low key.
They are angry. You gotta see that. He's very laid back, and I love that the respect he's throwing there. It's very nice to see.
I'm gonna tell you something. They might have been lucky, but luck doesn't give you 77 points.
No, not in the
It does not give you 77 points.
Look at the gap.
You only get 77 points by playing like gods.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they really were. It was mind-blowing to watch them play. The final standings on that last game sum up what we saw all day today. 4 Angry Men, VC, W Click, who's in third, had a phenomenal day.
I'm sorry, I'm hijacking his interview. None of that interview did justice to how well they played. As you're mentioning, Froz, their 77 points after 6 games is phenomenal by 4 Angry Men as they take the top spot so far today, almost assuredly guaranteeing themselves 100% into the finals in Oakland. Massive stuff coming from them.
I mean, look on the left side. It's all Eastern, except for one team, W Click. They got second most kills today, 30 kills in total during the 6 games here.
I'm very impressed with them. They kind of did it quietly. The big talk was about the Eastern teams, and they just played their game. When they didn't get kills, they got good placement. When they got tough placements, they got good kills. They did exactly what you want to see out of a team, making sure that they're in the top 16.
I mean, even zeroing out on one of the Aerial games, they still did this well.
It's very impressive play from them, everybody on the left side.
Yeah, they were a little bit in the shadow of the other teams, of course. 4 AM taking home 2 victories, VC taking home 2 victories.
Gentlemen, do you know what time it is?
Time to see.
Listening time.
No, it's not. It's time to see the top 24 here to figure out exactly how everything is shaping up amongst these groups. Most importantly, pay attention to those from Group B. You can already see there, VC Gaming 79 points. This was one of the teams I was slightly concerned about coming into today, but they blasted today as well. 4 Angry Men from Group C is in second place.
They qualified.
Look at W Click though. 4 points behind TSM. And people were saying TSM was playing really well.
And this is what terrifies me. The bottom right, Faze, a team that a lot of people picked to win this thing, has 14 points. But tomorrow, they have to play with TSM, They have to play with 4 Angry Men. They have to play with W Click. All of these guys are point sponges.
Very important. Because B has concluded all of their games, the one team that is most scared right now is Infantry Gaming in 15th place with 39 points of NJ.
So we're extremely close to the 65-point mark here. This is what you want to beat if you want to make sure yourself are in the top. Here on the left-hand side, though, Rumblers are the closest, but they're looking extremely safe. We need 8 teams to pass that. It's very unlikely we're going to see that many. So the left side, our top 8 right now looks extremely safe. 95% for all of them to be through already.
And that's very interesting because there is so much from Group B there. Group B has really shown up. It looks like, unless we see massive, massive points come out from Group C, that there is the potential, and A and C, I should say even, sorry, is that a lot of those teams from Group B could potentially be going through to the final. And disproportionate size relative to 1/3, 1/3, 1/3.
I mean, basically, if you looked at it, 9 to 24th, it's only A and C almost.
Yeah. I mean, and I think that the point sponges is going to be a problem tomorrow. There's teams that are essentially qualified or a couple of points away from doing so, and they're going to come out, and I know that TSM, like, their style is, hey, we're in front, let's just smash some skulls.
Right.
And I think some teams are going to do that. So it is going to be very hard for the catch-up teams to do that with the lack of points available.
Well, I baited you earlier, but now it's time for that listen in here for our final game on Miramar. Let's go.
Gen.G 肯定还有一个，要么 WCK， 要么 Gen.G。
我马路上拉了一个，
确定吗？对，看到。
我去董木那了。
董木，夏天你们俩3、2、1，
吃雷，躲一下。别急，躲过来，左边来，打药，我能救。好了，我再打。
不知道烧到没？哎，这个人能打吗？拖拉机那个。
别急，我们在扶人。
耳朵，你能给他们房子封个烟吗？对面的，能打3F的。
我们脸上补颗烟，夏天。
对，
烟我没烟了。
他补了，夏天耳朵给你补了。
要不要倒一个？
没事，别急。3打3是吧？我也打了，还有一个在哪儿？团长房二层楼，应该在2层楼，
我在拖拉机了，别急。耳朵，你可以上他房顶。
我能上吗？
对，还有
在1楼，别急。我打个药。
怎么打？
牛逼！
还有一个。别急，我打药。
2楼，
别急，他不带圈。
我帮你锁雷，他翻下来了。
没事，慢慢来。在左边，董哥别急，
别着急，你们俩一起，不用找他，别找，就在我脚底下，
退回来，没事，
就在我脚底下。董梦往他脚下丢个闪，往他脚下丢个闪，房子背面就在我脚底下，还有吗？再丢个闪，没闪到他，别急，继续丢闪，没了，别急，我认没事，抢左，房子左边，正门，左边，对，就这儿，瞄着，
脸上，
左边，几个，3个。
That's right, we're back here for the PGC, and that was VC Gaming in the very end. But let's look forward into the future. Tomorrow, we have, of course, A and C playing against one another. All of these teams have already played themselves. The 6 games tomorrow, they round out how their points are going to be accumulated going into Oakland. It's another stacked lobby here, guys. What are we excited to see?
I mean, you got to look at the teams in the bottom right now. It's AFF, you got Vendetta, you got Faze, Ghost, Sun Sisters. These are the teams that need to perform really well tomorrow.
So for me, it's exciting, of course. There's teams in the bottom, but we have had these sponges throughout this whole thing. So tomorrow, potentially, it's going to be easier to get into the top 16 that we formerly projected. I'm excited to see if we're going to see a Faze Sunday. If not, it's going to be looking very scary for PEL.
I mean...
You're right, Toffies.
No, Froz casually listed Faze in this group of catch-up teams. I mean, that's big news. The fact that we are on the cusp of potentially losing Faze after losing Liquid last weekend is, like, mind-boggling to me. These are 2 teams that we said these guys could win this thing. They were in our picks. Every analyst, I don't care who you are, listed both of those teams as world champion contenders. And now we're staring down the barrel of Faze, not only having to have a Faze Sunday, but a Faze explosion. Like, I mean, they have to win 2 minimum.
Aren't you looking forward to that moment where all 3 of us are like, PEL?
Oh, yeah, no, listen, when we got here, it was like, man, Europe's the best. Now it's like, oh, TSM, please TSM, please TSM. So, yes, it's kind of cool.
Please TSM, good job. I can't believe a lot of my fate relies on 2 Brits doing well in video games. But there you go. That's how this is going to sit. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We are done here for day number 2 of the semi-finals. Tomorrow is day number 3, the final day, to find out who's going to be moving on to Oakland next weekend. That's where the grand finals is going to be held, and that is where all the marbles, all the chips are down on the table to claim yourself the grand prize and becoming a world champion. We'll see you tomorrow for the final day.
always great to see the eye tracking software giving us a bit of extra detail as to what's going on.
Damn, I'm the life of the party. Pull up in your space and I don't say sorry. Everybody fading, looking for the Rari. I'm not everybody, I'm not everybody. Wake up feeling like a 10. Call me an Uber and he pull up in a Benz. Wake up feeling good again. Want a good time, so I'll bring my friends. I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best. could kiss the ring, I'm the best. Unimpressed with the rest, I'm the best. I'm the best. Will you come closer? I know what you like. Promise you'll come over. We'll have a good time. Have a good time. If you come over, you can spend the night. Spend the night. Yes, you'll come over. We'll have a good time. We'll have a good time. I'm the best. I'm the best. I'm the best. I'm the best. You could kiss the ring. I'm the best. Unimpressed with the rest. I'm the best. And this morning, no one is around and it's getting kind of boring. Rain falls down and the rain keeps pouring. Rain keeps pouring, rain keeps pouring. Get me feel good when the sun come up. Glass in the air, better light one up. Friends are all around and they say what up, what up. Pass that cup. I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best. You can kiss the ring, I'm the best. Unimpressed with the rest, I'm the best. Will you come closer? I know what you like. Promise you'll come over. We'll have a good time. Have a time. If you come over, you can spend the night. Promise you'll come over. We'll have a good time. We'll have a good time. I'm the best. I'm the best. I'm the best. I'm the best. Yeah, yeah. You could kiss the ring. I'm the best. Unimpressed with the rest. I'm the best. 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 You could kiss the ring, I'm the best. Unimpressed with the rest, I'm the best. I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best. I've been really living, think I better tone it down. Each night a new city, yeah, I've been all around. Just touched down in LA and you know it's going down. I've been really living, yeah, I've been really living in this town. Will you come closer? I know what you like. Promise you'll come over. Have a good time. We'll have a good time. If you come over, you can spend the night. Promise you'll come over. We'll have a good time. We'll have a good time. I'm the best. I'm the best. I'm the best. I'm the best. Wait. You could kiss the ring. I'm the best. Unimpressed with the rest. I'm the best. I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best. Wait. You could kiss the ring, I'm the best, unimpressed with the rest, I'm the best. Damn, I'm the life of the party. Pull up in your space and I don't say sorry. Everybody fading, looking for the Rari. I'm not everybody, I'm not everybody. Wake up feeling like a 10. Call me an Uber and he pull up in a Benz. Wake up feeling good again. Want a good time, so I'll bring my friends. I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best. You could kiss the ring, I'm the best. Unimpressed with the rest, I'm the best. I'm the best. Will you come closer? I know what you like. Promise you'll come over. We'll have a good time. Have a good time. If you come over, you can spend the night. Spend the night. Yes, you'll come over. We'll have a good time. We'll have a good time. I'm the best. I'm the best. I'm the best. I'm the best. You could kiss the ring. I'm the best. Unimpressed with the rest. I'm the best. Damn, I'm awake and this morning. No one is around and it's getting kind of boring. Rain falls down and the rain keeps pouring. Rain keeps pouring. Rain keeps pouring. Get me feel good when the sun come up. Glass in the air, better light one up. Friends are all around and they say what up, what up. Pass that cup. I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best. You can kiss the ring, I'm the best. Unimpressed with the rest, I'm the best. Will you come closer? I know what you like. Promise you'll come over. We'll have a good time. Have a time. If you come over, you can spend the night. Promise you'll come over. We'll have a good time. We'll have a good time. I'm the best. I'm the best. I'm the best. I'm the best. Yeah, yeah. You could kiss the ring. I'm the best. Unimpressed with the rest. I'm the best. say sorry. Everybody fading, looking for the Rari. I'm not everybody, I'm not everybody. Wake up feeling like a 10. Call me an Uber and he pull up in a Benz. Wake up feeling good again. Want a good time, so I'll bring my friends. I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best. You could kiss the ring, I'm the best, unimpressed with the rest, I'm the best. I'm the best? Will you come closer? I know what you like. Promise you'll come over. We'll have a good time. Have a good time. If you come over, you can spend the night. Promise you'll come over. We'll have a good time. We'll have a good time. I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best. You could kiss the ring, I'm the best, unimpressed with the rest, I'm the best. And it's morning, no one is around and it's getting kinda boring. Rain falls down and the rain keeps pouring. Rain keeps pouring, rain keeps pouring. Damn, it feel good when the sun come up. Glass in the air, better light one up. Friends are all around and they say what up, what up. Pass that cup. I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best. You kiss the ring, I'm the best, unimpressed with the rest, I'm the best. Will you come closer? I know what you like. Promise you'll come over. We'll have a good time. Have a time. If you come over, you can spend the night. Promise you'll come over. We'll have a good time. We'll have a good time. I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best. Yeah, yeah. You could kiss the ring, I'm the best, unimpressed with the rest, I'm the best. I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best. You could kiss the ring, I'm the best, unimpressed with the rest, I'm the best. I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best. I've been really living, think I better tone it down. Each night a new city, yeah, I've been all around. Just touched down in LA and you know it's going down. I've been really living, yeah, I've been really living in this town. Will you come closer? I know what you like. Promise you'll come over. Have a good time. We'll have a good time. If you come over, you can spend the night. Promise you'll come over. We'll have a good time. We'll have a good time. I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best. Wait. You could kiss the ring, I'm the best, unimpressed with the rest, I'm the best. I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best. You could kiss the ring, I'm the best, unimpressed with the rest, I'm the best. Damn, I'm the life of the party. Pull up in your space and I don't say sorry. Everybody fading, looking for the Rari. I'm not everybody, I'm not everybody.